Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Neil Donnelly. Accidental Death by Peter Bailey. The wind howled out of the northwest, blind with snow and barbed with ice crystals. All the way up the half-mile precipice it fingered and wrenched away at groaning ice slabs. It screamed over the top, whirled snow in a dervish dance around the hollow there, piled snow into the long furrow, plowed ruler straight through streamlined hummocks of snow. The sun glinted on black rock glazed by ice, chasms and ridges and bridges of ice. It lit the snow slope to a frozen glare, penciled black shadow down the long furrow, and flashed at the furrow's end on a thing of metal and plastics, an artifact thrown down in the dead wilderness. Nothing grew, nothing flew, nothing walked, nothing talked, but the thing in the hollow was stirring in stiff jerks, like a snake with its back broken, or a clockwork toy running down. When the movement stopped, there was a click and a strange sound began. Thin, scratchy, inaudible, more than a yard away, weary but still cocky. There leaked from the shape in the hollow the sound of a human voice. "I've tried my hands and arms, and they seem to work," it began. "I've wiggled my toes with entire success. It's well on the cards that I'm all in one piece and not broken up at all, though I don't see how it could happen. Right now I don't feel like struggling up and finding out. I'm fine where I am. I'll just lie here for a while and relax and get some of the story on tape. This suit's got a built-in recorder. I might as well use it. That way, even if I'm not as well as I feel, I'll leave a message. You probably know we're back and wonder what went wrong. I suppose I'm in a state of shock. That's why I can't seem to get up. Who wouldn't be shocked after luck like that? I've always been lucky, I guess. Luck got me a place in the Whale. Sure, I'm a good astronomer, but so are lots of other guys. If I were 10 years older, it would have been an honor, being picked for the first long jump in the first starship ever. At my age, it was luck. You want to know if the ship worked? Well, she did. Went like a bomb. We got lined up between Earth and Mars, you'll remember, and James pushed the button marked jump. Took his finger off the button, and there we were. Alpha Centauri. 2 months later your time, 1 second later by us. We covered our whole survey assignment like that. Smooth as a pint of Old and Mild, which right now I could certainly use. Better yet would be a pint of hot black coffee with sugar in it. Failing that, I could even go for a long drink of cold water. There was never anything wrong with the Whale till right at the end, and even then I doubt if it was the ship itself that fouled things up. That was some survey assignment. We astronomers really lived. Wait till you see, but of course you won't. I could weep when I think of those miles of lovely color film all gone up in smoke. I'm shocked, all right. I never said who I was. Matt Hennessy from Farside Observatory, back of the moon. Just back from a proving flight come astronomical survey in the starship Whale. Whoever you are who finds this tape, you're made. Take it to any radio station or newspaper office. You'll find you can name your price, and don't take any wooden nickels. Where had I got to? I'd told you how we happened to find Chang, hadn't I? Well, that's what the natives called it. Walking, talking natives on a blue sky planet with 1.1 G gravity and a 20% oxygen atmosphere at 15 psi. The odds against finding Chang on a 6-sun survey on the first star jump ever must be up in the Googles. We certainly were lucky. The Chang natives aren't very technical, haven't got space travel, for instance. They're good astronomers, though. We were able to show them our sun in their telescopes. In their way, they're a highly civilized people. Look more like cats than people, but they're people all right. If you doubt it, chew these facts over. 1, they learned our language in 4 weeks. When I say they, I mean a 10-man team of them. 2, they brew a near beer that's a lot nearer than the canned stuff we had aboard the Whale. 3, they've a great sense of humor. Ran rather to silly practical jokes, but still. Can't say I care for that hot foot and belly laugh stuff myself, but tastes differ. 4, the 10-man language team also learned chess and table tennis. But why go on? People who talk English, drink beer, like jokes, and beat me at chess or table tennis are people for my money, even if they look like tigers in trousers. It was funny the way they won all the time at table tennis. They certainly weren't so hot at it. Maybe that 10% extra gravity put us off our strokes. As for chess, Svendlov was our champion. He won sometimes. The rest of us seemed to lose whichever Chingsi we played. There again, it wasn't so much that they were good. How could they be in the time? It was more that we all seemed to make silly mistakes when we played them, and that's fatal in chess. Of course, it's a screwy situation playing chess with something that grows its own fur coat, has yellow eyes 1.5 inches long, and long white whiskers. Could you have kept your mind on the game? And don't think I fell victim to their feline charm. The children were pets, but you didn't feel like patting the adults on their big grinning heads. Personally, I didn't like the one I knew best. He was called, well, we called him Charlie, and he was the ethnologist, ambassador, contact man, or whatever you like to call him, who came back with us. Why I disliked him was because he was always trying to get the edge on you. All the time he had to be top. Great sense of humor, of course. I nearly broke my neck on that butter slide he fixed up in the metal alleyway to the whale's engine room. Charlie laughed fit to bust. Everyone laughed. I even laughed myself, though doing it hurt me more than the tumble had. Yes, life and soul of the party, old Charlie. My last sight of the minnow was a cabin full of dead and dying men, the sweetish stink of burned flesh and the choking reek of scorching insulation, the bolt jolting and shuddering and beginning to break up. And in the middle of the flames, still unhurt, was Charlie. He was laughing. My God, it's dark out here. Wonder how high I am. Must be all of 50 miles, and doing 800 miles an hour at least. I'll be doing more than that when I land. What's final velocity for a 50-mile fall? Same as a 50,000-mile fall, I suppose. Same as escape, 24,000 miles an hour. I'll make a mess. That's better. Why didn't I close my eyes before? Those star streaks made me dizzy. I'll make a nice shooting star when I hit air. Come to think of it, I must be deep in air now. Let's take a look. It's getting lighter. Look at those peaks down there. Like great knives. I don't seem to be falling as fast as I expected, though. Almost seem to be floating. Let's switch on the radio and tell the world hello. Hello, Earth. Hello again. And goodbye. Sorry about that, I passed out. I don't know what I said, if anything, and the suit recorder has no playback or eraser. What must have happened is that the suit ran out of oxygen and I lost consciousness due to anoxia. I dreamed I switched on the radio, but I actually switched on the emergency tank, thank the Lord, and that brought me round. Come to think of it, why not crack the suit and breathe fresh air instead of bottled? No, I'd have to get up to do that. I think I'll just lie here a little bit longer and get properly rested up before I try anything big like standing up. I was telling you about the return journey, wasn't I? The long jump back home, which should have dumped us between the orbits of Earth and Mars, instead of which, when James took his finger off the button, the mass detector showed nothing except the noise level of the universe. We were out in that no place for a day. We astronomers had to establish our exact position relative to the solar system. The crew had to find out exactly what went wrong. The physicists had to make mystic passes in front of meters and mutter about residual folds and stress-free space. Our task was easy because we were about half a light year from the sun. The crew's job was also easy. They found what went wrong in less than half an hour. It still seems incredible. To program the ship for a star jump, you merely told it where you were and where you wanted to go. In practical terms, that entailed first a series of exact measurements, which had to be translated into the somewhat abstruse coordinate system we used based on the topological order of mass points in the galaxy. Then you cut a tape on the computer and hit the button. Nothing was wrong with the computer. Nothing was wrong with the engines. We'd hit the right button, and we'd gone to the place we'd aimed for. All we'd done was aim for the wrong place. It hurts me to tell you this, and I'm just attached personnel with no spaceflight tradition. In practical terms, one highly trained crew member had punched a wrong pattern of holes on the tape. Another, equally skilled, had failed to notice this when reading back. A childish error, highly improbable, twice repeated, thus squaring the improbability. Incredible, but that's what happened. Anyway, we took good care with the next lot of measurements. That's why we were out there so long. They were cross-checked about 5 times. I got sick, so I climbed into a spacesuit and went outside and took some photographs of the sun, which I hoped would help to determine hydrogen density in the outer regions. When I got back, everything was ready. We disposed ourselves about the control room and relaxed for all we were worth. We were all praying that this time nothing would go wrong, and all looking forward to seeing Earth again after 4 months' subjective time away. Except for Charlie, who was still chuckling and shaking his head, and Captain James, who was glaring at Charlie and obviously wishing human dignity permitted him to tear Charlie limb from limb. Then James pressed the button. Everything twanged like a bowstring. I felt myself turned inside out, passed through a small sieve, and poured back into shape. The entire bow wall screen was full of Earth. Something was wrong, all right. And this time it was much, much worse. We'd come out of the jump about 200 miles above the Pacific, pointed straight down, traveling at a relative speed of about 2,000 miles an hour. It was a fantastic situation. Here was the Whale, the most powerful ship ever built, which could cover 50 light-years in a subjective time of 1 second, and it was helpless. For, as of course you know, the star drive couldn't be used again for at least 2 hours. The Whale also had ion rockets, of course, the standard deuterium fusion thing with direct conversion. As again you know, this is good for interplanetary flight because you can run it continuously and it has extremely high exhaust velocity. But in our situation, it was no good because it has rather a low thrust. It would have taken more time than we had to deflect us enough to avoid a smash. We had 5 minutes to abandon ship. James got us all into the minnow at a dead run. There was no time to take anything at all except the clothes we stood in. The minnow was meant for short, heavy hops to planets or asteroids. In addition to the ion drive, it had emergency atomic rockets using steam for reaction mass. We thanked God for that when Gazamian canceled our downwards velocity with them in a few seconds. We curved away up over China, and from about 50 miles high we saw the Whale hit the Pacific. 600 tons of mass at well over 2,000 miles an hour, making an almighty splash. By now you'll have divers down, but I doubt they'll salvage much you can use. I wonder why James went down with the ship, as the saying is. Not that it made any difference. It must have broken his heart to know that his lovely ship was getting the chopper. Or did he suspect another human error? We didn't have time to think about that, or even to get the radio working. The steam rockets blew up. Poor Kazamian was burnt to a crisp. The only thing that saved me was the spacesuit I was wearing. I snapped the faceplate down because the cabin was filling with fumes. I saw Charlie coming out of the toilet. That's how he'd escaped. And I saw him beginning to laugh. Then the port side collapsed, and I fell out. I saw the launch spinning away, glowing red against a purplish-black sky. I tumbled head over heels toward the huge curved shield of Earth 50 miles below. I shut my eyes, and that's about all I remember. I don't see how any of us could have survived. I think we're all dead. I'll have to get up and crack this suit and let some air in, but I can't. I fell 50 miles without a parachute. I'm dead, so I can't stand up. There was silence a while, except for the vicious howl of the wind. Then snow began to shift on the ledge. A man crawled stiffly out and came shakily to his feet. He moved slowly around for some time. After about 2 hours, he returned to the hollow, squatted down, and switched on the recorder. The voice began again, considerably wearier. "Hello there. I'm in the bleakest wilderness I've ever seen. This place makes the moon look cozy. There's precipice around me every way but one, and that's up. So it's up I'll have to go till I find a way to go down. I've been chewing snow to quench my thirst, but I could eat a horse. I picked up a shortwave broadcast on my suit, but couldn't understand a word. Not English, not French, and there I stick. Listened to it for 15 minutes just to hear a human voice again. I haven't much hope of reaching anyone with my 5 milliwatt suit transmitter, but I'll keep trying. Just before I start the climb, there are 2 things I want to get on tape. The first is how I got here. I've remembered something from my military training, when I did some parachute jumps. Terminal velocity for a human body falling through the air is about 120 mph. Falling 50 miles is no worse than falling 500 feet. You'd be lucky to live through a 500-foot fall, true, but I've been lucky. The suit is bulky but light and probably slowed my fall. I hit a 60-mile-an-hour updraft this side of the mountains, skidded downhill through about half a mile of snow, and fetched up in a drift. The suit is part worn but still operational. I'm fine. The second thing I want to say is about the Chingsi, and here it is. Watch out for them. Those jokers are dangerous. I'm not telling how because I've got a scientific reputation to watch. You'll have to figure it out for yourselves. Here are the clues. 1. The Chingsi talk and laugh, but after all, they aren't human. On an alien world 100 light years away, why shouldn't alien talents develop? A talent that's so uncertain and rudimentary here that most people don't believe it might be highly developed out there. 2. The whale expedition did fine till it found Chang. Then it hit a seam of bad luck. Real stinking bad luck that went on till it looks fishy. We lost the ship, we lost the launch. All but one of us lost our lives. We couldn't even win a game of ping pong. So what is luck, good or bad? Scientifically speaking, future chance events are by definition chance. They can turn out favorable or not. When a preponderance of chance events has occurred unfavorably, you've got bad luck. It's a fancy name for a lot of chance results that didn't go your way. But the gambler defines it differently. For him, luck refers to the future, and you've got bad luck when future chance events won't go your way. Scientific investigations into this have been inconclusive, but everyone knows that some people are lucky and others aren't. All we've got are hints and glimmers, the fumbling touch of a rudimentary talent. There's the evil eye legend and Jonah, bad luck bringers. Superstition? Maybe. But ask the insurance companies about accident prones. What's in a name? Call a man unlucky and you're superstitious. Call him accident prone and that's sound business sense. I've said enough. All the same, search the spaceflight records. Talk to the actuaries. When a ship is working perfectly and is operated by a hand-picked crew of highly trained men in perfect condition, how often is it wrecked by a series of silly errors happening one after another in defiance of probability? I'll sign off with 2 thoughts, one depressing and one cheering. A single Chingsi wrecked our ship and our launch. What could a whole planet full of them do? On the other hand, a talent that manipulates chance events is bound to be chancy. No matter how highly developed, it can't be surefire. The proof is that I've survived to tell the tale. At 20 below zero and 50 miles an hour, the wind ravaged the mountain. Peering through his polarized visor at the white waste and the snow-filled air howling over it, sliding and stumbling with every step on a slope that got gradually steeper and seemed to go on forever, Matt Hennessy began to inch his way up the north face of Mount Everest. End of Accidental Death by Peter Bailey.
Kronos of the DFC by Lloyd Biggle, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Barry Howarth. Kronos of the DFC by Lloyd Biggle, Jr. She was wonderful, and Forsden was in love, but he'd seen the future and knew that in 5 days she was slated for murder. A bright, sunny day in May, and a new job for me. I found the room in the basement of police headquarters. A big room with freshly stenciled letters DFC on the door, and an unholy conglomeration of tubes, wires and dials bulking large in one corner. A bright young police cadet sat at a desk in the centre of the room. "Are you Mr. Forston?" I nodded and dumped my bag beside the desk. "Captain Marks is waiting for you," he said, and jerked his head toward a door at the rear. Captain Marks had his office in a cubbyhole off the main room. It was quite a come-down from the quarters he'd occupied upstairs as captain of detectives. He'd held on to that job past his retirement age, and when they were about to throw him out on his ear, DFC came along, and he jumped at it. The captain was not the retiring type. His door was open, and he waved me in. "Sit down, Forston," he said. "Welcome to the Department of Future Crime." I sat down, and he looked me over. A lean, hard face, closely cropped white hair, and steely grey eyes that looked through a man rather than at him. Small, 5'7", 140 pounds. You looked at him and wondered how he'd ever gotten on the force in the first place. Until you saw his eyes, I'd never felt comfortable in his presence. "Do you know what we have here, Forston?" he said. "Not exactly." "I don't either, exactly. The brass upstairs think it's an expensive toy. It is, but they've given us a trial budget to see if it works, and now it's up to us." I nodded and waited for him to go on. He packed his pipe, lit it, then leaned back and let the smoke go out. "We have an invention," he said, "which I don't pretend to understand. You saw the thing?" "Yes," I said. It wasn't easy to overlook. Walker calls it Cronus, for the Greek god of time. It gives us random glances around the city on what looks like a large TV screen. Random glances into the future. He paused for dramatic effect, and I probably disappointed him. I already knew that much. "The picture is hazy," he went on, "and sometimes we have a hell of a time figuring out the location of whatever it is we're looking at. We also have trouble pinpointing the time of an event. But we can't deny the potential. We've been in operation for 3 weeks, and already we've seen half a dozen hold-ups, days before they happened." "At least it's an ideal we've always worked for," I offered. "I mean, to prevent crime, rather than just catch the criminal." "Oh," he said, and went to work on his pipe again. "Maybe I didn't make myself clear. We saw the hold-ups on that screen, but we couldn't prevent a single one. All we managed to do was catch the criminals a few minutes after he committed the crime. So it raises an interesting question. Is it possible to change the future?" "Why not?" I said. Captain Marks thought a moment. "It isn't too critical where the hold-ups are concerned. The criminal is caught immediately, the loot is recovered, and the victim goes his way thinking kind thoughts about the efficiency of the police force. But what about assault, or rape, or murder? Apprehending the criminal 10 minutes later won't be much comfort to the victim. But now that you're here to follow up the leads given us by Cronus, well, we'll see what we can do. Come on, I want you to meet Walker. And Cronus." Walker, Dr. Howard F. Walker, was huddled over his creation. There was no doubt about it being his baby, as you could see from the way his hands caressed the dials. He was a gangly-looking man, 6'1", maybe 170 pounds, 50-odd years old. He had a long neck, an overly pronounced Adam's apple, and thinning hair. He wore thick glasses. His face was gentle and dignified, and he looked like a very tired university professor. He didn't hear us come up, and the old man waited quietly until he noticed us. "Walker," the old man said, "this is Forston, our new detective." He nodded at me. "Cronus has something," he said. "If I can find it again." He turned to his dials. "That's one of our problems," Captain Marks said. "Once we focus on a crime, it's sometimes hard to locate it again. The time interval between the present and the time the crime is committed keeps getting less. It takes a different adjustment each time." His voice trailed away, and I looked from Walker to the 6-foot square screen above his head. Shadows flitted about on the screen. A female shadow walking along the street, holding a child shadow by the hand. Shadow air cars moving along jerkily. A row of male shadows grotesquely posed along a bar, their glasses making bright blotches in the picture. A room, and a female shadow moving around a table. The future revealed by Cronus was a shadow world, and the only way you could tell male from female was by their dress. The scene kept shifting. A park with trees and lounging adults and running children. A room with people seated around a table. A reading room, perhaps at the public library. A large living room with an old-fashioned fireplace and a bright blotch that was the fire. Another smaller room, a female shadow. "That's it," Walker said suddenly. He moved a motion picture camera into position and pressed a button. It whirred softly as we watched. A nondescript living room. A female shadow. She threw up her hands and stood transfixed for a horrible moment or two. A male shadow bounded into the picture. A giant male shadow. She turned to run, and he caught her from behind. His hand moved upward. Something glittered in it, and he brought it down. He struck twice, and the female crumpled to the floor. He whirled, ran towards us, and disappeared. The camera ground on, recording the image of the shapeless shadow on the floor. Abruptly, the scene changed. A restaurant with crowded tables and jerkily moving robot servers. Walker swore softly and turned off the camera. "That's all I got before," he said. "If I could come on it from a different angle, maybe we could locate the place." "When?" the captain asked. 7 to 12 days. It hit me then, like a solid wallop on the jaw. I'd been looking into the future. "Plenty of time," the captain said, "but not much to go on." He looked at me. "What do you think?" "Might be able to identify the man," I said. "He'd be well over 6 feet. Wouldn't surprise me if he was 6'8" or 9. He'd have the build of a male gorilla, and he limps slightly with his right foot." "Not bad. Anything else?" "It's an apartment or a hotel room," I said. "I'd guess an apartment. The scanner screen by the door means it's either relatively new or it's been remodelled. The living room has a corner location with windows on 2 sides. It's hard to say for certain, but I believe there's an old-fashioned sofa, one of those with a back on it, along the far wall." Walker slumped into a chair. "You make me feel better," he said. "I thought there was next to nothing to go on." Captain Marks nodded. "But you missed one thing." "What's that?" "Our assailant is left-handed. Also, the limp may be something temporary. All right, Forston, it's all yours. 7 to 12 days, and you'd better plan on 7. He went back to his office, and I looked at Walker. "Can you give me any idea at all as to the location?" "I can draw you a circle on the map, but it's only about 50-50 that you'll find the place inside the circle." "That's better than nothing." "There is one thing," Walker said. "I'd like you to wear this everywhere." A band of elastic with what looked like dark beads placed on it at intervals. "It's an armband," Walker said. "Cronus picks up these beads as bright spots, so I'll be able to identify you if you show up on the screen." I hesitated, and he said, "The captain wears one. We know it works, because Cronus has picked him up twice." I took the armband and slipped it on. I sat down with the map and a directory and worked until a technician came back with the developed film. Walker was still perspiring in front of Cronus. He hadn't been able to focus on the crime a third time. The captain's door was closed, and his nasal voice was rattling the door as he bellowed into his telephone. I pulled the curtains to darken one corner of the room and fed the film into a projection machine. I ran the film 10 times without coming up with anything new. I couldn't make out the number on the door. I also couldn't decide whether the assailant was a chance prowler or someone known to the victim. I stopped the camera and made a sketch of the room from what I could make out in the way of furnishings. The captain came barging out of his office, took a quick look at my sketch, and nodded approval. "We'll find the apartment," he said. "Then our troubles will really start." I couldn't see that, and I told him so. I figured our troubles would be nearly over if we found the apartment. "You think it's possible to prevent this crime," he said. "I don't. Even if we find the apartment and identify the man and woman, the crime is still going to happen. Why? I said. Look at it this way. If we prevent the crime, it's not going to happen, right? Right. And if it's not going to happen, Cronus won't show it to us. All you see on that screen is what will happen. As far as Cronus is concerned, it already has happened. Preventing it is like trying to change the past. We can try, I said. Yes, we can try. The regular force will help us on this one. A team of detectives is waiting outside. Tell them what you want done. I wanted an apartment living room with a corner location and a door scanner. It wasn't as bad as it sounded. The scanner was a new gadget at that time. Not many apartment buildings would have it. There was always the chance, of course, that an individual had had one installed on his own, but that was a worry I could postpone. I put in a hectic day of trudging through apartment buildings and squabbling with superintendents, but we found it the next morning in a stubby little 7-story building on South Central. It was one of those apartment buildings that went up back in 1990, when the city decided it couldn't afford the luxury of open spaces and opened part of Old Central Park to apartment buildings. This one was a midget among the other buildings in that development, but it had been remodelled recently. It had scanner screens. After the usual protests, the superintendent showed me around. Most of the occupants weren't home. He let me into a rear apartment on the 6th floor, and I took one look and caught my breath. I pulled out my sketch, though I had it memorised by this time, and moved across the floor to get the right angle. The sofa was there. It was an old-fashioned job with a back. What had been a bright blotch in the picture turned out to be a mirror. A blur by the sofa was a low table. A chair was in the wrong place, but that could be moved. What was I thinking about? It was going to be moved. Every detail checked. "Stella Emerson," the superintendent said. "Miss Stella Emerson, I think. She never gave me no trouble. Something wrong?" "Not a thing," I said. "I want some information from her. I don't know when she's home." Her next-door neighbour did. I went back to headquarters and picked up the loose ends on the attempt to identify our assailant to be. No luck. And at 6 o'clock that evening, I was having a cup of coffee with Miss Stella Emerson. She was the sort of person it's always a joy to interview. Alert, understanding, cooperative, none of that petty temperamental business about invasion of privacy. She was brunette and 26 or 27, maybe 5'4", 110 pounds. The pounds were well distributed, and she was darned nice looking. She served coffee on the low table by the sofa, and sat with her cup in her hand. "You wanted information?" she said. I fingered my own cup, but I didn't lift it. "I'd like to have you think carefully," I said, "and see if you've ever known a man who matches this description. He's big, really big, heavy-set, maybe 6'8" or 9. He's left-handed. He might walk with a slight limp in his right foot." She set her cup down with a bang. "Why, that sounds like Mike Gregory. I haven't seen him for years, not since—" I took a deep breath and wrote Mike Gregory in my notebook. "Where was he when you saw him last?" "On Mars. I was there for 2 years with civil service. Mike was a sort of general handyman around the administration building." "Do you know where he is now?" "As far as I know, he's still on Mars." My coffee was scalding hot, but I didn't notice as I gulped it down. "I'd like to know everything you can tell me about this Mike Gregory," I said. "May I take you to dinner?" As my dad used to say, there's nothing like mixing business with pleasure. She suggested the place, a queer little restaurant in the basement of a nearby apartment building. There were lighted candles on the tables, the first candles I'd seen since I was a child. The waitresses wore odd costumes with handkerchiefs wrapped round their heads. An old man sat off in one corner, scraping on a violin. It was almost weird. But the food was good, and Stella Emerson was good company. Unfortunately, her mind was on Mike Gregory. "Is Mike in trouble?" she said. "He always seemed such a gentle, considerate person." I thought of the knife-wielding shadow and shuddered. "How well do you know him?" I said. "Not too well. He stopped to talk with me now and then. I never saw him except at work." "Was he interested in you?" She blushed. It was the first blush I had seen in so long I couldn't remember when. I had heard it said that the blush went out when women did away with their two-piece bathing suits and started wearing trunks like the men. I'm telling you, you can't have any idea about what's wrong with our scientific civilization until you've seen a girl blush by candlelight. I suppose he was, she said. He kept asking me to go places with him. I felt sorry for him. He seemed such a grotesque person, but I didn't want to encourage him. You're certain about the limp? Oh, yes, it was very noticeable. And about his being left-handed? She thought for a moment. No, I'm not certain about that. He could have been, I suppose, but I don't think I ever noticed. Is there anything else you remember about him? She shook her head slowly. Not much, I'm afraid. He was just a person who came through the office now and then. He had an odd way of talking. He spoke very slowly. He separated his words, just like this. Most of the girls laughed at him, and when they did, he'd turn around and walk away without saying anything. And, oh yes, sometimes he'd talk about California. I guess that was where he was from. I never found out anything about his personal life. But you didn't laugh at him? No, I couldn't laugh at him. He was just too pathetic. Have you heard from him since you came back? He sent me a Christmas card once. He didn't know my address on Earth, so he sent it to the office on Mars, so it would be forwarded. It didn't reach me until July. How long ago was that? It must be 4 years ago. It was a couple of years after I left Mars. I dropped Mike Gregory and tried to learn something about Stella Emerson. She was 28. She'd worked for 2 years on Mars, and then she came back and got a job as private secretary with a small firm manufacturing plastic textiles. She made enough money for her own needs and was able to save a little. She liked having a place of her own. She had a sister in Boston and an aunt over in Newark, and they visited her occasionally. She led a quiet life, with books and visits to the art institutes and working with her hobby, which was photography. It all sounded wonderful to me, the quiet life. A detective gets enough excitement on the job. If he can't relax at home, he's going to be a blight on the mortality tables. We were on our second cup of coffee by then, and I motioned the old fiddler over to our table. His bloodshot eyes peered out over a 2-week growth of beard. I slipped him a $1 bill. How about giving us a melody? He gave us a clumsy serenade, and Stella reacted just as I'd hoped she would. She blushed furiously and kept right on blushing, and I just leaned back and enjoyed it. I took her back to her apartment and said a friendly farewell at her door. We shook hands, and she didn't invite me to spend the night with her, which was just as refreshing. I rode the elevator with chiming bells and a wisp of the old man's music flowing through my mind. I stepped out on the ground level, walked dreamily out the door, and hailed an air cab with my pocket signal. And just as I was about to step in, it stabbed me like the flickering knife on Cronus's screen. She was a wonderful girl, and I was falling for her, and in 7 to 12 days, no, nearer 5 to 10 days now, she was going to be murdered. Something wrong? The driver said. I flashed my credentials. Police headquarters, I said. Use the emergency altitude. Walker was crouched in front of Cronus, perspiring as usual, but looking infinitely more tired. No matter what time I came in, he always seemed to be there, or there was a note saying that he was down in his lab in the sub-basement. I haven't found it again, he said. That's all right. We can manage with what we have. He frowned irritably. It's important, confound it. This is just an experimental model, and it's maddeningly inefficient. With money and research facilities, we could produce one that would really work, but we can't get that kind of support by predicting a few piddling hold-ups. But a murder now, that would make someone sit up and take notice. Stop worrying about your dratted Cronus, I snapped. I don't give a damn about that pile of junk. There's a girl's life to be saved. It was unfair, but he didn't object. Yes, of course, he said, that girl's life. But if I can't get more information... I've found the apartment, I told him, and I've found the girl. But the man is supposed to be on Mars. It doesn't figure, but it's something to work on. I called the captain and gave him my report. If he resented my bothering him at home, he didn't show it. Any wheel I could get my fingers on I set turning, and then I went home. I won't pretend that I slept. By morning we had a complete report from the Colonial Administration on Michael Roland Gregory. Fingerprints, photos, detailed description, complete with limp and left-handedness. The works. Also the added information that he'd resigned his civil service job 8 months before and had left immediately for Earth, on a dawn liner scheduled to land at San Francisco. I swore savagely, got off an urgent message to San Francisco, and left for a dinner date with Stella Emerson. And another handshake at her apartment door. San Francisco did a thorough job, but it took time. 2 more days. Michael Roland Gregory had hung around for a while, living in run-down rooming houses and holding a series of odd jobs. 2 months before, he had disappeared. He could be anywhere by now, I told the captain. Including here in New York, the captain said dryly. 2 to 7 days. I took Stella back to her apartment after our dinner date, and in front of the door I said, "Stella, I like you." She blushed wonderfully. "I like you too, Jim." "Then do me a favour, a very special favour." Her blush deepened with an overlay of panic. I'd like to, Jim, because I like you, but I can't. It's hard to explain, but I've always told myself that unless I marry a man... I leaned against the wall and laughed helplessly while her eyes widened in amazement. Then I dispensed with the handshaking. She clung to me, and it might have been her first kiss. In fact, it was. "I don't just like you, darling," I said. "I love you. And that wasn't the favour I was going to ask. You said you had an aunt over in Newark. I want you to stay with her for a while, for a week or so." "But why?" "Will you trust me? I can't tell you anything except that you're in danger here." "You mean Mike?" "I'm afraid so." "It's hard to believe that Mike would want to harm me, but if you think it's important..." "I do. Will you call your aunt now and make the arrangements? I'll take you over tonight." She packed some things and I took her to Newark in an air cab. Her aunt was hospitable and cooperative, albeit a little confused. I checked her apartment thoroughly. I was taking no chances that the aunt's living room could be the potential scene of the crime. It wasn't. No similarity. "Promise me," I said, "that you won't go back to your apartment for any reason until I tell you it's all right." "I promise, but I may need some more things." "Make a list, and I'll have a policewoman pick them up for you." "All right." I arranged with the superintendent of her apartment building to have the lights in her apartment turned on each evening and turned off at an appropriate time. I put a stake out on her apartment building and on her aunt's. I got a detective assigned to shadow her, though she didn't know it, of course. Then it was 0 to 5 days, and I was quietly going nuts. 0 to 4 days. I walked into the DFC room and Walker swarmed all over me. "I found it again," he said. "Anything new?" "No, just the same thing, exactly the same." "When?" 2 to 3 days. I sat down wearily and stared at Cronus. The screen was blank. "How did you manage to invent the thing?" I said. "I didn't really invent it. I just discovered it. I was tinkering with the TV set and I changed some circuits and added a lot of gadgets just for the hell of it. The pictures I got were darned poor, but they didn't seem to be coming from any known station, or combination of stations, since they kept changing. That was interesting, so I kept working on it. Then one day the screen showed me a big air car smash-up. There were about 10 units involved, and I told myself, boy, these Class D pictures are really overdoing it. About a week later, I opened my morning paper, and there was the same smash-up on page 1. It took a long time to get anybody interested." He stopped suddenly as the captain came charging out of his office. "Brooklyn," he called. "Gregory was living in a rooming house in Brooklyn. He left 3 weeks ago." The lead was a dead end. No one knew where he'd gone. It proved that he was somewhere in the vicinity of New York City, but I don't think any of us ever doubted that. "One thing is interesting," the captain said. "He's using his own name. No reason why he shouldn't, of course. He's not a criminal, but he's a potential criminal, and he doesn't know that. I saw suddenly that we had a double problem. We had to protect Stella from Gregory, but we also had to protect Gregory from himself, if we could find him. There's not much we can do, I said, but keep on looking. It was what Walker called the critical period. Something had to happen on this day or the next, or Cronus was a monkey's Dutch uncle. If we could only pick Gregory up and hold him for a couple of days, maybe we could beat this, I told the captain. We've eliminated Stella Emerson, we've locked the apartment, and caging Gregory should snap the last thread. He laughed sarcastically. You think that would solve the problem? Listen, we spotted a hold-up and I recognised the crook. He had a long record. I had him picked up and he was carrying a gun, so we slapped him in jail on a concealed weapons charge. He escaped, got another gun, and committed the hold-up right on schedule. I'm telling you, Cronus shows exactly how the future is. We can't change it. I'm working as hard as anyone else to prevent this, but I know for a certainty that sometime today or tomorrow the girl and Gregory are going to meet in that apartment, or in one exactly like it. We're going to change it this time, I said. On my way out, I stopped for a good look at Cronus. Nothing but a monster would give you a murderer and a victim and the place and approximate time and make you completely helpless to do anything about it. I felt like giving Cronus a firm kick in a vital part of his anatomy. I called off my dinner date with Stella and prowled around Manhattan looking for a big man with a pronounced limp. One speck of dust among the millions. I noticed with satisfaction that I was not alone in my search. Air cars were swooping in low for a quick look at pedestrians. Foot patrolmen were scrutinising every passerby. And detectives would be making the rounds of the rooming houses and hotels with photographs. Cab and bus drivers would be alerted. For a man who had no reason to hide, Michael Roland Gregory was doing an expert job of keeping out of sight. I radioed police headquarters at 10 p.m, and the captain's voice exploded at me. "Where the hell have you been? The stakeout at the girl's apartment got Gregory. They're bringing him in." I cut off without any of the formalities and sprinted. I tore down the corridor to the DFC room and burst in on what might have been a funeral celebration. Walker sat with his face in his hands, and the captain was pacing in a tight circle. "He got away," the captain snarled, snapped the handcuffs like toothpicks, beat up his escort and ran. The man must have the strength of a utility robot. How did they happen to pick him up? I wanted to know. He came strolling down the street and started to go into the apartment building, completely innocent about the whole thing, of course. He didn't have any idea we were looking for him. "He has now," I said. "It's going to be a great sport locating him again." We had a small army loose in the area where Gregory escaped, but for all they found he might have burrowed into the pavement. I called Stella and asked her to stay home from work the next day. I got the stakeout on her aunt's apartment doubled. I was up at dawn, prowling the streets, riding and patrolling air cars, and I suppose generally making a nuisance of myself with calls to headquarters. I put in a miserable day, and Gregory might have been hiding on Mars for all the luck we had. I had my evening meal at a little sandwich shop and did a leisurely foot patrol along the street by Stella's apartment building. The stakeout was on the job and the superintendent had Stella's lights on. I stood for a moment in the doorway, watching the few pedestrians, and then I signalled an air cab. "I'd like to circle around here a bit," I said. "Sure thing," the cabbie said. We crisscrossed back and forth above the streets, and I squinted at pedestrians and watched the thin traffic pattern. 15 minutes later we were back at the apartment building. "Circle low around the building," I said. "Oh no, you want me to lose my licence? I can't get out of the air lanes." "You can this time," I said. "Police." He looked at my credentials and grunted. "Why didn't you say so?" There was a narrow strip of lawn behind the building with a couple of trees, and then a dimly lit alley. The cabbie handed me a pair of binoculars, and I strained my eyes on the sprawling shadows. I couldn't see anything suspicious, but I decided it might be worth a trip on foot. The third time around I glanced at Stella's lighted windows, the rear ones, and gasped. A dark shadow clung to the side of the building, edging slowly along the ledge toward her window. Gregory. "See that?" I said to the cabbie. As we watched, he got the window open and disappeared into the apartment. I tried to radio the men on the stakeout and couldn't rouse them. I called headquarters. Both Walker and Captain Marks were out. They would be back in a few minutes, but I didn't have minutes left. "Skip it," I said. I snapped out a description of the situation and cut off. "Can you get close enough to get me through that window?" I asked the cabbie. "I can try," he said, "but watch your step, fellow. It's a long drop." He hovered close, and I grabbed the edge of the window and pulled myself through. Gregory faced me across the living room, a bewildered, panicky look on his huge, childlike face. I was thinking, how stupid can we get? From the way he came into Cronus's picture, we should have known he didn't come through the door. Stella had come through the door, and we just assumed he was already in the room. But who would have thought Gregory could make like a human fly? "All right, Gregory," I said. "You're under arrest." Tears streaked his face. His jaw moved, but no sound came out. Suddenly I saw how we had blundered. This grotesquely oversized child meant no harm to anyone. Stella was the only person he'd ever known who treated him like a human being, and he wanted to see her again. For some reason he couldn't understand, the police were trying to prevent that. Suddenly the entire universe was against him, even Stella, and he was frightened. And dangerous. He lunged at me like a pile driver and forced me back toward the open window. I got my gun out and he just casually knocked it out of my hand. He had me on the window ledge, forcing me back, and all I could see were the stars out in space. Then the apartment door opened and closed, and Gregory glanced back over his shoulder. I screamed, "Run, Stella, run!" Then the night air was whistling past me. I bounced off an awning, crashed into the branches of a tree, struggled frantically for a hold, and fell through. From the window above came a piercing scream. The doctor had a face like an owl, and he bent over me, making funny clucking noises with his tongue. "There we are," he said, when he saw my eyes open. "Not bad at all." "What's good about it?" I said. "Young man, you fell 6 stories, and all you have is a broken leg and assorted bruises. You ask me what's good about it?" "You wouldn't understand," I said. "Beat it." Stella's scream still rang in my ears. I twisted and felt the heavy cast on my left leg. My mood merged and blended with the dull grey of the hospital room. A nurse came tiptoeing in and smiled blandly when she saw that I was awake. "You have some visitors," she said. "Do you want to see them?" I knew it was the captain. I hated to face him, but I said, "Let's get it over with." The captain loomed in the doorway, backed away, and came in again. And ahead of him walked Stella. A different Stella, face pale and distorted, eyes registering shock and grief, but alive, but very much alive. I started to get up, and the nurse placed a firm hand on each shoulder and held me to the bed. "Not so fast, sonny boy," she said. Captain Marks moved up a chair for Stella. "Jim," she said. Her voice broke. "I'll tell him," the captain said. "It seems that Miss Emerson has a sister living in Boston. She didn't know anything about our problem, and she came down this evening for a visit. She had a key to Miss Emerson's apartment, and she walked in just at the right time to play a leading role in Cronus's drama." "Was she—" "No. Thankfully, no. Her condition is serious, but she'll be all right again. The knife missed a vital spot by a fraction." I relaxed. "What happened to Gregory?" "He tried to go out the way he came in. There wasn't any tree to break his fall. And one other thing. I have an urgent message for you from Walker." I glanced at the slip of paper. "Jim, for God's sake, stay out of air cars." "Cronus showed us your fall half an hour before it happened. From our angle, it looked as if you fell out of the air cab that was hovering over the building. Sometime in the next 24 hours, Walker calculated, but we couldn't reach you." "It wouldn't have made any difference," I said. "You know yourself." "Yes," he said, "I know." His voice rambled on while my eyes met Stella's. "So Cronus can show us the future," I heard him say, "but he can't change it, and neither can we." "Cronus changed I said, looking at Stella. The captain took the hint and left. 5 minutes later the phone rang, and I reached around Stella to answer it. It was Walker, and Stella held her face close to mine and listened. "Just called to offer my congratulations," Walker said. "Congratulations for what?" "For your wedding. Cronus just spotted it." I swore, but I kept it under my breath. "I haven't even asked the girl," I said, "and don't tell me I'm wearing that stupid armband at my wedding, because I'm not." "No, you're on crutches, but the captain is standing up with you and he's wearing his." "All right," I said. "When is this glad event going to take place?" 4 to 8 days. I slammed down the receiver and kissed Stella's blushing face. "Cronus says we're getting married in 4 to 8 days, and this is one time that monstrosity's going to be wrong. We'll get married tomorrow." "All right, Jim, if you want to, but—" "But what?" "This is May 28th, and I want to be a June bride." We were married 5 days later, and we went to Arizona for our honeymoon. I'd done some checking, and I knew that Arizona was well outside Cronus's range. End of Cronus of the DFC by Lloyd Biggle Jr. Recording by Barry Howarth, Brisbane, Australia.
And as a World by F.L. Wallace. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Prophets aplenty foretold the end, but not one ever guessed just how it would come about. And as a World by F.L. Wallace. Every paper said so in all the languages there were, I guess. I kept reading them, but didn't know what to believe. I know what I wanted to think, but that's different from actually knowing. There was the usual news just after Labor Day. The Dodgers were winning, or losing, I forgot which, and UCLA was strong and was going to beat everybody they met that fall. An H-bomb had been tested in the Pacific, blowing another island off the map, just as if we had islands to spare. Originally, this was important, but now it wasn't. They put stuff like this in the back pages, and hardly anybody reads it. There was only one thing on the front pages, and it was all people talked about. All I talked about anyway. It began long before. I don't know how long because they didn't print that. But it began, and there it was, right upon us that day. It was Saturday. Big things always seem to happen on Saturdays. I ate breakfast and got out early. I had the usual things to do, mowing the lawn, for instance. I didn't do it, nor anything else, and nobody said anything. There wasn't any use in mowing the lawn on a day like that. I went out, remembering not to slam the door. It wasn't much, but it showed thoughtfulness. I went past the church and looked at the sign that was set diagonally at the corner so that it could be read from both streets. There it was in big letters, quoting from the papers. "This is the day the world ends." Some smart reporter had thought it up, and it seemed so true that that was the only way it was ever said. Me? I don't know. It was a bright day. People were out walking or just standing and looking at the sky. It was too early to look up. I went on. Paul Eberhard was sitting on the lawn when I came along. He tossed me the football and I caught it and tried to spin it on my finger. It didn't spin. It fell and flopped out with crazy bounces into the street. The milk truck stopped while I got it out of the way. I tossed the football back to Paul. He put his hands on it and sat there. "What'll we do?" he asked. I made a motion with my hands. "We can throw the ball around," I said. "Nah," he said. "Maybe you've got some comic books?" I've seen them all, I said. You got some? I gave them to Howie, he said, thoughtfully screwing the point of the ball into the center of a dandelion. He said he was going to get some new ones, though. Let's go see. He got up and tossed the ball toward the porch. It hit the railing and bounced back into the bushes. That's where he usually kept it. Paul, called his mother as we started out. Yeah? Don't go too far. I've got some things I want you to do. What? He said patiently. Hauling trash out of the basement, helping me move some of the potted plants around in front. Sure, he said. I'll be back. We went past another church on the way to Howie's. The sign was the same there. This is the day the world ends. They never said more than that. They wanted it to hang in our minds, something we couldn't quite touch, but we knew was there. Paul jerked his head at the sign. What do you think of it? I don't know. I broke off a twig as we passed a tree. What about you? We've got it coming, he said, looking at the sky. Yeah, but will we get it? He didn't answer that. I wonder if it'll be bright. It is now. It might cloud over. It won't matter. It'll split the sky. That was one thing sure. Clouds or anything weren't going to stand in the way. We went on and found Howie. Howie is a Negro, smaller than we are and twice as fast. He can throw a football farther and straighter than anyone else on the team. We pal around quite a bit, especially in football season. He came out of the house like he was walking on whipped cream. I didn't let that fool me. More than once I've tried to tackle him during a practice game. Howie was carrying a model of a rocket ship, CO2 powered. It didn't work. We said hi all around, and then he suggested a game of keep away. We'd left the football at Paul's, and we couldn't, so we walked over to the park. We sat down and began to talk about it. I'm wondering if it will really come, said Paul. We all squinted up. Where'll the president watch it from? I said. He should have a good view from the White House. No better than us right here, said Howie. What about Australia? Will they see it there? I said. They'll see it all over. Africa, too? What about the Eskimos? It doesn't matter whether they actually see it or not. It will come to everyone at the same time. I didn't see how it could, but I didn't feel like an argument. That's what they were saying on TV. You can't talk back to that. Everybody knows, said Howie, not just in this town, but all over. Wherever there are people, even where they're not. You read that? Said Paul. Sure, said Howie. You lent me the comic books. It's even in them. We didn't say much after that. I kept thinking of the man who made the H-bomb. I bet he felt silly and spiteful, blowing up an island. Somebody might have wanted to live on it, if he'd just left it there. He must have felt mean and low when something really big like this came along. We talked on for a while, but we'd talked it out long ago. There was really nothing new we could say. Every so often we looked up at the sky, but it wasn't going to come until it got here. Finally, we drifted apart. There wasn't anything left to do. We walked home with Howie, and then I went with Paul, leaving him to come back to my house. I looked at the lawn and without thinking about it, got busy and mowed it. I surprised myself. It was hot, or it seemed to me it was. I went in to eat. Ma came by and shut off the sound of the TV. I could still see the pictures in the other room. The announcer was making faces, but of course I didn't hear what he said. He looked pretty funny, I thought. I thought we were all pretty funny, moving our mouths and blinking our eyes and waving our hands. Only nothing was really coming out. Not yet, anyway. Sit still, said Ma. It will happen without your help. It's going to be all right. Think so? I said. She would have told me anything to keep me quiet. She gets nervous when I fidget. I think so, she said, giving me my allowance. It was early for that. Usually I didn't get it until after supper. Why don't you run uptown and watch it from there? Maybe I will, I said, dabbling my hands into the water at the sink. Are you going to go? Of course I'm not. Why should I get into that mob? I can watch it just as well from here. Sure she could, but it was not the same. Everybody I knew was going to be there. I changed shirts before I left. I took a rag and wiped the dust from my shoes. I wasn't trying to be fussy or dressed up or anything. I just thought I should do it. There was shade and sun on the streets, and a few big clouds in the sky. A car slowed up and stopped beside me. The window rolled down, and Jack Goodwin leaned toward me. Going uptown? Yeah. Want a lift? Sure. Actually, I didn't. I'd rather have walked, looking around as I went. Jack Goodwin grinned as I got in. He's got gray hair, where he has hair. The rest is bald. He looked me over. I don't see any commutes on your shoulders, he said gravely. I never had any, I said. Some people seem to think everybody under 17 was a kid. You'll be needing them, he said. Maybe, I said. I ought to have walked. I never knew how slow a day could pass. I suppose I should have slept late and kept busy doing something. This was worse than putting on a uniform and waiting until game time. At least there was a coach on the field to tell you what to do as you ran through the drills. Jack Goodwin stopped at a light. I had a notion to get out, but I didn't. Goodwin grinned again as the light changed and we started up. I don't blame you for being edgy, he said. It's the suspense. If we only had some way of knowing for sure. Radio, maybe. There's no radio, I said. The calculations have been checked. Sure, but maybe there's something we forgot. Oh, don't worry. All sorts of things can go wrong. He must have talked on, but I didn't listen. Howie and me and Paul had gone over everything he was saying. Thanks, I said as he stopped and I got out. Don't mention it, he said. He nearly scraped the rear fender of the car as he drove off. It was a new car, too. He wasn't so bad. Maybe he was just worried. I wandered to the newsstand and looked at the magazines and pocketbooks. Old Lady Simpson didn't ask me if I was going to buy and didn't chase me away. She was busy arguing with some customers. Even so, it was the first time she didn't pay attention to me when I came in. I had a good chance to look at things I never buy. There was nothing in them I wanted to see. I was thirsty. I had a Coke and was still thirsty. I asked for a glass of water, drank half of it, and went out. Down the street there was a TV set in a store window. I watched it. They were showing the street in India, people looking up. They flashed all around, to Italy, China, Brazil. Except for their clothes, there wasn't much difference from here. They were all looking up. I did the same. For the first time I noticed there was a slight overcast. Big, billowing clouds had passed, but this was worse. I hoped it would clear away in time. Not that it really mattered. It was more crowded than usual for Saturday, but at the same time it was quiet. People were shopping, but they weren't really buying much, or else they bought it fast. Nobody wanted to miss it. They all seemed to have one eye on their lists and another on the clock. Howie and Paul came up the street, and we nodded and said something. A few other boys from the school passed by, and we stopped. We gathered together. It was getting closer, and the space between the minutes was growing longer and longer. I looked at Paul's watch. He said it was on the minute. I decided there was time to go in and get a candy bar. All of a sudden I was hungry. I didn't know where it came from. I had stuffed down lunch not long ago, and now I was hungry. I went to a store and had to fight my way in. People were coming out. Not just customers, but the clerks and owner, too. There was a big television screen inside, but nobody wanted to see it on that. They wanted to be outside where it would happen to them. Not just see it. Have it happen. The store was empty. Not closed. Empty. I turned and rushed out to join the others. I couldn't miss it. There were still minutes to go, but suppose there had been a miscalculation. I knew what that would mean, but even so, I had to be there. I would almost die, too. Now we were all looking up. All over the world people were, I suppose. It was quiet. You could hear them breathing. And then it came, a flash across the sky, a silver streak, the biggest vapor trail that ever was. It went from this side to that side in no time. It split the sky and was gone before the shock blast hit us. Nobody said anything. We stood there and shivered and straightened up after the rumbling sound passed. But there was a vapor trail that stretched further than anyone could see. It would go around the world at least once before it came to an end somewhere in the desert. I saw my science teacher. He was trying to smile, but couldn't. And then there was the pharmacist, who had wanted to be a research chemist, but wasn't good enough. In front of me, old Fred Butler, who drives the bus to Orange Point and King City, cracked his knuckles. "He did it," he whispered. "All the way to Mars and back. Safe and right on schedule." He jumped up in the air and kept jumping up. He hadn't been that high off the ground in several years. He never would again unless he took an elevator. And I knew he hated elevators. Factory whistles started blowing. They sounded louder than Gabriel. I wonder if he heard them. I grabbed hold of the nearest person and started hugging. I didn't know it was the snooty girl from the next block until she hugged back and began kissing me. We yelled louder than the factory whistles. We had a right. It was just like the paper said. This was the day the world ended, and the universe began. The end of End as a World by F.L. Wallace. Untechnological Employment by E. M. Clinton, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The reaction would not have been so deeply bitter if only it hadn't worked. Untechnological Employment by E. M. Clinton, Jr. TWX White House to Colonel K. A. Brown, Commander, Pacific Spaceport. Congress pressure high. Investigation imminent. Must have full information why moon launches behind schedule. TWX Colonel K. A. Brown to White House. Unseasonably constant bad weather prevents launching for past 3 weeks. TWX White House to Brown, PSP. What kind of bad weather? TWX Colonel K. A. Brown to White House. Fog. TWX White House to Brown, PSP. Congress pressure greater. Bad publicity involved. Russians are launching on schedule. Why can't we? Something must be done. TWX Colonel K. A. Brown to White House. Still fogged in. TWX White House to Brown, PSP. Chairman Senate Space Committee says fly this week or he will investigate. TWX K. A. Brown to White House. Sir, investigate. TWX White House to Colonel A. A. Newman, Commander Pacific Spaceport. Expect you to act immediately solving previous administration problems. Relaunches. TWX Colonel A. A. Newman to White House. Pleased to advise fog remains. Was clear for 13 minutes this AM. Please instruct. TWX White House to Newman, PSP. Senate Space Committee under Senator Harry Washwater, Arizona, due Pacific Spaceport this Friday. TWX Colonel A. A. Newman to White House. Advise you this office regards Washwater's suggestion as not acceptable. TWX White House to Newman, PSP. In confidence, advise ancillary political considerations make it desirable you reevaluate washwater recommendation. TWX Colonel A. Newman to White House. In confidence, ask what possible political considerations can apply here. TWX White House to Newman, PSP. In confidence, high unemployment rate Native Americans in Washwater constituency. TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar, Acting Commander Pacific Spaceport to White House. Advise you Colonel Newman's death established as suicide. TWX White House to DeWar, PSP. Regrets officially from this office. Now suggest reevaluation of washwater recommendation. How is the weather? TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar to White House. Reevaluating. Weather still unspeakably bad. Was this place evaluated for weather before spaceport facilities built? TWX White House to DeWar, PSP. Official position is change in Japanese currency. Anxious for your decision on washwater recommendation. TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar to White House. Respectfully defer decision to your office. TWX White House to DeWar, PSP. Emergency forces on way to Arizona this AM, per this office decision to follow washwater recommendation. Please keep hourly information coming to this office. TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar to White House. Dancing began at 0420 PST. Every assistance being extended by this base. TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar to White House. Dancing still in progress. Chief Blue Sky declares repertory of sun dances far from exhausted. TWX Colonel B. M. DeWar to White House. Countdown completed. Launching successful. Visibility unlimited. Weather control personnel asking for overtime. Please advise and accept my resignation. The end of Untechnological Employment by E. M. Clinton, Jr.
The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hampered as she was by the child in her arms, the woman was running less fleetly now. A wave of exultation swept over Guldran, drowning out the uneasy feeling of guilt at disobeying orders. The instructions were mandatory and concise. No capture must be attempted individually. In the event of sighting any form of human life, the ship must be notified immediately. All small craft must be back at the landing space not later than 1 hour before takeoff. Anyone not so reporting will be presumed lost. Guldran thought uneasily of the great seas of snow and ice sweeping inexorably toward each other since the Earth had reversed on its axis in the great catastrophe a millennium ago. Now, summer and winter alike brought paralyzing gales and blizzards, heralded by the sleety snow in which the woman's skin-clad feet had left the tracks which led to discovery. His trained anthropologist's mind speculated avidly over the little they had gotten from the younger of the two men found nearly a week before, nearly frozen and half-starved. The older man had succumbed almost at once. The other, in the most primitive sign language, had indicated that, of several humans living in caves to the west, only he and the other had survived to flee some mysterious terror. Guldran felt a throb of pity for the woman and her child, left behind by the men, no doubt, as a hindrance. But what a stroke of fortune that there should be left a male and female of the race to carry the seed of terror to another planet, and what a triumph if he, Guldran, should be the one to return at the 11th hour with the prize. No need of calling for help. This was no armed war party, but the most defenceless being in the universe, a mother burdened with a child. Guldran put on another burst of speed. His previous shouts had served only to spur the woman to greater efforts. Surely there was some magic word that had survived even the centuries of illiteracy, something equivalent to the bread and salt of all illiterate peoples. Cupping his hands to his mouth, he shouted, "Food! Food!" Ahead of him the woman turned her head, leapt lightly in mid-stride, and went on, slowing a little but still running doggedly. Galdrin's pulse leaped. He yelled again, "Food!" The instant that his foot touched the yielding surface of the trap, he knew that he had met defeat. As his body crashed down on the fire-sharpened stakes, he knew, too, the terror from which the last men of the human race had fled. Above him the woman looked down, her teeth gleaming wolfishly. She pointed down into the pit, spoke exultantly to the child. "Food," said the last woman on earth. End of The Last Supper by T.D. Ham. Recording by Wynne Stewart.
Keep Out by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. Keep Out by Frederick Brown. With no more room left on Earth and with Mars hanging up there empty of life, somebody hit on the plan of starting a colony on the red planet. It meant changing the habits and physical structure of the immigrants, but that worked out fine. In fact, every possible factor was covered, except one of the flaws of human nature. Daptine is the secret of it. Adaptine, they called it first. Then it got shortened to daptine. It let us adapt. They explained it all to us when we were 10 years old. I guess they thought we were too young to understand before then, although we knew a lot of it already. They told us just after we landed on Mars. "You're home, children," the head teacher told us after we had gone into the glassite dome they'd built for us there. And he told us there'd be a special lecture for us that evening, an important one that we must all attend. And that evening, he told us the whole story and the whys and wherefores. He stood up before us. He had to wear a heated spacesuit and helmet, of course, because the temperature in the dome was comfortable for us, but already freezing cold for him, and the air was already too thin for him to breathe. His voice came to us by radio from inside his helmet. "Children," he said, "you are home. This is Mars, the planet on which you will spend the rest of your lives. You are Martians, the first Martians. You have lived 5 years on Earth and another 5 in space. Now you will spend 10 years until you are adults in this dome, although toward the end of that time you will be allowed to spend increasingly long periods outdoors. Then you will go forth and make your own homes, live your own lives as Martians. You will intermarry and your children will breed true. They too will be Martians. It is time you were told the history of this great experiment of which each of you is a part." Then he told us. Man, he said, had first reached Mars in 1985. It had been uninhabited by intelligent life. There is plenty of planet life and a few varieties of non-flying insects, and he had found it, by terrestrial standards, uninhabitable. Man could survive on Mars only by living inside glassite domes and wearing spacesuits when he went outside of them. Except by day in the warmer seasons, it was too cold for him. The air was too thin for him to breathe, and long exposure to sunlight, less filtered of rays harmful to him than on Earth because of the lesser atmosphere, could kill him. The plants were chemically alien to him, and he could not eat them. He had to bring all his food from Earth or grow it in hydroponic tanks. For 50 years he had tried to colonize Mars, and all his efforts had failed. Besides this dome which had been built for us, there was only one other outpost, another glassite dome much smaller and less than a mile away. It had looked as though mankind could never spread to the other planets of the solar system besides Earth. For all of them, Mars was the least inhospitable. If he couldn't live here, there was no use even trying to colonize the others. And then in 2034, 30 years ago, a brilliant biochemist named Weymouth had discovered daptine, a miracle drug that worked not on animal or person to whom it was given, but on the progeny he conceived during a limited period of time after inoculation. It gave his progeny almost limitless adaptability to changing conditions, provided the changes were made gradually. Dr. Weymouth had inoculated and then mated a pair of guinea pigs. They had borne a litter of 5, and by placing each member of the litter under different and gradually changing conditions, he had obtained amazing results. When they attained maturity, one of those guinea pigs was living comfortably at a temperature of 40 below zero Fahrenheit. Another was quite happy at 150 above. A third was thriving on a diet that would have been deadly poison for an ordinary animal, and a fourth was contented under a constant X-ray bombardment that would have killed one of its parents within minutes. Subsequent experiments with many litters showed that animals who had been adapted to similar conditions bred true, and their progeny was conditioned from birth to live under those conditions. 10 years later, 10 years ago, the head teacher told us, you children were born of parents carefully selected from those who volunteered for the experiment. And from birth, you have been brought up under carefully controlled and gradually changing conditions. From the time you were born, the air you have breathed has been very gradually thinned and its oxygen content reduced. Your lungs have compensated by becoming much greater in capacity, which is why your chests are so much larger than those of your teachers and attendants. When you are fully mature and are breathing air like that of Mars, the difference will be even greater. Your bodies are growing fur to enable you to stand the increasing cold. You are comfortable now under conditions which would kill ordinary people quickly. Since you are 4 years old, your nurses and teachers have had to wear special protection to survive conditions that seem normal to you. In another 10 years, at maturity, you will be completely acclimated to Mars. Its air will be your air, its food plants your food. Its extremes of temperature will be easy for you to endure, and its median temperatures pleasant to you. Already, because of the 5 years we spent in space, under gradually decreased gravitational pull, the gravity of Mars seems normal to you. It will be your planet to live on and to populate. You are the children of Earth, but you are the first Martians. Of course, we had known a lot of those things already. The last year was the best. By then, the air inside the dome, except the pressurized parts where our teachers and attendants live, was almost like that outside, and we were allowed out for increasingly long periods. It is good to be in the open. The last few months they relaxed segregation of the sexes so we could begin choosing mates, although they told us there is to be no marriage until after the final day, after our full clearance. Choosing was not difficult in my case. I had made my choice long since, and I'd felt sure that she felt the same way. I was right. Tomorrow is the day of our freedom. Tomorrow we will be Martians, the Martians. Tomorrow we shall take over the planet. Some among us are impatient, have been impatient for weeks now, but wiser counsel prevailed and we are waiting. We have waited 20 years, and we can wait until the final day. And tomorrow is the final day. Tomorrow, at a signal, we will kill the teachers and the other Earthmen among us before we go forth. They do not suspect, so it will be easy. We have dissimulated for years now, and they do not know how we hate them. They do not know how disgusting and hideous we find them, with their ugly, misshapen bodies, so narrow-shouldered and tiny-chested, their weak, sibilant voices that need amplification to carry in our Martian air, and above all, their white, pasty, hairless skins. We shall kill them, and then we shall go and smash the other dome, so all the Earthmen there will die, too. If more Earthmen ever come to punish us, we can live and hide in the hills, where they'll never find us, and if they try to build more domes here, we'll smash them. We want no more to do with Earth. This is our planet, and we want no aliens. Keep off. End of Keep Out by Frederick Brown.
Resurrection by Robert J. Shea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. They had been cramped for space, him and his people. Obviously, this new age had solved the problem better. Resurrection by Robert J. Shea. "You're a fascinating person," the girl said. "I've never met anyone like you before. Tell me your story again. The man was short and stocky, with Asiatic features, and a long, stringy mustache. The whole story? He asked. It would take a lifetime to tell you. He stared out the window at the yellow sun and the red sun. He still hadn't got used to seeing two suns. But that was minor, really, when there were so many other things he had to get used to. A robot waiter, with long, thin metal tubes for arms and legs, glided over. When he'd first seen one of those, he'd thought it was a demon. He tried to smash it. They'd had trouble with him at first. They had trouble with me at first, he said. I can imagine, the girl said. How did they explain it to you? It was hard. They had to give me the whole history of medicine. It was years before I got over the notion that I was up in the everlasting blue sky, or under the earth, or something. He grinned at the girl. She was the first person he'd met since they gave him a job and gave him a home in a world uncountable light years from the one he'd been born on. When did you begin to understand? They simply taught all of history to me, including the part about myself. Then I began to get the picture. Funny, I wound up teaching them a lot of history. I bet you know a lot. I do, the man with the Asiatic features said modestly. Anyway, they finally got across to me that in the 22nd century, they had to explain the calendar to me, too. I used a different one in my day. They had learned how to grow new limbs on people who had lost arms and legs. This was the first real step, said the girl. It was a long time until they got to the second step, he said. They learned how to stimulate life and new growth in people who had already died. The next part is the thing I don't understand, the girl said. Well, said the man, as I get it, they found that any piece of matter that had been part of an organism retains a physical memory of the entire structure of the organism of which it was part, and that they could reconstruct that structure from a part of a person, if that was all there was left of him. From there it was just a matter of pushing the process back through time. They had to teach me a whole new language to explain that one. Isn't it wonderful that intergalactic travel gives us room to expand? Said the girl. I mean, now that every human being that ever lived has been brought back to life and will live forever? Same problem I had, me and my people, said the man. We were cramped for space. This age has solved it a lot better than I did, but they had to give me a whole psychological overhaul before I understood that. Tell me about your past life, said the girl, staring dreamily at him. Well, 6,000 years ago, I was born in the Gobi Desert on Earth, said Genghis Khan, sipping his drink. The end of Resurrection by Robert J. Shea.
Second Childhood by Clifford D. Seamack. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Liam Green. Second Childhood by Clifford Seamack. Achieving immortality is only half the problem. The other half is knowing how to live with it once it's been made possible, and inescapable. You did not die. There was no normal way to die. You lived as carelessly and as recklessly as you could, and you hoped that you would be lucky and be accidentally killed. You kept on living, and you got tired of living. God, how tired can a man get of living, Andrew Young said. John Riggs, chairman of the Immortality Commission, cleared his throat. You realize, he said to Andrew Young, that this petition is a highly irregular procedure to bring to our attention. He picked up the sheaf of papers off the table and ruffled through them rapidly. There is no precedent, he added. I had hoped, said Andrew Young, to establish precedent. Commissioner Stanford said, I must admit that you have made a good case, Ancestor Young, yet you must realize that this commission has no possible jurisdiction over the life of any person, except to see that everyone is assured of all the benefits of immortality, and to work out any kinks that may show up. I am well aware of that, answered Young. and it seems to me that my case is one of the kinks you mention." He stood silently, watching the faces of the members of the board. "They're afraid," he thought. "Every one of them, afraid of the day they will face the thing I am facing now. They have sought an answer, and there is no answer yet except the pitifully basic answer, the brutally fundamental answer that I have given them. My request is simple," he told them, calmly. "I have asked for permission to discontinue life. And since suicide has been made psychologically impossible, I have asked that this commission appoint a panel of next friends to make the necessary and somewhat distasteful arrangements to bring about the discontinuance of my life." "If we did," said Riggs, "we would destroy everything we have. There is no virtue in a life of only 5,000 years, no more than in a life of only 100 years. If man is to be immortal, he must be genuinely immortal. He cannot compromise. And yet," said Young, "my friends are gone." He gestured at the papers Riggs held in his hands. "I have listed them there," he said. "Their names and when and where and how they died. Take a look at them. More than 200 names. People of my own generation and of the generations closely following mine. Their names and the photocopies of their death certificates. Take a look at how they died," he said. "Every one involves accidental violence. Some of them drove their vehicles too fast, and, more than likely, very recklessly. One fell off a cliff when he reached down to pick a flower that was growing on its edge. A case of deliberately poor judgment to my mind. One got stinking drunk and took a bath, and passed out in the tub. He drowned." "Ancestor Young," Riggs said sharply, "you are surely not implying these folks were suicides." "No," Andrew Young said bitterly. "We abolished suicide 3,000 years ago, cleared it clean out of human minds. How could they have killed themselves?" Stanford said, peering up at Young, "I believe, sir, that you sat on the board that resolved that problem." Andrew Young nodded. "It was after the first wave of suicides. I remember it quite well. It took years of work. We had to change human perspective, shift certain facets of human nature. We had to condition human reasoning by education and propaganda and instill a new set of moral values. I think we did a good job. Perhaps too good a job. Today a man can no more think of deliberately committing suicide than he could think of overthrowing our government. The very idea, the very word is repulsive. Instinctively repulsive. You can come a long way, gentlemen, in 3,000 years. They didn't kill themselves," he said. "They did not commit suicide. They just didn't give a damn. They were tired of living, as I am tired of living. So they lived recklessly in every way. Perhaps there always was a secret hope that they would drown while drunk, or their car would hit a tree, or—" He straightened up and faced them. "Gentlemen," he said, "I am 5,786 years of age. I was born at Lancaster, Maine, on the planet Earth on September 21, 1968. I have served humankind well in those 57 centuries. My record is there for you to see. Boards, commissions, legislative posts, diplomatic commissions. No one can say that I have shirked my duty. I submit that I have paid any debt I owe humanity, even the well-intentioned debt for a chance at immortality." "We wish," said Riggs, "that you would reconsider." "I am a lonely man," replied Young. "A lonely man and tired. I have no friends. There is nothing any longer that holds my interest. It is my hope that I can make you see the desirability of assuming jurisdiction in cases such as mine. Someday you may find a solution to the problem, but until that time arrives, I ask you, in the name of mercy, to give us relief from life." "The problem as we see it," said Riggs, is to find some way to wipe out mental perspective. When a man lives as you have, sir, for 50 centuries, he has too long a memory. The memories add up to the disadvantage of present realities and prospects for the future. I know, said Young. I remember we used to talk about that in the early days. It was one of the problems which was recognized when immortality first became practical. But we always thought that memory would erase itself, that the brain could accommodate only so many memories, and that when it got full up, it would dump the old ones. It hasn't worked that way. He made a savage gesture. Gentlemen, I can recall my childhood much more vividly than I recall anything that happened yesterday. Memories are buried, said Riggs. And in the old days, when men lived no longer than 100 years at most, it was thought those buried memories were forgotten. Life, man told himself, is a process of forgetting. So man wasn't too worried over memories when he became immortal. He thought he would forget them. We should have known, argued Young. I can remember my father, and I remember him much more intimately than I will remember you gentlemen once I leave this room. I can remember my father telling me that in his later years he could recall things which happened in his childhood that had been forgotten all his younger years, and that alone should have tipped us off. The brain buries only the newer memories deeply. They are not available. They do not rise to bother one because they are not sorted or oriented or correlated or whatever it is that the brain may do with them. But once they are all nicely docketed and filed, they pop up in an instant. Riggs nodded agreement. There is a lag of a good many years in the brain's bookkeeping. We will overcome it in time. We have tried, said Stanford. We have tried conditioning, the same solution that worked with suicides. But in this, it didn't work. For a man's life is built upon his memories. There are certain basic memories that must remain intact. With the conditioning, you couldn't be selective. You could not keep the structural memories and the winnow out of the trash. It didn't work that way. There was one machine that worked, Riggs put in. It got rid of memories. I don't understand exactly how it worked, but it did the job all right. It did too good a job. It swept the mind as clean as an empty room. It didn't leave a thing. It took all memories and it left no capacity to build a new set. A man went in a human being and came out a vegetable. Suspended animation, said Stanford, would be a solution if we had suspended animation. Simply stack a man away until we found the answer, then revive and recondition him. But that, as it may, Young told them, I should like your most earnest consideration of my petition. I do not feel quite equal to waiting until you have the answer solved. Riggs said harshly, You are asking us to legalize death. Young nodded. If you wish to phrase it that way, I'm asking for it in the name of common decency. Commissioner Stanford said, We can ill afford to lose you, ancestor. Young sighed. There is that damned attitude again. Immortality pays all debts. When a man is made immortal, he has received full compensation for everything that he may endure. I have lived longer than any man could be expected to live, and still I am denied the dignity of old age. A man's desires are few and quickly sated, and yet he is expected to continue living with desires burned up and blown away to ash. He gets to a point where nothing has a value, even to the point where his own personal values are no more than shadows. Gentlemen, there was a time when I could not have committed murder. Literally could not have forced myself to kill another man. But today, I could. Without a second thought. Disillusion and cynicism have crept in upon me, and I have no conscience. There are compensations, Riggs said. Your family, if they get in my hair, said Young disgustedly. Thousands upon thousands of young squirts calling me grandsire and ancestor and coming to me for advice they practically never follow. I don't know even a fraction of them, and I listen to them carefully. Explain a relationship so tangled and trivial that it makes me yawn in their faces. It's all new to them and so old, so damned and damnably old to me. Ancestor Young, said Stanford, you have seen man spread out from Earth to distant stellar systems. You have seen the human race expand from one planet to several thousand planets. You have had a part in this. Is there not some satisfaction? You're talking in abstracts, Young cut in. What I am concerned about is myself, a certain specific mass of protoplasm shaped in biped form and tagged by the designation, ironic as it may seem, of Andrew Young. I have been unselfish all my life. I've asked little for myself. Now I am being utterly and entirely selfish, and I ask that this matter be regarded as a personal problem rather than as a racial abstraction. Whether you'll admit it or not, said Stanford, it is more than a personal problem. It is a problem which someday must be solved for the salvation of the race. That is what I'm trying to impress upon you, Young snapped. It is a problem that you must face. Someday you will solve it. But until you do, you must make provisions for those who face the unsolved problem. Wait a while, counselled Chairman Riggs. Who knows? Today, tomorrow, or 1,000,000 years from now, Young told him bitterly and left. A tall, vigorous-looking man whose step was swift in anger when normally it was slow with weariness and despair. There was yet a chance, of course, but there was little hope. How can a man go back almost 6,000 years and snare a thing he never understood? And yet Andrew Young remembered it as clearly as if it had been a thing that had happened in the morning of this very day. It was a shining thing, a bright thing, a happiness that was brand new and fresh as a bluebird's wing of an April morning, or a shy woods flower after sudden rain. He had been a boy, and he had seen the bluebird, and he had no words to say the thing he felt, but he had held up his tiny fingers and pointed and shaped his lips to coo. Once, he thought, I had it in my very fingers, and I did not have the experience to know what it was, nor the value of it, and now I know the value, but it has escaped me. It escaped me on the day that I began to think like a human being. The first adult thought pushed it just a little, and the next one pushed it farther, and finally it was gone entirely, and I didn't even know that it had gone. He sat in the chair on the flagstone patio and felt the sun upon him, filtering through the branches of trees, misty with the breaking leaves of spring. Something else, thought Andrew Young. Something that was not human, yet a tiny animal that had many ways to choose, many roads to walk, and of course I chose the wrong way. I chose the human way. But there was another way. I know there must have been. A fairy way, or a brownie way, or maybe even a pixie. That sounds foolish and childish now. But it wasn't always. I chose the human way because I was guided into it. I was pushed and shoved like a herded sheep. I grew up and I lost the thing I held. He sat and made his mind go hard. and tried to analyze what it was he sought. And there was no name for it, except happiness. And happiness was a state of being, not a thing to regain and grasp. But he could remember how it felt. With his eyes open in the present, he could remember the brightness of the day of the past, the clean-washed goodness of it, the wonder of the colours that were more brilliant than he ever since had seen, as if it were the first second after creation, and the world was still shiningly new. It was that new, of course. It would be that new to a child. But that didn't explain it all. It didn't explain the bottomless capacity for seeing and knowing and believing in the beauty and the goodness of a clean new world. It didn't explain the almost non-human elation of knowing that there were colours to see and scents to smell and soft green grass to touch. "I'm insane," Andrew Young said to himself. Insane or going insane. But if insanity will take me back to an understanding of the strange perception I had when I was a child and lost, I'll take insanity. He was crouching in a corner of a garden, and the leaves were drifting down from the walnut trees like a rain of saffron gold. He lifted one of the leaves, and it slipped from his fingers, for his hands were chubby still, and not too sure in grasping. But he tried again, and he clutched it by the stem in one stubby fist, and he saw that it was not just a blob of yellowness, but delicate, with many little veins. When he held it so that the sun struck it, he imagined that he could almost see through it. The gold was spun so fine. He crouched with the leaf clutched tightly in his hand, and for a moment there was a silence that held him motionless. Then he heard the frost-loosened leaves pattering all around him, pattering as they fell, talking in little whispers as they sailed down through the air and found themselves abed with their golden fellows. In that moment, he knew that he was one with the leaves and the whispers that they made, one with the gold and the autumn sunshine and the far-blue mist upon the hill above the apple orchard. A foot crunched stone behind him, and his eyes came open, and the golden leaves were gone. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you, ancestor," said the man. I had an appointment for this hour, but I would not have disturbed you if I had known." Young stared at him reproachfully, without answering. "I am kin," the man told him. "I wouldn't doubt it," said Andrew Young. "The galaxy is cluttered up with descendants of mine." The man was very humble. "Of course, you must resent us sometimes, but we are proud of you, sir. I might almost say that we revere you. No other family..." I know," interrupted Andrew Young. "No other family has any fossil quite so old as I am, nor as wise," said the man. Andrew Young snorted. "Cut out that nonsense. Let's hear what you have to say and get it over with." The technician was harassed and worried and very frankly puzzled. But he stayed respectful, for one always was respectful to an ancestor, whoever he might be. Today there were mighty few left who had been born into a mortal world. Not that Andrew Young looked old. He looked like all adults, a fine figure of a person in the early 20s. The technician shifted uneasily. "But, sir, this teddy bear," said Young. Yes, of course. An extinct terrestrial subspecies of animal? It's a toy," Young told him. "A very ancient toy. All children used to have them 5,000 years ago. They took them to bed." The technician shuddered. "A deplorable custom. Primitive." "Depends on the viewpoint," said Young. "I've slept with them many a time. There's a world of comfort in one, I can personally assure you." The technician saw that it was no use to argue. He might as well fabricate the thing and get it over with. "I can build you a fine model, sir," he said, trying to work up some enthusiasm. "I'll build in a response mechanism so that it can give simple answers to certain keyed questions, and of course I'll fix it so it'll walk, either on 2 legs or 4. "No," said Andrew Young. The technician looked surprised and hurt. "No?" "No," repeated Andrew Young. "I don't want it fancied up. I wanted a simple lump of make-believe. No wonder the children of today have no imagination. Modern toys entertain them with a bag of tricks that leave the young'uns no room for imagination. They couldn't possibly think up on their own all the screwy things these new toys could do. Built-in responses and implied consciousness and all such mechanical trivia." "You just want stuffed fabric," said the technician, "with jointed arms and legs." "Precisely," agreed Young. "You're sure you want fabric, sir? I could do a neater job in plastics." "Fabric," Young insisted firmly. "And it must be scratchy." "Scratchy, sir?" "Sure. You know, bristly, so it scratches you when you rub your face against it. But no one in his right mind would want to rub his face." "I would," said Andrew Young. "I fully intend to do so." "As you wish, sir," the technician answered, beaten now. "When you get it done," said Young, "I have some other things in mind." "Other things?" The technician looked wildly about, as if seeking some escape. "A high chair," said Young, "and a crib, and a woolly dog, and buttons." "Buttons?" asked the technician. "What are buttons?" "I'll explain it all to you," Young told him airily. "It all is very simple." It seemed, when Andrew Young came into the room, that Riggs and Stanford had been expecting him, had known that he was coming, and had been waiting for him. He wasted no time on preliminaries or formalities. "They know," he told himself. "They know, or they have guessed. They will be watching me. Ever since I brought in my petition, they have been watching me, wondering what I would be thinking, trying to puzzle out what I might do next. They know every move I've made. They know about the toys and the furniture and all the other things, and I don't need to tell them what I plan to do. I need some help," he said, and they nodded soberly, as if they had guessed he needed help. "I want to build a house," he said. "A big house, much larger than the usual house." Riggs said, "We'll draw the plans for you. Do anything else that you—" "A house," Young went on, "about 4 or 5 times as big as the ordinary house. 4 or 5 times normal scale, I mean. Doors 25 to 30 feet high, and everything else in proportion. Neighbours or privacy?" "Privacy," said Young. "We'll take care of it," promised Riggs. "Leave the matter of the house to us." Young stood for a long moment, looking at the two of them. Then he said, "I thank you, gentlemen. I thank you for your helpfulness and your understanding. But most of all, I thank you for not asking any questions." He turned slowly and walked out of the room, and they sat in silence for minutes after he was gone. Finally, Stanford offered a deduction. "It will have to be a place that a boy would like. Woods to run in, and a little stream to fish in, and a field where he can fly his kites. What else could it be?" "He's been ordering our children's furniture and toys," Riggs agreed. "Stuff from 5,000 years ago. The kind of things he used when he was a child, but scaled to adult size." "Now," said Stanford, "he wants a house built to the same proportions. A house that will make him think or help him believe that he is a child." "But will it work, Riggs? His body will not change. He cannot make it change. It will only be in his mind." "Illusion," declared Riggs. "The illusion of bigness in relation to himself. To a child creeping on the floor, a door is 25 to 30 feet high, relatively. Of course, the child doesn't know that, but Andrew Young does. I don't see how he'll overcome that. At first, suggested Stanford, he will know that it's illusion, but after a time, isn't there a possibility that it will become reality so far as he's concerned? That's why he needs our help, so that the help will not be firmly planted in his memory as a thing that's merely out of proportion, so that it will slide from illusion into reality without too great a strain. We must keep our mouths shut. Riggs nodded soberly. There must be no interference. It's a thing he must do himself, entirely by himself. Our help with the house must be the help of an unseen, silent agency. Like brownies. I think that was the term he used. We must help and never be seen. Intrusion by anyone would introduce a jarring note and would destroy illusion, and that is all he has to work on. Illusion. Pure and simple. Others have tried, objected Stanford, pessimistic again. Many others. With gadgets and machines, none has tried it, said Riggs. With the power of mind alone, with the sheer determination to wipe out 5,000 years of memory. That will be his stumbling block, said Stanford. The old dead memories are the things he has to beat. He has to get rid of them, not just bury them, but get rid of them for good and all, forever. He must do more than that, said Riggs. He must replace his memories with the outlook he had when he was a child. His mind must be washed out, refreshed, wiped clean and shining and made new again, ready to live another 5,000 years. The two men sat and looked at one another, and in each other's eyes they saw a single thought. The day would come when they too, each of them alone, would face the problem Andrew Young faced. We must help, said Riggs, in every way we can, and we must keep watch, and we must be ready. But Andrew Young cannot know that we are helping or that we are watching him. We must anticipate the materials and tools and aids that he may need. Stanford started to speak, then hesitated, as if seeking in his mind for the proper words. Yes, said Riggs. What is it? Later on, Stanford managed to say. Much later on. Toward the very end, there is a certain factor that we must supply. The one thing that he will need the most, and the one thing that he cannot think about, even in advance. All the rest can be stage setting, and he can still go on towards the time when it becomes reality. All the rest may be make-believe, but one thing must come as genuine or the entire effort will collapse in failure. Riggs nodded. Of course. That's something we'll have to work out carefully. If we can, Stanford said. The yellow button over here, and the red one over there, and the green one doesn't fit, so I'll throw it on the floor, and just for the fun of it, I'll put the pink one in my mouth. Someone will find me with it, and they'll raise a ruckus because they will be afraid that I'll swallow it. Ag! Said Andrew Young, and he swallowed the button. He sat stiff and straight in the towering high chair, and then, in a fury, swept the oversized muffin tin and its freight of buttons crashing to the floor. For a second, he felt like weeping in utter frustration, and then a sense of shame crept in on him. Big baby, he said to himself. Crazy to be sitting in an overgrown high chair, playing with buttons and mouthing baby talk and trying to force a mind conditioned by 5,000 years of life into the channels of an infant's thoughts. Carefully, he disengaged the tray and slid it out, cautiously shinnied down the 12-foot high chair. The room engulfed him, the ceiling towering far above him. The neighbours, he told himself, no doubt thought him crazy, although none of them had said so. Come to think of it, he had not seen any of his neighbours for a long spell now. A suspicion came into his mind. Maybe they knew what he was doing. Maybe they were deliberately keeping out of his way in order not to embarrass him. That, of course, would be what they would do if they had realized what he was about. But he had expected that fellow, what's his name, at the commission. What's the name of that commission, anyhow? Well, anyway, he'd expected a fellow whose name he couldn't remember from a commission, the name of which he could not recall, to come snooping around, wondering what he might be up to, offering to help, spoiling the whole setup, everything he'd planned. I can't remember, he complained to himself. I can't remember the name of a man whose name I knew so short a time ago as yesterday, nor the name of a commission that I knew as well as I know my name. I'm getting forgetful. I'm getting downright childish. Childish? Childish! Childish and forgetful. Good Lord, thought Andrew Young. That's just the way I want it. On his hands and knees, he scrabbled about and picked up the buttons, put them in his pocket. Then, with the muffin tin underneath his arm, he shinnied up the high chair and, seating himself comfortably, sorted out the buttons in the pan. The green one over here in this compartment, and the yellow one, oops, there she goes onto the floor, and the red one in with the blue one, and this one, what's the colour of this one? Colour. What's that? What? It's almost time, said Stanford. And we're ready. As ready as we'll ever be. We'll move in when the time is right, but we can't move in too soon. Better to be a little late than a little early. We have all the things we need. Specialized diapers, and good Lord, exclaimed Riggs. It won't go that far, will it? It should, said Stanford. It should go even further to work right. He got lost yesterday. One of our men found him and led him home. He didn't have the slightest idea where he was, and he was getting pretty scared, and he cried a little. He chatted about birds and flowers, and he insisted that our man stay and play with him. Riggs chuckled softly. Did he? Oh, certainly. He came back worn to a frazzle. Food? Asked Riggs. How is he feeding himself? We see there's a supply of stuff, cookies and such wise left on a low shelf, where he can get at them. One of the robots cooks up some more substantial stuff on a regular schedule, and he leaves it where he can find it. We have to be careful. We can't mess around too much. We can't intrude on him. I have a feeling he's almost reached an actual turning point. We can't afford to upset things now that he's come this far. The androids ready? Just about, said Stanford. And the playmates? Ready. They were less of a problem. There's nothing more that we can do? Nothing, Stanford said. Just wait, that's all. Young has carried himself this far by sheer force of will alone. That will is gone now. He can't consciously force himself any further back. He is more child than adult now. He's built up a regressive momentum, and the only question is whether that momentum is sufficient to carry him all the way back to actual babyhood. It has to go back to that. Riggs looked unhappy, obviously thinking of his own future. You're only guessing, aren't you? All the way, or it simply is no good, Stanford said dogmatically. He has to get an absolutely fresh start. All the way, or nothing. And if he gets stuck halfway in between, half child, half man, what then? That's something I don't want to think about, Stanford said. He had lost his favourite teddy bear and gone to hunt it in the dusk that was filled with elusive fireflies and the hush of a world quieting down for the first time of sleep. The grass was drenched with dew, and he felt the cold wetness of it soaking through his shoes as he went from bush to hedge to flower bed, looking for the missing toy. It was necessary, he told himself, that he find the nice little bear, for it was the one that slept with him, and if he did not find it, he knew that it would spend a lonely and comfortless night. But at no time did he admit, even to his innermost thought, that it was he who needed the bear, and not the bear who needed him. A soaring bat swooped low, and for a horrified moment, catching sight of the zooming terror, a blob of darkness in the gathering dusk, he squatted low against the ground, huddling against the sudden fear that came out of the night. Sounds of fright bubbled in his throat, and now he saw the great dark garden as an unknown place, filled with lurking shadows that lay in wait for him. He stayed cowering against the ground, and tried to fight off the alien fear that growled from behind each bush and snarled in every darkened corner. But even as fear washed over him, there was one hidden corner of his mind that knew there was no need of fear. It was as if that one area of his brain still fought against the rest of him, as if that small section of cells might know that the bat was no more than a flying bat, and that the shadows in the garden were no more than absence of light. There was reason, he knew, why he should not be afraid, a good reason born of a certain knowledge he no longer had. And that he should have such knowledge seemed unbelievable, for he was scarcely 2 years old. He tried to say it. 2 years old. There was something wrong with his tongue, something the matter with the way he had to use his mouth, with the way his lips refused to shape the words he meant to say. He tried to define the words, tried to tell himself what he meant by 2 years old, and one moment it seemed that he knew the meaning of it, and then it escaped him. The bat came again, and he huddled close against the ground, shivering as he crouched. He lifted his eyes fearfully, darting glances here and there, and out of the corner of his eye he saw the looming house, and it was a place he knew as refuge. "House," he said, and the word was wrong. Not the word itself, but the way he said it. He ran on, trembling, unsure feet, and the great door loomed before him, with the latch too high to reach. But there was another way. A small swinging door built into the big door, the sort of door that is built for cats and dogs and sometimes little children. He darted through it and felt the sureness and the comfort of the house about him, the sureness and the comfort and the loneliness. He found his second-best teddy bear, and, picking it up, clutched it to his breast, sobbing into its scratchy back in pure relief from terror. There is something wrong, he thought, something dreadfully wrong. Something is as it should not be. It is not the garden or the darkened bushes or the swooping winged shape that came out of the night. It is something else, something missing, something that should be here and isn't. Clutching the teddy bear, he sat rigid and tried desperately to drive his mind back along the way that would tell him what was wrong. There was an answer. He was sure of that. There was an answer somewhere. At one time he had known it. At one time he had recognized the need he felt, and there had been no way to supply it. And now he couldn't even know the need. Could feel it, but he could not know it. He clutched the bear closer and huddled in the darkness, watching the moonbeam that came through a window high above his head and etched a square of floor in brightness. Fascinated, he watched the moonbeam, and all at once the terror faded. He dropped the bear and crawled on hands and knees, stalking the moonbeam, It did not try to get away, and he reached its edge and thrust his hands into it and laughed with glee when his hands were painted by the light coming through the window. He lifted his face and stared up at the blackness and saw the white globe of the moon looking at him, watching him. The moon seemed to wink at him, and he chortled joyfully. Behind him a door creaked open, and he turned clumsily around. Someone stood in the doorway, almost filling it, a beautiful person who smiled at him. Even in the darkness he could sense the sweetness of the smile, the glory of her golden hair. "Time to eat, Andy," said the woman. "Eat and get a bath, and then to bed." Andrew Young hopped joyfully on both feet, arms held out, happy and excited and contented. "Mummy!" he cried. "Mummy! Moon!" He swung about with a pointing finger, and the woman came swiftly across the floor, knelt and put her arms around him, held him close against her, his cheek against hers. He stared up at the moon, and it was a wondrous thing, a bright and golden thing, a wonder that was shining new and fresh. On the street outside, Stanford and Riggs stood looking up at the huge house that towered above the trees. "She's in there now," said Stanford. "Everything's quiet, so it must be all right." Riggs said, "He was crying in the garden. He ran in terror for the house. He stopped crying about the time she must have come in." Stanford nodded. "I was afraid we were putting it off too long, but I don't see now how we could have done it sooner. Any outside interference would have shattered the thing he tried to do. He had to really need her. Well, it's all right now. The timing was just about perfect." "You're sure, Stanford?" "Sure. Certainly I'm sure. We created the android and we trained her. We instilled a deep maternal sense into her personality. She knows what to do. She is almost human. She is as close as we could come to a human mother 18 feet tall. We don't know what Young's mother looked like, but chances are he doesn't either. Over the years, his memory has idealized her. That's what we did. We made an ideal mother." "If it only works," said Riggs. "It will work," said Stanford, confidently. "Despite the shortcomings we may discover by trial and error, it will work. He's been fighting himself all this time. Now he can quit fighting and shift responsibility. It's enough to get him over the final hump, to place him safely and securely in the second childhood that he had to have. Now he can curl up, contented. There is someone to look after him and think for him and take care of him. He'll probably go back just a little further, a little closer to the cradle, and that is good, for the further he goes, the more memories are erased." "And then?" asked Riggs worriedly. "Then he can proceed to grow up again." They stood watching, silently. In the enormous house, lights came on in the kitchen, and the windows gleamed with a homey brightness. I too, Stanford was thinking. Someday, I too. Young has pointed the way. He has blazed the path. He had shown us, all the other billions of us, here on Earth and all over the galaxy, the way it can be done. There will be others, and for them there will be more help. We'll know then how to do it better. Now, we have something to work on. Another 1,000 years or so, he thought, and I will go back too. Back to the cradle, and the dreams of childhood, and the safe security of a mother's arms. It didn't frighten him in the least. End of Second Childhood by Clifford D. Seamack. Recording by Liam Green.
The Man from Time by Frank Belknap Long. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andrew Kennedy. The Man from Time by Frank Belknap Long. Daring Moonson he was called. It was a proud name, a brave name, but what good was a name that rang out like a summons to battle if the man who bore it could not repeat it aloud without fear? Moonson had tried telling himself that a man could conquer fear if he could but once summon the courage to laugh at all the sins that ever were and do as he damned well pleased. An ancient phrase that, damned well. It went clear back to the Elizabethan age, and Moonson had tried picturing himself as an Elizabethan man with a ruffle at his throat and a rapier in his clasp, brawling lustily in a tavern. In the Elizabethan age, men had thrown caution to the winds and lived with their whole bodies, not just with their minds alone. Perhaps that was why, even in the year 3689, defiant names still cropped up. Names like Independence Forest and Man Live Forever. It was not easy for a man to live up to a name like Man Live Forever, but Moonson was ready to believe that it could be done. There was something in human nature which made a man abandon caution and try to live up to the claims made for him by his parents at birth. It must be bad, Moonson thought. It must be bad if I can't control the trembling of my hands, the pounding of the blood at my temples. I am like a child shut up alone in the dark, hearing rats scurrying in a closet thick with cobwebs and the tapping of a blind man's cane on a deserted street at midnight. Tap, 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 nearer and nearer through the darkness. How soon would the rats be swarming out, blood-fanged and wholly vicious? How soon would the cane strike? He looked up quickly, his eyes searching the shadows. For almost a month now, the gleaming intricacies of the machine had given him a complete sense of security. As a scholar traveling in time, he had been accepted by his fellow travelers as a man of great courage and firm determination. For 27 days, a smooth surface of shining metal had walled him in, enabling him to grapple with reality on a completely adult level. For 27 days he had gone pridefully back through time, taking creative delight in watching the heritage of the human race unroll before him like a cineramoscope under glass, watching a green land in the dying golden sunlight of an age lost to human memory could restore a man's strength of purpose by its serenity alone. But even an age of war and pestilence could be observed without torment from behind the protective shield of the time machine. Danger, accidents, catastrophe could not touch him personally. To watch death and destruction as a spectator in a traveling time observatory was like watching a cobra poised to strike from behind a pane of crystal bright glass in a zoological garden. You got a tremendous thrill in just thinking how dreadful if the glass should not be there. How lucky I am to be alive with a thing so deadly and monstrous within striking distance of me. For 27 days now he had traveled without fear. Sometimes the time observatory would pinpoint an age and hover over it while his companions took painstaking historical notes. Sometimes it would retrace its course and circle back. A new age would come under scrutiny, and more notes would be taken. But a horrible thing that had happened to him had awakened in him a lonely nightmare of restlessness. Childhood fears he had thought buried forever had returned to plague him, and he had developed a sudden, terrible dread of the fogginess outside the moving viewpane. The way the machine itself wheeled and dipped when an ancient rune came sweeping toward him. He had developed a fear of time. There was no escape from that time fear. The instant it came upon him, he lost all interest in historical research. 1069, 732, 2407, 1928. Every date terrified him. The Black Plague in London, the Great Fire, the Spanish Armada in flames off the coast of a bleak little island that would soon mold the destiny of half the world. How meaningless it all seemed in the shadow of his fear. Had the human race really advanced so much? Time had been conquered but no man was yet wise enough to heal himself if a stark, unreasoning fear took possession of his mind and heart, giving him no peace. Moonson lowered his eyes, saw that Rotella was watching him in the manner of a shy woman not wishing to break in too abruptly on the thoughts of a stranger. Deep within him, he knew that he had become a stranger to his own wife, and the realization sharply increased his torment. He stared down at her head against his knee, at her beautiful back and sleek dark hair. Violet eyes she had, not black as they seemed at first glance, but a deep, lustrous violet. He remembered suddenly that he was still a young man, with a young man's ardor surging strong in him. He bent swiftly, kissed her lips and eyes. As he did so, her arms tightened about him until he found himself wondering what he could have done to deserve such a woman. She had never seemed more precious to him, and for an instant he could feel his fear lessening a little. But it came back and was worse than before. It was like an old pain returning at an unexpected moment to chill a man with the sickening reminder that all joy must end. His decision to act was made quickly. The first step was the most difficult, but with a deliberate effort of will he accomplished it to his satisfaction. His secret thoughts he buried beneath a continuous mental preoccupation with the vain and the trivial. It was important to the success of his plan that his companions should suspect nothing. The second step was less difficult. The mental block remained firm, and he succeeded in carrying on actual preparations for his departure in complete secrecy. The third step was the final one, and it took him from a large compartment to a small one, from a high arching surface of metal to a maze of intricate control mechanisms in a space so narrow that he had to crouch to work with accuracy. Swiftly and competently his fingers moved over instruments of science which only a completely sane man would have known how to manipulate. It was an acid test of his sanity, and he knew as he worked that his reasoning faculties at least had suffered no impairment. Beneath his hands, the time observatory controls were solid shafts of metal. But suddenly, as he worked, he found himself thinking of them as fluid abstractions, each a milestone in man's long progress from the jungle to the stars. Time and space, mass and velocity. How incredible that it had taken centuries of patient technological research to master in a practical way the tremendous implications of Einstein's original postulate. Warp space with a rapidly moving object. Move away from the observer with the speed of light. And the whole of human history assumed the firm contours of a landscape in space. Time and space merged and became one, and a man in an intricately equipped time observatory could revisit the past as easily as he could travel across the great curve of the universe to the farthest planet of the farthest star. The controls were suddenly firm in his hands. He knew precisely what adjustments to make. The iris of the human eye dilates and contracts with every shift of illumination, and the time observatory had an iris too. That iris could be opened without endangering his companions in the least, if he took care to widen it just enough to accommodate only one sturdily built man of medium height. Sweat came out in great beads on his forehead as he worked. The light that came through the machine's iris was faint at first, the barest glimmer of white in deep darkness. But as he adjusted controls, the light grew brighter and brighter, beating in upon him until he was kneeling in a circle of radiance that dazzled his eyes and set his heart to pounding. I've lived too long with fear, he thought. I've lived like a man imprisoned, shut away from the sunlight. Now when freedom beckons, I must act quickly or I shall be powerless to act at all. He stood erect, took a slow step forward, his eyes squeezed shut. Another step, another, and suddenly he knew he was at the gateway to time's sure knowledge, in actual contact with the past, for his ears were now assailed by the high confusion of ancient sounds and voices. He left the time machine in a flying leap, one arm held before his face. He tried to keep his eyes covered as the ground seemed to rise to meet him, but he lurched in an agony of unbalance and opened his eyes to see the green surface beneath him flashing like a suddenly uncovered jewel. He remained on his feet just long enough to see his time observatory dim and vanish. Then his knees gave way and he collapsed with a despairing cry as the fear enveloped him. There were daisies in the field where he lay, his shoulders and naked chest pressed to the earth. A gentle wind stirred the grass, and the flute-like warble of a songbird was repeated close to his ear, over and over with a tireless persistence. Abruptly he sat up and stared about him. Running parallel to the field was a winding country road, and down it came a yellow and silver vehicle on wheels, its entire upper section encased in glass, which mirrored the autumnal landscape with a startling clearness. The vehicle halted directly in front of him, and a man with ruddy cheeks and snow-white hair leaned out to wave at him. "Good morning, mister," the man shouted. "Can I give you a lift into town?" Moonson rose unsteadily, alarm and suspicion in his stare. Very cautiously he lowered the mental barrier, and the man's thoughts impinged on his mind in bewildering confusion. "He's not a farmer, that's sure. Must have been swimming in the creek, but those bathing trunks he's wearing are out of this world. I wouldn't have the nerve to parade around in trunks like that even on a public beach. Probably an exhibitionist. But why should he wear 'em out here in the woods? No blondes or redheads to knock silly out here. He might have the courtesy to answer me. Well, if he doesn't want a lift into town, it's no concern of mine." Moonson stood watching the vehicle sweep away out of sight. Obviously he had angered the man by his silence, but he could answer only by shaking his head. He began to walk, pausing an instant in the middle of the bridge to stare down at a stream of water that rippled in the sunlight over moss-covered rocks. Tiny silver fish darted to and fro beneath a tumbling waterfall, and he felt calm and reassured by the sight. Shoulders erect now, he walked on. It was high noon when he reached the tavern. He went inside, saw men and women dancing in a dim light, and there was a huge rainbow-colored musical instrument by the door, which startled him by its resonance. The music was wild, weird, a little terrifying. He sat down at a table near the door and searched the minds of the dancers for a clue to the meaning of what he saw. The thoughts which came to him were startlingly primitive, direct, and sometimes meaningless to him. "Go easy, baby. Swing it. Sure, we're in the groove now. But you never can tell. I'll buy you an orchid, honey. Not roses, just one orchid. Black, like your hair. Ever see a black orchid, hon? They're rare, and they're expensive." "Oh, darl, hold me closer. The music goes round and round. It will always be like that with us, honey. Don't ever be a square. That's all I ask. Don't ever be a square. Cuddle up to me. Let yourself go. When you're dancing with one girl, you should never look at another. Don't you know that, Johnny?" "Sure, I know it, doll. But did I ever claim I wasn't human? Doll, baby, look all you want to. But if you ever dare..." Moonson found himself relaxing a little. Dancing in all ages was closely allied to love-making, but it was pursued here with a careless rapture which he found creatively stimulating. People came here not only to dance, but to eat, and the thoughts of the dancers implied that there was nothing stylized about a tavern. The ritual was a completely natural one. In Egyptian bas-reliefs, you saw the opposite in dancing. Every movement rigidly prescribed, arms held rigid and sharply bent at the elbows, slow movements rather than lively ones, a bowing and a scraping with bowls of fruit extended in gift offerings at every turn. There was obviously no enthroned authority here, No bejeweled king to pacify when emotions ran wild, but complete freedom to embrace joy with corybantic abandonment. A tall man in ill-fitting black clothes approached Moonson's table, interrupting his reflections with thoughts that seemed designed to disturb and distract him out of sheer perversity. So even here there were flies in every ointment, and no dream of perfection could remain unchallenged. He sat unmoving, absorbing the man's thoughts. What does he think this is, a bathhouse? Mike says it's okay to serve them if they come in from the beach just as they are, but just one quick beer, no more. This late in the season you'd think they'd have the decency to get dressed. The sepulchrally dressed man gave the table a brush with a cloth he carried, then thrust his head forward like an ill-tempered scavenger bird. Can't serve you anything but beer, boss's orders, okay? Moonson nodded and the man went away. Then he turned to watching the girl. She was frightened. She sat all alone, plucking nervously at the red and white checkered tablecloth. She sat with her back to the light, bunching the cloth up into little folds, then smoothing it out again. She'd ground out lipstick-smudged cigarettes until the ashtray was spilling over. Moonson began to watch the fear in her mind. Her fear grew when she thought that Mike wasn't gone for good. The phone call wouldn't take long and he'd be coming back any minute now, and Mike wouldn't be satisfied until she was broken into little bits. Yes, Mike wanted to see her on her knees, begging him to kill her. Kill me, but don't hurt Joe. It wasn't his fault. He's just a kid. He's not 20 yet, Mike. That would be a lie, but Mike had no way of knowing that Joe would be 22 on his next birthday, although he looked 18 at most. There was no pity in Mike, but would his pride let him hot rod an 18-year-old? Mike won't care. Mike will kill him anyway. Joe can help falling in love with me, but Mike won't care what Joe could help. Mike was never young himself, never a sweet kid like Joe. Mike killed a man when he was 14 years old. He spent 7 years in a reformatory, and the kids there were never young. Joe will be just one of those kids to Mike. Her fear kept growing. You couldn't fight men like Mike. Mike was strong in too many different ways. When you ran a tavern with an upstairs room for special customers, you had to be tough, strong. You sat in an office, and when people came to you begging for favors, you just laughed. 10 grand isn't hay, buddy. My wheels aren't rigged. If you think they are, get out. It's your funeral. It's your funeral, Mike would say, laughing until tears came into his eyes. You couldn't fight that kind of strength. Mike could push his knuckles hard into the faces of people who owed him money, and he'd never even be arrested. Mike could take money crisp and new out of his wallet, spread it out like a fan, say to any girl crazy enough to give him a second glance, "I'm interested in you, honey. Get rid of him and come over to my table." He could say worse things to girls too decent and self-respecting to look at him at all. You could be so cold and hard, nothing could ever hurt you. You could be Mike Galante. How could she have loved such a man and dragged Joe into it? A good kid who had made only one really bad mistake in his life, the mistake of asking her to marry him. She shivered with a chill of self-loathing and turned her eyes hesitantly toward the big man in bathing trunks who sat alone by the door. For a moment she met the big man's eyes, and her fears seemed to fade away. She stared at him, sunburned, almost black, muscles like a lifeguard, all alone and not on the make. When he returned her stare, his eyes sparkled with friendly interest, but no suggestive, flirtatious intent. He was too rugged to be really handsome, she thought, but he wouldn't have to start digging in his wallet to get a girl to change tables, either. Guiltily she remembered Joe. Now it could only be Joe. Then she saw Joe enter the room. He was deathly pale, and he was coming straight toward her between the tables. Without pausing to weigh his chances of staying alive, he passed a man and a woman who relished Mike's company enough to make them eager to act ugly for a daily handout. They did not look up at Joe as he passed, but the man's lips curled in a sneer, and the woman whispered something that appeared to fan the flames of her companion's malice. Mike had friends who would never rat on him while their police records remained in Mike's safe and they could count on him for protection. She started to rise, to go to Joe and warn him that Mike would be coming back, but despair flooded her and the impulse died. The way Joe felt about her was a thing too big to stop. Joe saw her slim against the light, and his thoughts were like the sea surge, wild, unruly. Maybe Mike will get me. Maybe I'll be dead by this time tomorrow. Maybe I'm crazy to love her the way I do. Her hair against the light, a tumbled mass of spun gold. Always a woman bothering me for as long as I can remember. Molly, Anne, Janice, some were good for me and some were bad. You see a woman on the street walking ahead of you, hips swaying, and you think, I don't even know her name, but I'd like to crush her in my arms. I guess every guy feels like that about every pretty woman he sees, even about some that aren't so pretty. But then you get to know and like a woman, and you don't feel that way so much. You respect her, and you don't let yourself feel that way. Then something happens. You love her so much it's like the first time again, but with a whole lot added. You love her so much, you die to make her happy. Joe was shaken when he slipped into the chair left vacant by Mike and reached out for both her hands. I'm taking you away tonight, he said. You're coming with me. Joe was scared, she knew, but he didn't want her to know. His hands were like ice, and his fear blended with her own fear as their hands met. He'll kill you, Joe. You've got to forget me, she sobbed. I'm not afraid of him. I'm stronger than you think. He won't dare come at me with a gun. Not here before all these people. If he comes at me with his fist, I'll hook a solid left to his jaw. That will stretch him out cold. She knew he wasn't deceiving himself. Joe didn't want to die any more than she did. The man from Time had an impulse to get up, walk over to the two frightened children and comfort them with a reassuring smile. He sat watching, feeling their fear beating in tumultuous waves into his brain. Fear in the minds of a boy and a girl because they desperately wanted one another. He looked steadily at them and his eyes spoke to them. Life is greater than you know. If you could travel in time and see how great is man's courage, if you could see all of his triumphs over despair and grief and pain, you will know that there is nothing to fear, nothing at all. Joe rose from the table, suddenly calm, quiet. Come on, he said. We're getting out of here right now. My car's outside, and if Mike tries to stop us, I'll fix him. The boy and the girl walked toward the door together, a young and extremely pretty girl, and a boy grown suddenly to the full stature of a man. Rather regretfully, Munson watched them go. As they reached the door, the girl turned and smiled, and the boy paused too, and they both smiled suddenly at the man in the bathing trunks. Then they were gone. Munson got up as they disappeared, left the tavern. It was dark when he reached the cabin. He was dog-tired, and when he saw the seated man through the lighted window, a great longing for companionship came upon him. He forgot that he couldn't talk to the man, forgot the language difficulty completely, but before this insurmountable element occurred to him, he was inside the cabin. Once there, he saw that the problem solved itself. The man was a writer, and he had been drinking steadily for hours, so the man did all of the talking, not wanting or waiting for an answer. A youngish, handsome man he was, with graying temples and keenly observant eyes. The instant he saw Munson, he started to talk. Welcome, stranger, he said. Been taking a dip in the ocean, eh? Can't say I'd enjoyed this late in the season. Munson was afraid at first that his silence might discourage the writer, but he did not know writers. "It's good to have someone to talk to," the writer went on. "I've been sitting here all day trying to write. I'll tell you something you may not know. You can go to the finest hotels, and you can open case after case of the finest wine, and you still can't get started sometimes." The writer's face seemed suddenly to age. Fear came into his eyes, and he raised the bottle to his lips, faced away from his guest as he drank, as if ashamed of what he must do to escape despair every time he faced his fear. He was trying to write himself back into fame. His greatest moment had come years before, when his golden pen had glorified a generation of madcaps. For one deathless moment, his genius had carried him to the heights, and a white blaze of publicity had given him a halo of glory. Later had come lean and bitter years, until finally his reputation dwindled like a gutted candle in a wintry room at midnight. He could still write, but now fear and remorse walked with him and would give him no peace. He was cruelly afraid most of the time. Munson listened to the writer's thought in heart-stricken silence, thoughts so tragic they seemed out of keeping with the natural and beautiful rhythm of his speech. He had never imagined that a sensitive and imaginative man, an artist, could be so completely abandoned by the society his genius had helped to enrich. Back and forth the writer paced, bearing his inmost thoughts. His wife was desperately ill, and the future looked completely black. How could he summon the strength of will to go on, let alone to write? He said fiercely, "It's all right for you to talk." He stopped, seeming to realize for the first time that the big man sitting in an easy chair by the window had made no attempt to speak. It seemed incredible, but the big man had listened in complete silence, and with such quiet assurance that his silence had taken on an eloquence that inspired absolute trust. He had always known there were a few people like that in the world, people whose sympathy and understanding you could take for granted. There was a fearlessness in such people which made them stand out from the crowd, stone makers in a desert waste, to lend assurance to a tired wayfarer by its sturdy permanence, its sun-mirroring strength. There were a few people like that in the world, but you sometimes went a lifetime without meeting one. The big man sat there smiling at him, calmly exuding the serenity of one who has seen life from its tangled, inaccessible roots outward, and testifies from experience that the entire growth is sound. The writer stopped pacing suddenly and drew himself erect. As he stared into the big man's eyes, his fears seemed to fade away. Confidence returned to him like the surge of the sea in great shining waves of creativeness. He knew suddenly that he could lose himself in his work again, could tap the bright resonant bell of his genius until its golden voice rang out through eternity. He had another great book in him, and it would get written now. It would get written. "You've helped me," he almost shouted. "You've helped me more than you know. I can't tell you how grateful I am to you. You don't know what it means to be so paralyzed with fright that you can't write at all." The man from time was silent, but his eyes shone curiously. The writer turned to a bookcase and removed a volume in a faded cover that had once been bright with rainbow colors. He sat down and wrote an inscription on the flyleaf. Then he rose and handed the book to his visitor with a slight bow. He was smiling now. "This was my firstborn," he said. The man from time looked at the title first, "This Side of Paradise." Then he opened the book and read what the author had written on the flyleaf. "With warm gratefulness for a courage which brought back the sun. F. Scott Fitzgerald." Munson bowed his thanks, turned and left the cabin. Morning found him walking across fresh meadowlands, with the dew glistening on his bare head and broad, straight shoulders. They'd never find him, he told himself hopelessly. They'd never find him because time was too vast to pinpoint one man in such a vast waste of years. The towering crest of each age might be visible, but there could be no returning to one tiny, insignificant spot in the mighty ocean of time. As he walked, his eyes searched for the field and the winding road he had followed into town. Only yesterday this road had seemed to beckon, and he had followed, eager to explore an age so primitive that mental communication from mind to mind had not yet replaced human speech. Now he knew that the speech faculty, which mankind had long outgrown, would never cease to act as a barrier between himself and the men and women of this era of the past. Without it, he could not hope to find complete understanding and sympathy here. He was still alone, and soon winter would come, and the sky grow cold and empty. The time machine materialized so suddenly before him that for an instant his mind refused to accept it as more than a torturing illusion conjured up by the turbulence of his thoughts. All at once it towered in his path, bright and shining, and he moved forward over the dew-drenched grass until he was brought up short by a joy so overwhelming that it seemed to him that his heart must burst. Rutella emerged from the machine with a gay little laugh, as if his stunned expression was the most amusing in the world. "Hold still and let me kiss you, darling," her mind said to his. She stood in the dew-bright grass on tiptoe, her sleek dark hair falling to her shoulders, an extraordinarily pretty girl to be the wife of a man so tormented. "You found me," his thoughts exulted. "You came back alone and searched until you found me." She nodded, her eyes shining. So time wasn't too vast to pinpoint after all, not when two people were so securely wedded in mind and heart that their thoughts could build a bridge across time. The Bureau of Emotional Adjustment analyzed everything. I told them. Your psychograph ran to 57 pages, but it was your desperate loneliness which guided me to you. She raised his hand to her lips and kissed it. "You see, darling, a compulsive fear isn't easy to conquer. No man or woman can conquer it alone. Historians tell us that when the first passenger rocket started out for Mars, space fear took men by surprise in the same way your fear gripped you. The loneliness, the utter desolation of space was too much for a human mind to endure." She smiled her love. "We're going back. We'll face it together and we'll conquer it together. You won't be alone now. Darling, don't you see? It's because you aren't a clod, because you're sensitive and imaginative that you experience fear. It's not anything to be ashamed of. You were simply the first man on earth to develop a new and completely different kind of fear. Time fear." Moonson put out his hand and gently touched his wife's hair. Ascending into the time observatory, a thought came unbidden into his mind. Others he saved. Himself he could not save. But this wasn't true at all now. He could help himself now. He would never be alone again. When guided by the sure hand of love and complete trust, self-knowledge could be a shining weapon. The trip back might be difficult, but holding tight to his wife's hand, he felt no misgivings, no fear. End of The Man from Time by Frank Belknap Long.
Satellite of Fear by Frederick Arnold Kummer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lyons McBean. Satellite of Fear by Frederick Arnold Kummer. The Comet's control room was silent except for the monotonous beat of Ken Grant's restless pacing. 6 months on Siri's frigid, shadowy dark side had driven the tan from his face, etched lines of worry about his mouth. Darkside had a way of doing that to people, a temperature of about 5 above absolute zero. The grim, eternal darkness, the insane landscape, combined to give an impression of unreality that made one feel he was living some terrible nightmare. From time to time, Grant glanced at the sidereal chronometer, shook his head. 16 hours! 16 hours since Kennerly had left, and the heating unit of his spacesuit had been good for 3. Kennerly had vanished, just as Allers had vanished before him. 2 men had left the disabled ship to try and reach Bauman's crater, that last tiny outpost only 20 miles away, and both men had disappeared. Had either Allers or Kennerly been successful, a rescue ship from Bauman's crater must have come by now. But instead, the 2 spacemen had been swallowed up by the gloom, vanished, leaving no trace. The bitter, silent darkness outside was like some yawning, limitless void into which men went and did not return. Their position was bad enough in any case, but with a woman in command? Grant shot a glance at the stack of big lead chests in a corner of the cabin. Pitch blende, radium ore with an amazingly high metal content. The ore in those big chests, when refined, would yield over 1 million in the rare element. Not that 1 million would do them much good if they couldn't get it away. With the main fuel intake valve cracked, the motors, the radio, the air regenerator were all shut off. Death from lack of oxygen faced them unless word got through. A click of the cabin's door broke Grant's thoughts. He turned. A slender girl wearing riding breeches and leather jacket appeared in the doorway. Pale, with deep smoke-gray eyes and auburn hair, she had a fragile, transcendental beauty that was very appealing, but her chin was firm, determined. "Any news, Mr. Grant?" she asked quietly, stepping into the control room. "None." He shook a gloomy head. "I don't like it. There's something strange going on, Miss Conway. The trail's perfectly clear. There's no life on Ceres that we know of. 1 man might conceivably meet with some sort of accident, but not 2. They tell stories about Darkside, queer stories, about alien, unknown creatures." I know, the girl said tightly. "Dad used to hear those stories too, when he and Allers were prospecting here. When Dad died, he left me enough money to charter this ship. Told me to come here to Ceres for my legacy. Gave me the chart showing where this pocket of pitch blende was located." She glanced at the lead chests. "Now Allers, Dad's closest friend, is gone, and Kennerly. And we're trapped, made virtual prisoners in this ship by something unknown out there. We've got to get word through, Mr. Grant. It's death to stay here until our oxygen is gone. Death, maybe worse, waiting for us out there in the darkness." She broke off suddenly, swaying. "Steady," Grant gripped the girl's shoulder. "It's the bad air. I'll go tell Harris to crack open one of the emergency oxygen flasks. You'd better lie down." Like a flash, the girl's red head snapped up. "You're a romanticist, Mr. Grant," she said. "You seem to think I ought to be a languishing heroine. Well, I'm not. I'm in command of this expedition, and if there's any risks to be taken, I'm taking them. Have Harris open an oxygen flask and then check over my spacesuit. As soon as I get my breath, I'm going out and looking for Allers and Kennerly." She waved aside Grant's remonstrances. "Orders, Mr. Grant." Face stony, Grant left the control room, strode along the companionway to the forecastle. The Comet's crew, perhaps 12 men all told, were stretched upon their bunks, faces drawn as they fought against the stale air. Grant motioned to Harris, the squat, ugly mate. "Air's getting thick," he said. "Better crack an emergency tube." "Aye, aye, sir." Harris lifted a steel plate in the floor, swung down the iron ladder. Some minutes later, he emerged from the storeholds carrying an oxygen flask. "Funny," the mate rubbed his stubbly chin. "I could have swore we had 20 emergency flasks below, but there's only 5 more down there." 5? Grant's eyes narrowed. "There were 20 when we left Earth. I counted 'em." "That's not all," Harris muttered. "There's other stores missing. Wires, tools, batteries, spare plates for repairing the hull." His eyes flicked towards the darkness beyond the portholes. "There were plenty of times we were all down at the mine working when whatever it was that got Allers and Kennerly might have entered the ship, taken those things. I've seen shadows out there sometimes. Shadows that weren't just right, sliding among the rocks, and it's bad luck to have a woman aboard ship." A silence fell over the cabin. Grant frowned. 5 flasks of oxygen, and the air regenerator useless without power. Nothing could save them unless word got through to Bowman's crater, on the edge of the Syrian dark side. 2 men had tried to get through, and those 2 men had vanished. To permit Joan Conway to attempt this trip was unthinkable. Grant reached for one of the bulky spacesuits that hung on the wall. "All right, men," he grated. "We're going to get to the bottom of this. Here's the plan. I'll take the trail to Bowman's crater, the same trail Allers and Kennerly took. If there's anything lying in wait there, it ought to attack me, and I'll be armed. At the same time, I want you, Harris, and you, Miller. to go out also, to climb the other side of the crater and circle about, picking up the trail to Bauman's, a mile or so from here. I'll draw its attention while you try to get through and take word to the outpost. Got it?" The three men nodded, climbed into the heavily insulated spacesuits. Electric heating wires ran through the lining, from portable batteries good for several hours, enabling the men within them to maintain comfortable warmth even though the soles of their thick lead gravity shoes, in contact with the icy ground, were within a few degrees of absolute zero. Gloves of heavy lead, a part of every radium miner's equipment as protection against the highly concentrated ore he was forced to handle, covered the abestoid hands of the spacesuit. Grant paused before snapping his transparent plastic helmet into place, turned to the men who were to remain aboard the Comet. "Miss Conway's feeling a little ragged because of the air," he said, unsmiling. "When she's better, tell her where we've gone." The men grinned understandingly. They knew that the girl, in spite of her frail form, felt that command of the expedition required her to share in all its dangers, and Grant, like most men who had spent their lives on far-flung frontiers, seeking adventure in the womanless outposts of terrestrial civilization, had curiously archaic ideals of chivalry, to say nothing of deep-rooted convictions that a woman's place was on Earth. Disregarding the grins of the men, he closed his helmet, opened the valve of his oxygen tank. "Ready?" he barked into the mouthpiece of his radio communication set. Two spacesuited figures nodded grimly behind their helmet, followed Grant through the airlock. In the clean, airless void, the stars shone like white beacons, shedding a thin, eerie light over the barren plain. A dark inferno worthy of a door's brush, it seemed, malevolent, intangibly evil. Tortured pinnacles of rock, jagged spires stabbing at the sable sky. Deep craters, dug by countless meteors, pockmarking the bleak terrain. Yawning crevices, towering cliffs. Jagged, sharp-angled blocks of stone, for Darkside had neither sun, air, nor rain to round them, soften their weird outlines. Grant loosened his heat gun in its holster, glanced about. Up the side of the big crater, in which the mine shaft and the spaceship lay, was a poorly defined trail, winding in and out among the towering rocks. This was the way to Bowman's, the little mining town situated in the twilight zone between Ceres' bitter Darkside and its blazing Sunside. Allers and Kennerly had taken that rude trail. Grant waved Harris and Miller to the right. "You'll make a long half-circle," he announced. "It'll be tough going, but with my following the trail, I should draw any attack and enable you to pick up the trail farther along and reach Bauman's, okay? Now, let's go." Harris and Miller disappeared among the upthrust monoliths. Grant swung along the trail. In spite of his heavy spacesuit and his thick, lead-soled gravity shoes, he was able to move at a brisk pace, hand on his gun, eyes probing the gloom to right and left. Onward he went, steadily skirting craters, leaping narrow crevices, squeezing through rocky defiles whose overhanging ledges often met to form a dark passageway. For all the heating wires within his suit, he could feel the cold. The utter silence was maddening. Grant stared at the murky shadows with narrowed eyes. What was it that had spirited away Allers and Kennerly, two brave men well armed? Some unknown force of nature, or something more tangible? Superstitious spacemen whispered of monstrous reptilian beasts, of space pirates' hideouts, of strange spectral shapes. Drink-inspired hallucinations, Grant had said scornfully. Now he was not so sure. So little was known of Darkside. Suddenly Grant froze in his tracks. In the middle of the path, perhaps 100 feet ahead, was a strange, grotesque figure. Swathed in a bulky spacesuit, it crouched ape-like on the ground, feet flat against the rock, hands touching the trail as though to balance itself. Motionless, as some robot it crouched there, in a patch of white frost seemingly poised to spring. Grant's heat gun rose to cover the strange figure. His voice shook as he spoke into his communication set. "Who's there? What do you want?" The crouching figure made no reply. Very deliberately, Grant pressed the trigger of the heat gun, aiming it at the motionless form's feet. Dirt, chips of stone flew up, but the crouching form did not move. Muscles tense, Grant moved forward. Pale starlight winked on the unknown's helmet. All at once, Grant gasped. Behind the transparent glass of the headpiece, the man's features were visible, distorted, despairing features, set in an expression of ghastly, appalling horror. Kennerly, dead. Grant bent over the grim figure, trying to lift it. One of Kennerly's fingers, frozen solid, snapped within the spacesuit like brittle glass. Grant glanced warily about. If he could get the body back to the ship, find out how Kennerly had died, there might be a chance of overcoming the menace that lurked on this shadowy, insane world. All at once, his eyes caught queer, dark streaks on a rock not far from the inert figure. Letters, words that looked as if they had been made by a heat gun's blast. Slowly, he deciphered the scrawled sentences. Allers dead, no hope, unknown forces, doomed. Grant's jaw tightened. Kennerly's last message, and somehow he had known that Allers was dead and that there was no hope. Face set in harsh lines, Grant swung the body over his shoulder, set out along the trail to the comet. The silence in the spaceship's control room was thick, breathless. A frail figure against the rivet-studded bulkhead, Joan Conway stared with horror-filled eyes at the grim figure on the floor. They had removed Kennerly's spacesuit, and with the warmth of the cabin, the stump of the frozen finger which Grant had inadvertently broken off was beginning to seep blood. The girl forced her voice to remain steady. "Under the circumstances, Mr. Grant," she said tightly, "I have decided to overlook your disobedience of orders until we return to Earth. If we do. Are there any clues on Kennerly?" Grant, kneeling beside the dead man, examined him carefully, shook his head. "Nothing," he muttered. No holes in his spacesuit, no signs of anything that might have killed him other than the cold. The battery of his heating units run down, and he had a full charge when he left. We checked it. Why he should follow the trail a mile or so from the ship and then sit there for hours until the failing battery brought death by freezing? It's suicide. Maybe he got lost, wandered around until he died, one of the space hands suggested. No good. Again, Grant shook a somber head. The trail's perfectly clear. I found him in a deep patch of hoar frost like snow, condensed moisture from the escape valve of his helmet, an extraordinarily large patch of snow. Get what that means? Frost patches in this airless void can only mean the moisture from a spacesuit's exhaust. And a pile of snow like that about him could only be the result of remaining hours in one spot. Kennerly left this ship for Bauman's crater, got about 2 miles away, and then crouched down to wait for death. Crouched there for hours, until his heating unit ran out of juice and he froze. Why? Grant motioned to the inert form with its terrified countenance. He had sustained no injury, could have followed a perfectly clear path back to the ship, and instead he crouched there until he died. Maybe something held him, Jones suggested. Magnetism? Grant picked up the asbestoid spacesuit. Fiber, Glass-X helmet, rust-proof copper fittings, lead gravity shoes, no iron or steel on it. Another thing, how did he know Allers was dead? What did he mean by unknown forces and no hope? There's something devilish, unreal out there. Something that's determined to keep us from getting word through. Determined to keep us here until we die from lack of oxygen. Just like Kennerly died from lack of heat. It's afraid to attack us, but tries to trap us until we die. Again, silence fell over the cabin. The remaining space hands glanced from Kennerly's body to the windows, the clinging darkness outside. Joan's gaze sought the leaden chests. She laughed unhumorously. Pitch blende. 1 million in radium, and what good is it? All our work here to get it, and now no chance of ever reaching Earth. We'll get word through somehow. Grant squared his shoulders. Maybe Harris and Miller. As Grant spoke, a furious tocsin of blows sounded upon the main airlock. The spacemen whirled, groping for guns. Face set, Grant stepped toward the inner door of the lock. Keep me covered, he snapped, drawing the massive pneumatic bolts. As the heavy steel door swung open, Joan gave a sudden gasp. Standing in the air chamber was a stocky, spacesuited figure, face paper white. Harris, looking as though he were pursued by a legion of devils. Good Lord, Grant exclaimed. What's wrong? Where's Miller? Harris pushed back his helmet, slumped onto a bench. Drops of sweat beaded his face. His eyes were tortured. It's screwy, he muttered. It ain't human. Miller's standing there, jumping up and down. Grant took a bottle of fiery Martian Long from the table, poured out a tumblerful. Drink this, he said, and tell us what happened. Harris downed the drink with a shudder. We made the detour like you said, he whispered, fighting our way over rocks around craters. Tough going. About 3 miles from here, our half-circle brought us back to the trail. All okay. Miller was ahead of me by maybe 100 yards. Kept our guns in our hands and a sharp lookout. Then all of a sudden I heard Miller yelling in my earphones. He was hopping up and down, straight up and down, half crazy with fright. Just as I was running toward him, he told me to stay back. Then he was trapped. Harris choked. He could hop up and down all right, but he couldn't move in the horizontal. Nothing around him, nothing to be seen anywhere, but he could only move one way, up and down. It ain't human, I tell you, it ain't natural. Miller can move only in the vertical? Joan echoed, but no comprehensible force on Earth. This ain't Earth, miss, Harris muttered, and Miller's out there 3 miles up the trail trapped. Grant reached for his spacesuit. Come on, he exclaimed, we're going out. Harris, you'll stay here with Miss Conway. No, the girl shook her head, eyes like gray steel. I'm in command of this expedition and I'm going along. Danger or no danger, I got you men into this mess and I'm going to help you get out. Sorry, Grant shook his head. I admire your courage, but we're up against something unknown, something dangerous. You'd be more of a hindrance than a help. Call me old-fashioned, romantic, anything you please, but you're staying here. Harris, I'll be responsible for any charges of insubordination. See that she stays here. We're going to rescue Miller. Lips pale, head high, the girl watched them clamber into their spacesuits. Her pride, Grant realized, was cut deeply at having the command of the expedition thus taken from her. But this was no time for pride, with Miller trapped by some mysterious force. Motioning to the others to follow, Grant sprang into the airlock. Leaving the ship, the 6 men raced at top speed along the trail, around crevices and craters, past insanely sculptured rocks, through narrow passes. When they reached the spot where Kennerly's body had been found, Grant suddenly paused, staring. The patch of hoarfrost had been scraped away. A small hole, perhaps a foot deep, was exposed. Something previously buried in the ground had been removed. Grant shook his head. A bizarre, fantastic idea was beginning to take form in his mind. In a temperature close to absolute zero? Come on, he exclaimed. We've got to reach Miller. Hurry! The spacemen redoubled their efforts, bounding along the narrow path, onward, desperately, the sound of their heavy breathing filling their helmets. At length they reached a low rise of ground commanding a view of the trail ahead. Very faintly a despairing cry echoed in their earphones. 100 or so yards before them, a vague form in the gloom, stood Miller. His head twisted crazily from side to side, his body writhed frantically, as if seeking to break some invisible grip. Several times he leaped upward like some grotesque jumping jack, only to settle down in the exact same spot as before. It was as though the trapped man were confined in an invisible cylinder which permitted him to move only in the vertical plane. Look, Grant muttered, so it's true. That's what happened to Kennerly until his heating unit gave out. And Allers too, I suppose. He raced down the slope towards Miller, heat gun in his hand. As they neared the trapped man, he gave a cry of warning. Stay back! You'll get caught! His voice rose despairingly. No way to get free. Hands and feet stuck. Better to shoot me now than let me stay here till my heat unit gives out. Helplessly, they stared at the doomed man. To approach him meant they too might be trapped. But to stand there useless while his heating unit gave out, bringing death as it had brought death to Kennerly? And what power known to man would permit a living being to move only in the vertical plane but not the horizontal? All at once, Grant recalled the hole in the trail at the spot where he had found Kennerly. Dropping to his knees, he began very cautiously to circle Miller. All at once he found it, a copper wire concealed beneath dirt and pebbles. One jerk of his gloved hand snapped the wire. A sudden cry broke from the trapped man. Weakly, uncertainly, he stepped forward. Free! Miller cried. I can move my feet and hands any way I want now, thank God. The thought of staying there until I froze to death, he shuddered. Grant was following the wire to where Miller had stood, was digging away a covering of earth. All at once he gave an exclamation of wonder. In the wan starlight, a tangle of wires wrapped about iron cores lay exposed. Looks like a magnet, a burly space hand grunted, shaking a dazed head. But there's no iron on our suits, and no magnet permits you to move only one way. I don't know, Grant frowned, but whatever this force is, it's got a clever, devilish mind behind it. This is the same kind of thing that trapped Kennerly, only we didn't reach him in time. When I first spotted Kennerly crouching in the trail, I didn't know who he was. fired a warning shot at his feet. That must have fused the wires of the apparatus, and so I was able to approach Kennerly's body without being trapped myself. While I was taking his body back to the ship, the killer must have dug up the wrecked mechanism, planted this magnet further down the trail. If Harris hadn't been lagging a considerable distance behind Miller, they both would have been caught. Sounds logical, one of the men nodded, but why all these traps, and who's setting them? Grant picked up the broken end of the wire. That, he said grimly, is what we're going to find out. The other end of this wire is the source of power for these traps, and that's where we'll find the person, or being, who's setting them. Let's go. The spacemen nodded, faces tense behind their helmets. Leaving the trail, they struck out across the rough terrain, following the thin thread of wire. The scenery grew wilder and wilder as they progressed, until they seemed specters in some gaina of weird, jagged rocks, grasping shadows. Suddenly, Grant, in the lead, drew a sharp breath. Ahead, the copper wire passed between two basalt walls, less than 4 feet wide, and at the other end of this passage was a portable radite lamp, its bluish beams revealing a small motor, a row of tall oxygen flasks, wires, metal plates, the missing equipment from the Comet's storehold, and bent over the motors was a powerful space-suited figure. "Quick!" Grant roared. "We've got him!" Fingers fumbling for his heat gun, he sprang forward. Grant's leap in the light gravity carried him clear of the ground, and at that precise instant the dark figure before him threw a switch. A sudden shock hit Grant. He felt as if his hands and feet had been lashed by invisible bonds. He glanced down, gasped. He was standing on empty air, some 2 feet above the rocky floor of the corridor. Behind him, the rest of the spacemen were frozen into position, writhing and twisting in vain efforts to free themselves. Grant struggled to draw his gun from his holster, but his hands, while free to move sideways, could not be raised or lowered a fraction of an inch. As Kennerly and Miller had been trapped in the vertical, so they were caught in the horizontal. "Good evening, gentlemen," the voice in their earphones was mocking. "I've been expecting you. I hoped that wire would lead you here into my little snare." The spacesuited figure glanced at the struggling men. "All present except Harris and the girl, and they'll open the airlock to admit an old friend miraculously returned from the dead." Grant, catching a glimpse of the face behind the unknown's helmet, gave a quick gasp. "Allers!" he cried. Then Kennerly's message was a lie. "I wrote it myself." A grin spread over Aller's coarse red countenance. "Just to keep suspicion from me. You see, Grant, I was with old Conway when he stumbled on the pitch blende pocket, and I knew the fortune it contained, but when Conway died, I didn't have enough money to finance an expedition here. So as soon as I heard his daughter was going to outfit a ship on his life insurance, I joined up." He laughed harshly. "You've been fools. Night after night during these 6 months, I've been bringing necessary equipment from the ship to this hideout. Oxygen, food, metal, this little auxiliary motor, and fuel to run it. When you had done all the work of cleaning out the pocket, I cracked the main intake valve, volunteered to get word through to Bauman's crater, and while you were waiting, I set my traps along the trail." Allers nodded complacently, drew a small, complicated piece of machinery from his pocket. "Here's the spare intake valve," he said. "Harris and the girl will be overjoyed to see dear old Allers return. They won't be suspecting anything and should be easy." He patted the heat gun at his side. "The ship and the million in radium ore will be mine with no trouble at all, and there's places on Venus or Mars where no questions are asked so long as you've the money to spend." "But what's holding us here?" Grant exclaimed. Allers smiled thinly. "Think it over," he suggested. "You'll have 3 hours before your heating units give out, as Kennerly's did. And even if you do find out the cause, you won't be able to do anything about it." He strode easily past the helpless figures, unaffected by the mysterious force. "Goodbye, gentlemen. Enjoy yourselves." A moment later, he had disappeared in the gloom. Left to themselves, the trapped men renewed their struggles, but to no avail. Grant felt as though his feet and hands were caught between 2 boards, able to slide sideways, but neither forward and backward nor up and down. He glanced over his shoulder. The others were in ridiculous positions, like some bizarre Lao Kun group. Some, like him, had leaped clear of the floor when caught. Others had 1 foot or 1 hand raised, were unable to lower them. Some, with their guns half drawn, could not continue to pull the weapons from their holsters or shove them back. Miller, hands and feet arrested in a flying tackle, groaned. "This is worse than before," he muttered. "I could at least jump up and down the other way. Now, without being able to lift our feet, we're rooted to one spot. And my heating unit's 2 hours gone already." Grant stared at the frantic man. Like some queer piece of action sculpture they seemed, arms and legs raised. And back aboard the Comet, Joan and Harris would surely admit Allers. Once inside, he could cover them with a gun, replace the broken valve, and take off for Venus. "We'll have to go at this logically," he said. "We just saw Allers walk past us without being affected. Anybody notice anything unusual about him?" There was a moment's silence, then one of the space hands spoke up. "He didn't have any gravity shoes or radium insulation gloves, if that means anything." "They're both lead," Grant muttered, "and by all space, I think I've got it. Look, the temperature here is only a couple of degrees above absolute zero. And though the inside of our suits are warmed, insulated, the soles of our shoes, the outside of our thick lead gloves, must be near that temperature. Lead at 6 above absolute zero takes on superconductivity, no resistance to electricity. Weak currents become immensely powerful." "Superconductivity," Miller repeated. "But what in hell's that got to do with our being caught here? We've got to get free, and damn soon before our heating units give out." "Look," Grant snapped, "he's got magnets set in the walls of this gorge. And when the lead on our hands and feet, in a state of superconductivity, cuts the fields of the magnets, a powerful current's set up in them. Set up in such a direction as to oppose the motion. Like the armature of a shorted dynamo. Get it? We can move only in the direction of the lines of force, sideways, just like the magnet that caught you buried beneath your feet, kept you in the vertical plane. Superconductivity and magnets, that's what got us." "Knowing what it is doesn't help," Miller grated. "We can't get our heat guns free, and even if we could, we wouldn't dare turn them on our hands and feet. Looks like we're here to stay until our heating units wear down and we freeze. We're finished, Grant, finished." Grant swore. His hands and feet inside the spacesuit were warm, but the outer lead gloves that were part of every radium miner's equipment and the thick lead soles of their gravity shoes were at approximately 6 above absolute zero, a degree or even half a degree of warmth, and superconductivity would cease. They would be free. Their lives, and Joan Conway's fate, depended upon those precious few degrees. Desperately, Grant tried to pull his heat gun from his holster, but to no avail. And the leaden gloves, the gravity shoes, were securely fastened to his spacesuit. No chance of removing them without cutting wires or filing bolts. Grant moved his hands experimentally. They slid sideways, following the lines of magnetic force that crossed the passage, though at different levels. One on the level with the butt of his gun, the other higher and extended in front of his body. Backward and forward motion was also impossible, since that too would be contrary to the lines of force. Suddenly, Grant stiffened, arrested motion. Extending his arm as far as possible without raising it, he crashed his hand against the holstered heat gun that hung at his waist. Again and again, the lead-sheathed fist struck the heavy holster in a rain of blows. Miller, watching wide-eyed, shook his head. "What is it?" he muttered. You're nuts! If that gun should go off, it'd rip your suit open. That'll kill you." "Better than freezing, anyhow," Grant panted. "And if this works—" He redoubled his blows, crashing hand against gun butt. Arrested motion gives heat. Like pounding a hammer against an anvil. Only need a degree or so at most. He twisted his hand about, found that he could move it freely. Quickly, before the heat radiated off, Grant drew his gun, focused it on the floor of the defile. Under the lambent blue bolt, the rock began to glow red. Waves of heat radiated upward. All at once, Grant found himself falling, and his feet struck the glowing rock. The lead soles of his shoes melting like butter on the white-hot rock, he stumbled towards Miller, turning the heat blast on a spot near the latter's feet. Within a few moments, the heat had restored resistance to the lead, and Miller was free. "Release the others," Grant shouted, "and then make tracks to the Comet. I'm going on ahead." "Hurry! We've got to reach the ship before Allers takes off for Venus." Plunging into the shadowy gloom, he headed toward the trail. Grant had little memory of that wild race across the Syrian dark side. The thin starlight, the insane landscape, the sprawling shadows, all these made a jumbled montage in his mind. Vaguely he remembered racing onward, muscles aching until he saw red flashes of light ahead, the comet's rockets warming up preparatory to taking off. Desperately, Grant lunged down the slope toward the ship. Now it was before him, a sleek, slender shape glowing in the crimson flare of the rockets. Grant gripped the handle of the airlock, sunk flush in the hull, and tugged. The outer door swung open. Closing it behind him, he threw open the inner one and burst into the cabin, gun in hand. Before him stood Joan, very pale, chin high. Harris lay upon the floor, blood seeping from a gash on his temple. All this Grant took in with one swift glance, but before he could move, he felt the muzzle of a gun dig into his back. Allers, standing to one side of the airlock as he entered, held him covered. "Drop your gun!" Allers shouted to make himself heard through Grant's helmet. Helpless, Grant obeyed, then threw back the transparent plastic dome that covered his head. "Over there against the wall, next to the girl," Allers ordered. "I don't know how you got free, but I'm not staying to investigate. We're leaving for Venus." He moved towards the controls, bent over them, keeping Grant and Joan covered with his heat gun. Grant laughed harshly. A nice mess he'd made of things. One of Allers' hands was on the main control. The other gripped the heat gun. An idea began to take form in Grant's mind. The cold, the bitter cold, just above the absolute zero, was what Allers had counted on to trap them. Perhaps it might save them after all. He hadn't been in the cabin long enough for the cold to wear off. Grant drew a deep breath. "Shoot, damn you!" he roared, hurling forward. Face set in a vulpine grin, Allers pressed the trigger of the heat gun. Joan's horrified scream ripped through the cavern like a jagged knife blade. "Ken!" she cried. "Ken!" The ray of the heat gun was like a white-hot lance thrusting against Grant's chest as he plunged towards Allers. In spite of the spacesuit's insulation, it would normally have charred him to a crisp, but the suit, bitterly cold from the fierce temperature of Darkside, sucked up the heat like a sponge. Grant felt as though a glowing brand had touched his chest. The pain was terrible, but the frigid cold of the suit absorbed the full force of the heat blast long enough for him to reach his opponent. One blow of Grant's lead-gloved fist caught Allers' face, spun him about. The heat gun flew from his hand, slithered along the big control board. Bruised, bloody, snarling in savage rage, Allers shook himself, hurtled forward, fists flailing. Grant, encased in the heavy spacesuit, was clumsy, awkward. Allers circled him like a tiger stalking its prey. Darting in, his fist would crash into his opponent's face before Grant could raise his heavy arms to guard. And by the time he was ready for a return blow, Allers was dancing out of reach, a grinning, ugly phantom. Doggedly, Grant pursued his elusive antagonist. His face was a battered pulp from Allers' blows, and the spacesuit, the gravity shoes, seemed to weigh tons. Except for that first blow, he had not reached his opponent once, and Allers was laughing mockingly as he methodically cut Grant's face to ribbons. The latter was beginning to stumble now, had to force his limbs to move. If only he could corner Allers, smash his fist into that evil, taunting countenance. Knotted knuckles crashed flush against Grant's jaw before he could raise his clumsy arm to block the blow. Backward he tottered against the wall, groggy, and through half-closed eyes saw Allers spring forward for the kill. But as Allers leapt toward him, another figure ran across the cabin, seized his arm. Joan, clinging with all her weight to the space rat, holding him back. "Now, Ken, now!" she cried. "Now!" With a single motion of his squat, powerful frame, Allers shook the girl off, spun her across the cabin against the iron bulkhead, but in that moment Grant had reached him. His lead-encased hands shot out, gripped Allers' throat. The cold of the leaden gloves burned the man's neck like a brand, and he screamed in agony. Tighter and tighter Grant's hands locked about his throat, heedless of the blows Allers rained down upon him, and the agonized scream turned into a gurgling moan. "Think of Kennerly," Grant growled, "dying out there in the cold. Think of him, you rat!" Then a million stars danced before Grant's eyes, and he slumped back half-conscious. Through wavering mists he saw Allers stagger to his feet, gripping a heavy wrench. The space rat's groping hands had encountered it, brought the weapon down upon his opponent's head with brutal force. It was all like a dream now to Grant. Stunned, helpless, he saw Allers moving toward him, face set in a furious grin, the heavy wrench raised for a final terrible blow. Instinctively, Grant twisted sideways. His fingers fumbled with the emergency outlet of his spacesuit's oxygen tank. On his shoulders, it had escaped the heat rays blast, and Grant knew it was still full of semi-liquid oxygen under heavy pressure. Allers' muscles were tensing. The heavy wrench was about to descend in a crushing, deadly stroke. It took all of Grant's failing strength to twist the outlet of the air valve. The cloud of whitish vapor spurted from the spacesuit's outlet in an icy stream. For just an instant, Allers stood motionless as a blast of semi-liquid oxygen struck him. A howl of agony broke from his lips. The wrench fell from his half-frozen fingers. Then, crimson features strangely set, body rigid, Allers toppled to the floor. "Ken," Joan whispered. "Ken, are you all right?" Okay." His gaze lingered on her piquant features, with their firm, level eyes, brave set of chin. "You know," he said slowly, "I believe that crack on the head knocked me silly. So silly that for a moment I actually believed you wouldn't mind if I He paused as Miller and the rest of the crew pounded excitedly on the massive outer door of the airlock. "Let them wait," Joan Conway said peremptorily, "and finish what you were saying." Then, as he hesitated, "Orders, Mr. Grant." "Aye, aye, Commander," Grant grinned. "I was going to say I believed you wouldn't mind if I kissed you. Like this." End of Satellite of Fear by Frederick Arnold Kummer. Recording by Lyons McBean, Wilmington, Delaware, 2020.
The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Psychopathology has offered possible answers to why, from time to time, people in large quantities see strange things in the sky which manage to evade trained scientific observers, or conform to what is known about the behavior of falling or flying bodies. And mass hysteria is by no means a product of the present century. But what if these human foibles were deliberately being exploited? The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs. Dr. Clayton's face was impassive as a marble mask when he turned to young Corelli. For a moment, the little group stood there in embarrassed silence in the classroom, shifting uneasily from one foot to the other, feigning interest in the paperweights upon Clayton's desk, or in the utterly uninspiring scenes on the sidewalk outside the window. "You say, Corelli, that you saw 3, Martian ships? Can you describe them?" Corelli blinked, as if he felt the weight of his colleague's eyes boring into him. "I didn't say they were Martian, sir, only that they seemed to be unearthly, and they were not the conventional saucer-shaped things. They acted like saucers skimming across the water. That's what made me think they were genuine. And they didn't seem to be going fast enough so that I'd expect to hear a roar like a jet plane. It struck me that this might not be the way they fly naturally, but the way they might fly if the pilots were having trouble adjusting the controls to a heavier atmosphere than they were used to." Clayton tapped the tabletop with his fingers. "What about you, Marty? Did you see 3 ships?" Big Gene Marty, football star, was the least nervous. "Can't be sure about ships, Doc," he rumbled. "I did see something strange disappearing over the horizon. They might have been what Tony says. But whatever it was, there were 3 of them. But I saw something else because I was looking in the other direction. What I saw first was a couple of funny-looking shapes floating down near the ground. Didn't look like parachutes, yet they seemed big enough to be men. Or at least small men. Interesting. All right, what about the rest of you? How many saw the ships?" A chorus answered him. "I see," Clayton mused. You all agree on the behavior, and you all think there were 3, not 4, not 2. 3? It was agreed. Clayton rustled a pile of newspapers. The reports in here vary. I learned with amazement that you gentlemen seem to have missed completely the spurts of flame that issued from the alien ships, flame which is reported to have set a house on fire. And no one seemed to have noticed the invaders, in descending, gliding on huge black wings. Corelli blushed in a fiery crimson. Dr. Clayton, he protested, we aren't making these things up for popular consumption. We're just telling you what we actually saw. That is, what we saw looked like to us. Clayton nodded. Of course, that is all people were doing back in 1938 when the Martians landed in New Jersey, at the time Orson Welles presented a radio version of H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, or when the flying saucer craze first started, or when Fantafilm put on their big publicity stunt from the improved 3D movie The Outsiders, and people saw the aliens over Broadway and heard them address the populace in weird, booming tones. Gentlemen, I am not pleased to find students of this university engaged in such unwanted extracurricular activity as inventing interplanetary scares. I don't think Washington will be amused either. Corelli clicked his heels. Sir, he stated in dignified tones, I resent these implications. I assume they are directed at me. At no time have I talked about this to reporters, or in any way engaged in what you accuse me of. If you want my resignation from this school, you may have it. Really? You think that an air of dignified innocence will undo the damage done? I am well aware of your experiments with the Y-wave, gentlemen, and it was on the Y-wave that the messages came. You may be interested to know that the number of lives lost, the property damage, the business losses due to the panic, have not yet been fully determined. But it makes the hysteria following the Fantafilm hoax very small potatoes by comparison. You may withdraw now, gentlemen. This affair will be discussed at greater length later, regardless of what the FBI decides. I had hoped that the main culprit would try to save unwitting accomplices from a measure of grief. That's all. 7 students left Dr. Clayton's office in record time. Professor Elton rapped the table for silence. Gentlemen, he began, Dr. Clayton and I both extend our sincere apologies. He smiled wanly. Of course, that does not exonerate anyone from the charge of gullibility. But Harvey Gale's confession has been fully confirmed by the FBI, and you and this university have been cleared. The public knows now that your testimony helped lead to the facts in the case. To me, the most interesting feature in this business is the fact that Gale was able to put over this hoax, despite the fact that the public had been taken in 3 times before. The Orson Welles scare rode on a wave of war hysteria. The flying saucer craze followed World War. And the Fantafilm hoax came when the world was still in dread of sudden bombings. But the Gale hoax, what can we call it but what is loosely known as the continuing gullibility of human beings? We trust that this demonstration you have just observed will help you to remember that while seeing may be believing, it's wise not to believe until it's been established just what you saw. In his private office, Dr. Clayton leaned forward over his desk. Or, to be more exact, something that looked like Dr. Clayton leaned over the desk. The face was impassive as marble, but from out a slit in his chest, a pair of black antenna-like feelers were vibrating into a framed picture on the wall, from which the picture had been slid aside. Landing safely effected. Brief panic when several terrestrials sighted ship. All clear now. Full report. containing details on latest successful persuasion of Earthlings that Martians or other aliens are imaginary, will follow. From the speaker beneath the desk came sounds of gasps, heavy breathing, then shuffling footsteps. Clayton pushed the picture back into place, then took off the skin-painted vest he wore, with a flat box on its inside. He snapped a switch on the side of his desk. There, now they can't hear, if any are still hanging around. Professor Elton looked at him bewilderedly. I don't get it. After all the risks we went to convince the public that there ain't no ghosts, as the old saying goes, you arranged to have students hear you going into a report to the Home Planet Act? And you use a code they all know? What's the point in undoing it? Clayton nodded. It looks somewhat mad, doesn't it? Well, the psychology team was sure of the necessity. You see, more and more humans remain unconvinced every time one of these hoaxes are exposed. The unconvinced are sure something fiendish is going on beneath the surface, that the authorities, all kinds from civil to scientific, are engaged in a vast cover-up. We can't prevent this belief. We don't know how to keep it from spreading. So the alternative is to direct it. Elton nodded slowly. I can see possibilities along that line, but just what direction was this supposed to kind of bring about? Why, obviously, if large-scale invasion from Mars is imminent, and this is the belief that we're all catering to, then it follows that the invasion hasn't already taken place. The two of us and Henry Gale will disappear shortly in one way or another, and gradually public cries for effective planetary defense will mount. You know who will direct the defense. The end of The Fourth Invasion by Henry Josephs.
A Witch in Time by Herb Williams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. A Witch in Time by Herb Williams. If historians have ever pondered that eerie and magical transformation of Abigail Goodyear, that fair young maid who aged so before the disbelieving eyes of gallows witnesses, mayhaps herein lies the answer. I saw this fair young maid, Abigail Goodyear, standing yonder on ye gallows, and she saith again and again that she was no witch, although the jury had found her guilty of familiarity with Satan, the grand enemy of God and man, and that by his instigation and help, afflicted and done harm to the bodies and estates of sundry of his Majesty's subjects. Witchcraft in Early America, Volume 2, Chapter 4. Nat Lyon looked nervously at the girl huddled in the corner of the time machine. There were white streaks down her face where recent tears had washed off the grime of several days spent in a primitive jail. Her almost jet-black hair was a tangled mess, hanging in strings to her shoulders. He wrinkled his nose in distaste at the odor filling the small compartment. There was romance in history, he thought, when viewed in the abstract, but not when one faced history in the person of a female who had languished several days in an unsanitary prison. "Pray, sir," she asked slowly, and so softly he scarcely heard her, "art thou the Lord, or one of his angels?" Nat started to laugh, but she looked so pitiful he checked himself. "No, I'm a human being, just like yourself, except that I've never been accused of witchcraft." A look of fear crossed her face. "Verily, I testify unto thee that I am no witch, but have the fear of God before mine eyes." She was almost frantic in her statement. She cringed farther into the corner. Nat noticed the raw wounds on her wrists where the irons had chafed her. Sure, I believe you," Nat said sharply. "They won't hang you now." Then he added glumly, "but they'll probably do worse to me if they find out what I've done." She looked up at him, wonder in her deep blue eyes, her long lashes blinking slowly. Even her bedraggled appearance and the dirt that literally covered her could not hide from Nat the beauty of her eyes. "Then perhaps thou art an emissary of the evil one, though thou hast a kind look to thy features that seemeth not to come of the devil." This time Nat laughed. He had read the ancient records known as books, but hearing someone talk in archaic book fashion was too much. That was quite a speech, Pretty Eyes, but get it through your head that I'm a normal human who had a momentary lapse and did an abnormal thing. I used the paralysis ray on wide range, stopped the show, and hauled you off the gallows. Right now we're in a time machine headed for, I'm not sure where. The girl forgot her fear in momentary puzzlement. Paralysis ray? She repeated slowly. Stop the show? Time machine? Oh, skip it, he said. What we need right now is a place to get you cleaned up. And I think I know just the place. There's a pretty little beach in 18th century Mexico. It's warm and there's a freshwater stream running into the ocean. You can wash off some of that prison grime. The sun beat down on Nat's blonde head as he sat on a rock overlooking a river mouth and several miles of Mexican beach. Abby, he'd finally discovered that her name was Abigail Goodyear, was behind a clump of bushes beside the stream, vainly trying to wash her voluminous clothing. Now that the shock and humor had passed, Nat was deeply worried. He couldn't take Abby back to his own time and announce that he hadn't the heart to see her hanged. On the other hand, he simply could not take her back to 17th century New England to be hanged for witchcraft. If he dropped her off in any other time, they'd think she was insane. Nat had been making a routine historical survey, part of the work on his thesis about life in 17th century New England, and on his first venture into time, he had ended up committing one of the most serious crimes possible in his society, time meddling. Earlier in the day, just before leaving Earth University in the 25th century, tall, ascetic Anton Bohr, chief of the Time Inspection Corps, had impressed on him the penalties for time meddling. Fixing Nat with cold gray eyes, Bohr had recited the familiar warning in calculated tones. At no time and under no circumstance are people in past ages to know they are being observed. It was Nat's first solo adventure into time, and his indoctrination, as thorough as it was, had not prepared him for the shock he experienced a few hours later. He had been completely unprepared for the scene that lay before his eyes as he came out of the thick woods into a clearing. A gallows had been erected on a mound at the center of the cleared space, and a large crowd had gathered to watch what seemed to be an execution. Checking his invisibility shield, Nat moved closer. A tall, gaunt man with a look of righteous wrath on his face was reading from a scroll. Except for his clothing, the man looked exactly like Anton Bohr, chief of the TIC. Nat shook his head in disbelief, but strained his ears to hear what the man was reading. She was found guilty of felonies and witchcrafts, whereof she stood indicted, and sentence of death accordingly passed, that she should be hanged by the neck until she be dead. Nat tore his eyes from the man with the scroll and looked at the witch. He gasped audibly at what he saw, so that several people nearby looked curiously around. Realizing his error, he stood completely still until the people he had disturbed turned their attention back to the gallows. Again he looked at the woman. She was no half-insane old hag, a busybody who had meddled her way into a witchcraft trial, but a bewildered, fearful young woman who couldn't have been more than 18 or 19 years old. Her hands were tied behind her back, pulling her bulky dress tight across her bosom. Her tangled, matted black hair, the dirt on her face, her wrinkled, disheveled clothing could not hide a great natural beauty. But what affected Nat most was the look on her face. It was that of a frightened, helpless animal, cornered by a vicious, heartless predator. The self-righteous bearing of the tall man, the lack of sympathy and idle curiosity mirrored in the faces of the crowd, infuriated Nat. Impulsively, he had used his paralysis ray, an instrument that was designed only as a last resort when a time traveler needed to beat a quick retreat unnoticed. While the entire gathering was in a suspended state, he had carried Abby away from the gallows and clocked away in the time machine. Now, completely confused, he was sitting worriedly in the warm sunshine of 18th century Mexico, wondering what to do. Abby's approach broke his reverie. She seemed almost lost in one of his spare one-piece coveralls. She was carrying her own garments, dripping wet, on her arm. In modesty, she had put her own quaint shoes on again. Her dark hair curled wetly about her shoulders, and the exertion of bathing and washing her clothing had left a becoming flush on her cheeks. "Feel better, Abby?" he asked in a light-hearted manner he didn't feel. "Verily, thou art a strange one," she answered, lowering her eyes in an almost obsequious manner, "though the way thou useth the diminutive of my name is pleasant to my ear." "Well, your pretty face is pleasant to my eyes, but it's certainly gotten me into a lot of trouble," Nat answered gruffly. She looked downcast. Truly, I'm contrite if I've caused thee trouble. The penitent look on her face melted Nat's irritability. Let's eat, he said quickly. You must be hungry. And while you eat, I'll try to explain what happened and maybe figure out what to do. A week passed, and Nat was still undecided. He was puzzled by a strange restlessness that nagged at him constantly. That is, he was puzzled until the first time he kissed her. The difference in their backgrounds was vast. They were separated by centuries of time. But now, thrown together, facing a common fear of the past and the future, there could be only one outcome. At the end of the first week, they were sitting on opposite sides of a beach fire. A soft breeze blowing off the water added a chill to the evening air. Abby rose to put another log on the fire. Nat stood up quickly to help her. Let me lift that, Abby, he said with an air of protection. It's pretty heavy. Please, no, she answered in her quaint way. 'Tis nothing. I have lifted heavier burdens than this many times. He put his hand on her wrist. It was the first time he had touched her since he had carried her from the gallows. For the past week he'd been so preoccupied he'd hardly noticed her as she had gone quietly about their impromptu camp, cooking the wild game and fish he had caught with his paralysis ray. The feel of her soft, warm wrist in his hand thrilled him. His voice suddenly left him as he consciously realized for the first time how beautiful she was. Her fresh innocence, her complexion freshly tanned by the southern sun, seemed to fill his entire being. He drew her close, kissed her full lips. Because of her Puritan heritage, she exhibited surprise. Verily, Nathaniel Lyon, my people would frown on an embrace like this. Then she whispered, But I find it most pleasant, because I have grown so very fond of thee. With that, she threw her arms around him and pressed her lips to his. Time lost its meaning, and they stood for uncounted minutes. At last she shivered. I feel a chill, dear Nat. No wonder, darling, he whispered. We've been standing here so long, the fire has gone out. That night, Nat made his decision. I can't take you back to be hanged, Abby, he said tenderly. But at the same time, I can't go back to my own time. They'd do worse than that to me. I understand not this time travel, Abby said thoughtfully. If thou canst send this device to any time of thy choosing, couldst thou not spend months or even years away and still get back to your own time when thou art expected? That's it, Abby, that's it, Nat shouted, jumping to his feet. We'll stay away a lifetime, and then when we take the machine back, they won't be able to do anything that matters because we'll have had our life together. Or, better yet, we'll never go back at all. Suddenly he sobered, dropped back to the ground beside her, taking her hands in his. That is, if you'll marry me, Abby darling. Why, Nathaniel, she answered without a flicker of a smile, that was all settled when first I yielded to thy embrace. Nat's mouth dropped open, then he laughed as he remembered his studies of the customs and morals of Abby's time. Abby, verily thou art priceless, he said delightedly in her own speech. She gave her opinion of him silently, with her lips. Abby, Nat finally whispered, I'm going to give you the best honeymoon a woman ever had. Honeymoon? Of a truth I know not of what thou speakest. Nat chuckled, then kissed the end of her pert nose. You'll see, my love, you'll see. But first we have to make you Mrs. Nathaniel Lyon. There was a time right after the Third World War when marriage was easy, no questions asked. So right now it's off to the disorganized world of the late 20th century. And so began one of the strangest honeymoons in the history of Earth's human race. Nat and Abby were unseen observers when Pericles ruled Greece. They visited the court of Charlemagne, walked through the streets of Rome at the height of its splendor, viewed the glories and wickedness of Babylon and Baghdad, watched the artisans of old Cathay. But fate chose their honeymoon as the time of their undoing. Nat had believed they would be safe for the rest of their lives. He knew that detection of the time machine was virtually impossible unless their full dimensional destination were known to the TIC, assuming that he had been missed in the 25th century, which he believed unlikely. Sealed chronometers installed by the TIC would give him away if he ever returned to the time machine to base, but premature discovery need be the only worry now. As he had explained to Abby, the power plant in these things gives off traceable radiation, provided the tracer gets close enough. But right now, tracing us would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. All we've got to watch out for is another time machine with someone aboard who might have reason to be suspicious of us. And it happened just that way, as they sat watching the original first night of a Shakespeare play. Another time machine, controlled by an art student from Earth University, appeared in an adjoining balcony. Nat flicked his machine to full power, too late. A student, an acquaintance of Nat's, had nodded in recognition. Clocking away, Nat couldn't avoid a glum comment. Well, the TIC probably will be after us in full force now. Abby studied Nat's face. Darling, she said, let's settle down. Why need we travel at all? Her calm erased Nat's concern. We'll do it, he exclaimed, confident again. Nat parked his new Model T Ford in the garage. He walked quickly into the kitchen, kissed his wife. It was no perfunctory peck, so much the practice in the times in which they lived, but a tender, passionate embrace, as if it might be their last. Nat, there's been someone around the house today. I'm worried, Abby finally said. The muscles in his stomach tightened. Maybe they've traced us. What did he look like? He was tall, severe. In fact, he could almost pass for old Jonathan Borden, the man who was in charge of my execution, the man who read the charges against me. Anton Bohr, Nat said hoarsely, the head man of the TIC. Abby threw her arms around Nat, buried her head in his shoulder. Her arms held him with desperation. Oh, darling, we've been so happy these past 5 years. They can't separate us. I'd rather die first. He tipped her head back, kissed the tears that had trickled down each cheek. If they catch us, we'll probably both die, but at least we're ready for them. He was interrupted by a knock on the door. Through the front curtains, he glimpsed a car in front of the house. A hasty look out the back revealed another one parked in the alley. Quick, Abby, into the basement, before they use a paralysis ray, he whispered. Aloud, he shouted, just a moment, to the person at the front door. With nervous fingers, Nat unlocked a heavily reinforced door in the basement. He heard a crash upstairs as the front door was battered in. At almost the same instant, he swung the door open and they stepped into the time machine. With movements they had practiced many times, he tripped the activating lever and the machine vanished, leaving the hiding place Nat had built around the machine after they had bought the house several years earlier. They weren't a moment too soon, for both felt the slight tingling of a paralysis ray. Their departure had occurred just at the split second when one of Bohr's TIC men had pushed the firing stud. Even so, it clouded Nat's vision, slowed his reflexes. Another second and they'd have had us, Abby, he said aloud after he had returned to normal. She pressed her lips to his. I hated to leave 1925, but we can start over again wherever you say, Abby whispered. The surf crashed and boomed on the coral reef. Nat lay in the shade of a coconut palm, watching the white clouds scudding by overhead. Abby came walking down the beach towards him, tanned a deep brown from head to foot, dressed as the Polynesians had dressed before Captain Cook had discovered them. You're every bit as beautiful as the women described in the old tales of the South Sea Islands, Nat said as she sat down beside him. And you're as big a flatterer as any sailor who ever told those stories, she answered, although she was pleased by his admiration. She lay back, stretched her hands over her head with a happy look on her face. I'm 30 years old and don't compare to our young neighbors on the other islands. Nat rolled over, putting an arm across her waist, kissed her tenderly. I'm the luckiest man in the world, he whispered. She looked up, her blue eyes serious. You don't regret giving up all you had in your own time? I didn't know what true happiness was, he answered firmly. People in the 25th century are automatons, hemmed in by rules, regulations, regimented by necessity because there's so many billions on the planet. He kissed her again as the warm trade winds ruffled her dark hair, and they forgot about time. But they didn't have real peace of mind. Fear of the TIC and the tenaciousness of Anton Bohr was always present. Nat and Abby had learned the language thoroughly through the time machine's hypno-translator, then picked an uninhabited little island in the atoll. After weeks of sunbathing, they had let themselves be discovered by the natives in their outrigger canoes. The natives quietly accepted Nat and Abby as slightly different, but members of their informal society, for it was inconceivable to them that any but their own kind could be living on one of the atolls. This is a heavenly life, Abby sighed, stretching out on the sand one day. Coconuts, breadfruit, seafood, all for the taking. I'll hate to leave it. But I'm afraid we must, Nat said slowly, and soon, too. We don't dare stay too long in one place. From the islands, Nat and Abby drifted on from century to century, usually stopping in post-war periods when both governments and populations were preoccupied with constructive social progress. It was during the American Reconstruction period following World War III that they were again tracked down by the TIC. Nat was an engineer rebuilding shattered Seattle when one day he spotted a tall, angular mechanic newly hired on the project, and unmistakably Anton Bohr. 10 years before, Nat and Abby had cached the time machine 100 miles away. Now, as they winged through the night in their private helicopter, Nat groaned at the futility of matching wits with scientists of Century 25. "I don't understand it, Abby. There's atomic radiation lingering here from the war. We're working on a reactor for the city's power plant, yet Bohr and his TIC managed to track us down." "Perhaps, dear Nat," Abby said, lapsing into her original old New England speech, as she often did when thinking deeply, "he followeth us by inductive methods rather than through his science." There was a moment's silence. Nat broke it to say, "We've been doing the obvious. Well, then our next stop must be different." They cruised silently toward the hiding place of their time machine until they saw the faint glow of a radioactive crater. A missile missing its target had gouged a large hole in the mountainside. Nat had hidden the time machine in a cave as close as possible to the crater to lessen the chance of detection by the TIC or casual explorers. "Just in case they have spotted our machine and someone is waiting for us, we're going to have to take the last few miles on foot," Nat said, checking his paralysis gun. He set the heli down in a clearing, and they started cautiously forward on foot, working their way up the mountainside with all the tension of a hunter stalking game. 100 yards from the cave entrance, they spotted a campfire. They approached stealthily, and finally were able to make out the shadowy form of an old man, apparently a war hermit who had set up a mountain retreat. At the very outset of the Third World War, the expression "take to the hills" had become a reality to many. Afterwards, when a prostrated world had begun a painful reconstruction, lone men and women, and sometimes couples, continued to roam through the forests and deserts of Earth. Fugitives from fear in the beginning, many had held to the nomadic existence, liking their new individuality. "He may be a TIC agent in disguise," Nat whispered. "Why not use thy paralysis ray now?" Abby whispered back, "and not take chances?" Nat nodded, and silently they crept forward. When they finally were in range, Nat raised his weapon and pressed the stud. The hermit didn't move a muscle. The dancing flames of the fire cast strange shadows over the campsite, reflecting off his shelter half, lighting the coffee pot sitting on a rock. Swiftly, without fear of detection, Nat and Abby strode forward, toward the cave and their escape. As they reached the entrance, they heard a derisive laugh. Whirling sharply, they saw the hermit rising slowly to his feet, a late 20th century weapon in his hand. Horror-stricken, Nat glanced at the paralysis ray in his own hand, the thought flashing across his mind that the tiny atomic battery had given out. "No, your weapon is still good. You just didn't count on our thoroughness." The man laughed, using the vernacular of Nat's own time. "I've been waiting here a year while Bohr combed the whole area for you." "Lord, Abby," Nat gasped hoarsely. "They've developed a neutralizing field, something they were experimenting with when I left." The agent laughed coarsely in agreement. "Just come away from the cave while I put in a call to Inspector Bohr." They moved towards the fire, and it was then that the agent got a good look at Abby. His eyes moved slowly from her head to her feet, taking in every detail of her full figure. "Some dish you have there, Lion. I'm beginning to understand why you checked out on us." Nat was surprised at the agent's obvious lechery. Such animal reaction had been largely overcome by the 24th century. The agent snickered, recognizing Nat's surprise. "You asked for it, Lion, when you tried to paralyze me. There's still a little problem to be solved in this matter of neutralizing a paralysis ray. Right now I'm morally drunk, haven't an inhibition in the world." He licked his lips. "Come here, girl, I want to see you close up. Real close." Abby had drawn back, horrified, but now she leaned toward Nat and started talking in the ancient Greek they had learned during their honeymoon. "Let me try to seduce him, Nat. Maybe we can get away before Bohr gets here." "What's she mumbling about?" the agent demanded suspiciously. "She's talking Greek," Nat explained. "She doesn't understand the Anglo-Oriental combination we speak in the 25th century. The agent's eyes flitted back to Abby, noting her dark hair, her even features, moving hungrily over her figure again. "Come here," he ordered huskily, motioning with his hands. Abby stepped hesitantly forward, a perfectly simulated look of puzzlement on her face. Nat stepped forward at the same time, hoping to get closer to the guard. "Stay where you are," the agent snarled, waving his weapon at Nat. Abby looked around at Nat with a cautioning expression on her face as the agent moved slowly towards her. Careful to keep the gun pointed at Nat, the agent put out a hand, slid his arm around her waist. Nat could tell by her quivering shoulders that Abby was revolted by the man's touch, although she managed a faint, inviting smile. Nat was poised, ready to move in when the agent dropped his guard. Then he suddenly felt stark terror as he saw the man pull out a small paralysis gun. "I think I'll immobilize you, Lion, while I get better acquainted with your girlfriend," he rasped. Nat jumped, but the ray gun caught him in midair. His thoughts as he regained consciousness later were an agony of confusion. Feeling the familiar sensation of a time machine in motion, he filled in the blank about what must have happened to Abby. Sick with resignation, he opened his eyes, then sat up quickly, blinking in disbelief, for Abby was sitting at the controls of the machine. Her blouse was soiled and ripped, her hair mussed, and Nat thought he saw blood on her skirt. But she was humming a tune as she checked the dials. "Abby," Nat cried, "are you all right?" Her smile said more than words. "You seem to forget, my dear husband," she said happily, coming over to him. "We tender New England pioneers learned a few things about self-protection." "What happened?" Abby shuddered. "It wasn't pleasant having that beast paw me, but my apparent willingness threw him off guard. About the time he started ripping my clothes off, I used the little dagger we picked up in Renaissance Italy." Suddenly a sob broke through her artificial gaiety, and she was in Nat's arms, her control completely gone. Her body racked with sobs, tears streaming down her face. "They're getting closer each time, Abby," Nat said reflectively. "Next time they probably will get us." "But we're still together," Abby said fiercely, "and if we're careful, they may never find us again." Years passed. Nat and Abby's youthful happiness flowered into the contentment of those who have lived their allotted years in wisdom. Nat had retired many years before, and he and Abby were content with simple pleasures. Evenings they sat together on the porch of their Florida cottage, enjoying the ocean breeze and each other's presence. It was on such an evening that their world came to an end. While they sat as usual, reminiscing, Nat wondered aloud if Anton Bohr still lived. He had scarcely uttered the question before the grass on the lawn seemed to shimmer slightly, and a time machine materialized before their startled eyes. Its door burst open, and 3 men sprang out with weapons ready. After them came the halting, decrepit figure of an ancient Anton Bohr, a paralysis gun wavering unsteadily in his shriveled hands. The shock was so great that Nat and Abby sat completely unmoving, and the full power of Bohr's weapon caught them where they sat. Nat and Abby stood before the judgment tribunal in the 25th century. Mere punishment had long since passed out of existence. A lawbreaker had his case reviewed by a board of psychiatrists, lawyers, sociologists, even historians. A person's past was laid bare in an effort to find out why aberrant action had been taken. The board recommended remedial action that varied greatly from case to case. "We find you guilty," the spokesman finally stated, "of time meddling, an offense that can have the gravest consequences. In this case, our problem is twofold. First, we must correct the original action. Second, we must do all in our power to discourage action such as you have taken. With this in mind, you, personally, will see the corrective measures carried out. Anton Bohr, who worked so self-sacrificingly over so many years to bring this case to a close, will supervise the correction." This time Nat was prepared. The scene was exactly as he remembered it. But now the gallows was empty, the spectators frozen statues. "The paralysis ray's effects last for a little more than 5 minutes," Bohr said with the coldness of a machine. "We have that much time to accomplish our job." Bound and helpless, Nat heard Bohr bark a command. He saw an assistant pick up the paralyzed form of his wife, dressed again in 17th century style, and walk out across the valley. He placed Abby on the gallows, put the rope around her neck, and moved quickly back to the woods. "Now we'll watch it," Bohr said with cold finality. "I think my ancestor out there, Jonathan Borden, would be proud of me," he added with a trace of smugness. As we watched, it seemed suddenly our vision blurred, and there was a smell of brimstone in the air, and when we could see again, there in the place of comely young Abigail Goodyear was a wrinkled, gruesome crone, more like unto a spectre, with gray hair and wrinkled visage, whose true age could only be guessed at. Witchcraft in Early America, Volume 2, Chapter 4. End of A Witch in Time, by Herb Williams. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Baker's Dozen by Jim Harmon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Catching him was no problem. They caught him everywhere, and practically all at once. Baker's Dozen, by Jim Harmon. Mr. Street, you are the foremost xenologist on Earth, the director of extraterrestrial investigations said to the tall man. I know, Street said. What do you know about the infamous criminal Baker, the so-called Robin Hood, who is actually a scarlet fiend? Everything. Surely not how he died. Everything but that. The director put his briefcase on his knees. Mr. Street, my agency received numerous accounts of his death, or deaths, on various worlds. Can you tell me which, if any, of these stories is true by studying our intelligence reports? Easily, Street said. We have had Baker under observation many times by our planted Orwells, our peep bugs. But you must understand that we need absolute proof on him, since he has supporters even on Earth. And in waiting on that proof, we lost contact often at vital moments. I understand perfectly, Street assured him. 1. Are there really space pirates? Mrs. Fuljon inquired of him, giggling furiously. Yes, Virginia, there really are space pirates, Baker assured her. Mrs. Fuljon lowered very long lashes over formidable eyes. My first name is Christine. Will they come at us out of the void with all guns blasting? I doubt it. They would want to rob the liner, not disintegrate it. Baker excused himself and strolled toward the afterdeck of A-class. He had lied to the lady. The hyper-Orwell focused directly on him picked up the tiny whispers of his sub-vocalizations. He was a pirate, but there was one part of the cargo he did want to destroy, not steal. The first-grade readers for the mission house of alien natives on Ignatz 9. Men called him a traitor to the human race, but he seethed at the corruptive propaganda being fed to the swinoid youngsters of the planet. This little piggy went to market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy had roast beef. This little piggy had none. It was insidious, evil. It said, in effect, that races who shared a common ancestor with the pig had better trade with Earthmen on their terms, on any terms, if they hoped to go on being allowed to eat. Double-dealing Earthmen with their devious schemes were daily robbing literal-minded extraterrestrials, like the Ignatz swinoids, blind. Sometimes it made him ashamed to be an Earthman. Let them call him a renegade. He was going to help these sentient beings. He had a plan, even if he lacked the armed battlecruiser that the pirates had in the teletapes. There was a small corvette waiting for him on Ignatz 9. It lacked the restricted official light drive of military and police craft, having only a civilian planet field booster. But if all went well, it would be sufficient for his escape. Baker glanced at the dial of his watch. It showed no telltale color of listening devices within his area. The detector had been sold to him by an ETI agent and, of course, it lied. Confident, he stepped over the chain separating him from the stairs to B-deck. Wormung was waiting for him, as planned. See, the fat, swarthy man said. My brother, my nephew, my cousins. We will bring our luggage to the cargo hold tonight. I'll predispose the guards. Come right to hold 7, understand? Da, Wormung assured him. The man on watch collapsed soundlessly at a beam of nerve pressure on the neck, and Baker slipped inside, immediately beginning to eject the first-grade readers through the escape hatch by the gross. The mercenary Wormung and his army of family arrived with experienced stealth and began dumping the new books from their privileged luggage. Baker replaced the contents of the open crates with the variant readers. These volumes might be the tiny counterbalance needed to free a world of swinoids from the domination by Earth. Who knew the full extent of the psychological effect of the three little pigs on young, formative minds? His work done, Baker sadly regarded the precious jewels and negotiable bonds from the registered mail. There was no way around it. This had to look like a robbery. It was necessary that he take them. Quickly, he stuffed everything into his synthetic appendix. Baker was allowed to disembark on Ignatz 9 so that he might be traced to his alien fellow conspirators. The heavy-jowled biped who greeted him at the smoky tavern was joyous. "You have done the next best thing for us to enable us to tell your busybody missionaries to go home. We look upon you as one of our own, and are hungry for the sight of you. May you remain with us long." "Too much work," Baker said, gagging over the native beer. "But I must ask you a favor. You implied you'd give me your right arm." "Anything we have is yours. But would not a cadaver's limb suit you as well as mine? I must escape from this world. You can give a private citizen like me something only a sovereign government can. I want a jump drive." "Not that." "Yes, I've earned it, haven't I?" The swinoid nodded wearily. "You have. The device will be put on your spacer. Use it only in deep space." He was now in orbit. That was far enough out. Earth patrols could still pick him up easily. The ETI spy pickup observed him as he reached out and put a finger on the button of the device given him by the swinoids, as Earth ships closed rapidly. He pressed the button. In a crisping flash of flame, he lit with incredible speed. 2. Naturally, we lost contact after the ship went up in flames. If that man was the true Baker, he was undoubtedly destroyed. Of course, we have a report from our spies on Klondike 2 of events running just about concurrently." "If you'll allow one interruption," Street interjected. "As a competent xenological ethnologist, I can assure you that Baker was, at least, not completely destroyed by the fire. His somewhat roasted remains would have been appropriated by the swinoids." "How so?" "Their people are as similar to pigs as we are to apes. When one of their own wishes to die, as they thought Baker did, in their typical alien literal-mindedness, they dispose of his body in a special way. Remember how they said they thought of Baker as one of their own, and were hungry even for the sight of him?" 3. Baker had been walking for 2 weeks across the primitive surface of the mining planet Klondike 2 to reach a shack in the gray shadow of the granite mountain. It wasn't gold he was after, but escape. Unlike others seeking it, he had headed away from the saloons. But the peat bug's lens of air had followed him. Minutes later, he was knocking on the door. He had to have means of transportation at least as good as government ships to do his work of helping the aliens and make his escapes. At least as good, and preferably better. The door was cracked by a kind-looking old man. "You've got 5 seconds to get before 30,000 volts of electricity go through these floorboards you're standing on," the old man said kindly. "Professor Gentle," Baker said hastily, "I have many friends. One of them has told me you have established a major breakthrough in electronics, that you have in fact invented a machine to transmit matter as radio and television transmit sound and sight." "Some loose-lipped electronics jobber found that out, did he? Step right in." "Do you suppose I might be teleported?" Baker asked tentatively. "Of course you can, my boy. But first, perhaps you'd like to take a look at some of the things I have teleported so far." Baker looked at the animals. They were animals. In the cages lining the laboratory. He had been hungry a minute before. Now he had trouble just swallowing. "Like making the original adjustments on a video set," the old man explained. "Hard to get your focus, your horizontal and vertical interlination just right. There's some distortion sometimes, sort of messy. On soul-searching consideration, Baker began, don't take another step towards the door. I've got the floor checkerboarded with an electric grid where I can turn on the juice wherever you set your foot. Controls in my upper plate. Step into that coffin, boy. Just my little pet name for it, don't worry. With some degree of reluctance, Baker stepped into the left of twin vertical boxes. The lid closed in his face and locked. Before he could begin to have time to worry about his air supply, the cover sprang open, and he stepped out. Test over? There was an echo. A man stood in front of the second coffin. Baker had entered the one on the left, and he was still in front of the left box. He was also now in front of the cabinet on the right. He had been completely duplicated. That damn feedback again, Gentle grumbled. In the first shock of this duplication, and therefore seeming negation of his individual ego, Baker almost went mad. You did this to me, said Baker and Baker to Gentle, each drawing a concealed weapon and shooting the old man in the heart. You two fellers drop your guns and stand still, the voice behind them said. The professor was always saying I was the most simple-minded assistant he ever had. But I've got brains enough to pull this trigger on this old shotgun if you move. The E.T. chief explained. The rest is hearsay. Those miners spy-proof their towns. The trial was short with Jeb, the assistant's, testimony. But the jury deliberation was unaccountably long on a primitive world where justice ran fast for a blind woman. We've waited long enough, Jeb said to the other men in the saloon. Let's break 'em out of the cellar and hang 'em. The miners didn't let the jury set a precedent. They hoisted a few inside the bar and went out of Lone Spiling Hill and hoisted 2 more. What have you idiots done? The sheriff yelled as they trooped back into Klondike City. Anticipated the verdict a mite, Jed admitted. That's just it, the sheriff groaned. It was ruled justifiable homicide, temporary insanity. At the time of the crime, each of the defendants was beside himself. 4. Obviously, Street said, this is no more than a folk legend. Are you sure? The director of ETI asked, fingering the report. It can't be anything else. Granted that all the other events were true, I would know Baker was still alive. Only one, because neither could stand the threat of the other to his ego. You see, the case would never have come to trial. It would have been immediately dismissed. Why? My dear fellow, both Bakers could not have been put on trial for the same murder, as any student of law would know. This would be a violation of the basic protection of double jeopardy. 5. A fast spaceship put him well ahead of the law, and a place to hide out until things simmered down. That was all Baker wanted, and it was what he had. He was too hot for more. This is how we reconstructed it from our informant's version, the ETI chief said. For the 100th time, he located Weiser 4 on the star map. It had been discovered by the Gordon Pole expedition half a century before. Few people even knew about it, and most of those had forgotten it. He would never have known about it himself if it hadn't been on the credentials of that bank official. With those papers, he was set to spend several profitable years in the great national bank. He would be an alien, but somehow aliens always seem to have more money than the natives on any given planet. As blast-down time approached, he read the characteristics of Weiser 4 and found his greatest inconvenience would be the intense sunlight from the double suns, not bright enough to burn, but brilliant enough to dazzle. He searched the ship for sunglasses, but all he could find were snow goggles, a visor of black plastic with twin slits to look through. He put them on, resolving never to steal an improperly equipped spaceship again. Howdy, partner! The humanoid at the spaceport was bald and green. He wore a wide-brimmed hat, chaps, and a large gun. Nothing else at all. Forgive my informal dress. Forgot my kerchief, boots, and spurs this morning. Who might you be?" Baker gave the title of his position at the bank, explaining that it would be his job to help arrange for loans to the local ranchers. "You'll find this a friendly place. Tumbleweed is an adult western town. We know the banker ain't always head of the gang of rustlers." As the weeks passed, Baker learned to live with the alien's strange obsession with the things and persons of the Old West. They were even more fanatic than the terrestrial Frenchmen over the American frontier. It was not exaggerating to say that they regarded the men in the old films they got from Earth as gods. They had appropriated appropriate Western given and surnames. But while there were plenty of Wills and Davies and Rogerses and Crocketts, it was always Will Crockett and Davy Rogers. Anything other would have been sacrilege. Baker's biggest problem was getting a good mixed martini. Everybody on Weiser 4 drank their rot gut straight. But by becoming friendly with the bartender, Gene Gibson, at the Golden Slipper, he managed to get his mixed drinks. "Which do you think is faster on the draw, Matt Dillon or William S. Hart?" Tom asked Baker early one evening. "I don't give a hoot, Gibson," Baker snarled, reaching for his martini. The shocked faces along the bar turned toward him, and hands moved toward loaded guns. "I meant pictures," Baker said hastily. "I wouldn't give one of my pictures of Hoot Gibson for 2 each of Ken Maynard and Tim McCoy." "Everybody to his own taste," Gibson said agreeably. Baker exhaled and gulped his drink. It had been a close one. But as time wore on, the habits of the Western-loving aliens grated more and more on Baker's soul. He was particularly irritated by the weekly ritual every male had of riding into the sunset. Since there were 2 sunsets in opposite directions, it was a long and involved and thoroughly annoying process. Tom Wayne had kept Baker waiting for an hour at the Golden Slipper to discuss his loan. Baker was exasperated and dry. Local custom regarded it as friendly to not begin your drinking before your companion arrived. Gibson lay out the ingredients of a martini on the bar. "You gonna wait any longer for Tom to finish riding into the sunset before I start mixing?" Baker whirled angrily. "Nuts to Tom, mix." Before the blasphemous words died on his lips, Baker saw death in the rising barrels of the vengeful 6-shooters. 6. "I doubt this story very much," Street said to the director. "The planet and its conditions have been verified," the director replied. "Even better reason to doubt that Baker died there. He probably was worshipped as one of the gods." "Why do you think that?" the director asked the xenologist. "Think it out for yourself. Imagine the reception that would be given to a man who stepped out of a spaceship, wearing what would appear to be a black mask, and who told these people he was the Lone Ranger." 7. Baker jammed the accelerator of the ground car down until his thumbnail turned white. The eye of the ETI peep bug observed the police car of the native authorities behind Baker's vehicle, closing fast. "This is how it happens," he subvocalized. "A great career in interplanetary crime ends with an arrest by hick cops for selling dirty books." Why had he ever sunk so low? That was easy. It took a stake to do anything big, and he had to get a pile by selling books after what had happened to him on Wellington 1. The Decameron, Forever Amber, Pierre Louis, all the old classics like that still went over with some of the humanoid and biped races. He had none of the new stuff, only titles in the public domain. He couldn't force himself to fall to the level of literary pirate. But here on Linz 3, he was slaying braces of fowl with a single stone. Linzians were highly stimulated by intricate philosophy and mathematics. This allowed him to sell banned copies of Korzybitsky at outrageous prices, while at the same time introducing the native intellectuals to human semantics, a definite aid to the natives in throwing off the verbal domination of Earthmen. The Humans First lobby in the Galactic Legislature was willing to live with the difficulties caused by the absolute literal-mindedness of most extraterrestrials, so long as they could continue to make them believe in lifetime guarantees and unbreakable toys for inventive youngsters. True, many a human traveler had lived to regret a chance remark to the effect he could eat a horse, and nobody likes to think what happened to people who exclaimed a preference for being damned within range of obliging natives. But all in all, those were minor liabilities in the path of the infernal machine of progress. The ETI was working double shifts to find human renegades who were teaching the semantic variations in words of human speech to aliens. On a world where philosophy and higher math were themselves prescribed because of the limiting factor of narcotic colloid reaction, he had also to reckon with native cops. He wasn't going to be able to outrun this squad car. Baker let it pull alongside and dialed himself regretfully toward the embankment. Then, as the police matched his maneuver, he switched on emergency power and sideswiped them with an ear-jarring crash. Thrown from the counterbalance of its gravitic suspension system, the squad car sailed off as helplessly as a balloon. "Rashid!" Baker yelled on entering his quarters. "Get my smoking jacket." "Isn't dinner prepared yet?" The turbaned, green-skinned native did what might have been called a salam if he had been Muslim instead of Hindu. "Everything is in readiness, Sahib." Baker was worried he had spoken so shortly, but somehow he always did. Rashid understood. Baker was under a terrible strain, not knowing when the ETI might descend on him. There was also the matter of Melissa, his wife, whom he missed very much. But as a Hinduphile, a true convert, Rashid was of a gentle and forgiving nature. As Baker settled back in his easy chair, someone started smashing in the back door. By the time the police of Linz reached the living room, Baker was gone. "Alas," the sergeant major intoned, "if only the sinner had repented his purchase of the forbidden book before, instead of after, he finished reading it." As soon as he lifted the curtain of his own modest dwelling in the native quarter, Rashid knew there was someone in the darkness, waiting for him. "I hope you don't mind, old boy," Baker said. "Didn't know where else to go to escape being hunted down. I am overjoyed to find you well, Sahib. How did you escape?" Baker told him about his escape, but somehow his talk kept coming back to Melissa, his wife. "I tell you, it would have taken Kathleen Windsor to describe her. But I'm bored, Rashid." Rashid drew the gun with a graceful movement. "As you say, Sahib, I have read of our traditional life in India, and as a Hindu, I know what I must do when I find my house has been invaded by a hunting boar." Rashid squeezed the trigger. 8. "The shot," the chief said to Street, "unfortunately destroyed our peat bug." "You were taken in there," Street replied. There is only one way to describe verbally Baker's attitude toward his man, proving this was all an act. A good Hindu would never harm Baker. His wife is built like a cow. 9. Thorson checked his gun inside his cummerbund. That was about the only place a man or woman had to hide a weapon in these times of relatively tight fashions on Earth. The gun was still there, safety off, as he firmly expected. He settled back in his chair and glanced across the restaurant at Hastings, the trader. An infamous outlaw such as Baker could count on few friends. One less than even he expected. The reward on the criminal had grown sizable. Not that Thorson would get any of it. All he had to do was kill the poor devil on sight. It would be foolish to say that he didn't like killing. It was his job in the ETI. But sometimes he wearied of his work. What did Baker look like? It was a good question, and it would give him something to think about while he waited. On the face of the existing evidence, it was obvious that Baker had somewhere discovered some means of superlative disguise. He could so change himself, with stretching, shrinking, fattening, and slenderizing, that if a man knew he wasn't Baker, he had to doubt everybody and anybody else. Orders were to kill the first man who came up to Hastings at his table. He would have to shoot if it were his own father, or the director of the ETI. And there wasn't too much difference, he reflected. He was seated where he could see both the entrance and the door to the men's room. Other agents were covering the back way. Baker would have to come from the tiered front. Would Thorson be able to kill Baker? If he got off the first shot, he would. Evening fashions were too tight for meteor shields. If he were wearing an electronic cuirass, he could tell it immediately by the twin spheres that gave the football shoulder effect. Moreover, if anyone entered wearing such obvious armor, it would have been flashed to him. In that case, a hand bomb would have to be used, which would be unfortunate for Hastings, and possibly Thorson. Hastings wasn't showing his fear. He had been doped to hide that, but he was growing more alert. Baker was coming. Thorson forced himself not to give things away by reaching for his weapon yet. He fastened his attention on the two doors into the cafe. The shot blew most of Thorson's lungs away, but the electronic wiring in his muscles kept the shock from killing him outright. He turned and managed to get off one shot before death started climbing up his arms from his fingers, and the weapon fell. He should have kept in mind that no one had ever seen Baker and lived to tell it. Now he had seen Baker, and he was not going to live either. But then Baker was dead even now, in spite of Thorson's mistake. Before he died, Thorson took one last look at the figure with the long golden hair lying on the threshold of the ladies' room. 10. This story is absolutely authentic, the director said. Several ETI agents saw the whole thing. But somehow, in the confusion, somebody stole Baker's body. Really, Director, Street said, you don't actually believe Baker was a woman? Are you suggesting a disguise? It had to be. Baker's body disappeared by getting up and walking away. The only way it could do that was for it to be armored. The only way for Baker to get into that building was for his armor to be hidden. There was only one way he could hide the two spheres of electronic equipment necessary to project the cuirass field, and he couldn't do it if he really had been a woman. 11. The director leveled his gun at Street. I am at last convinced that there is only one way in which you could be so certain that Baker is not dead. You know he is alive, and you know it because you are Baker. You are correct, Street said. I am the celebrated Robin Hood of space. It's too great an honor to deny. I will go into confinement for many years because of what I am about to do, but I must see the galaxy rid of you. The director fired the lethal charge at point-blank range, and the tall man tumbled to the door. I had to do it, the director said over the body. It was well enough to frame you for Baker's crimes, due to your suspicious knowledge of him. But I didn't know you were going to fail to protest, that you were going to go along with the lie. I couldn't stand another man living to take the honor for being Baker. There is no living Baker but me. 12. The tall man rolled over on the floor and sat up. Then you admit you are Baker. No, never mind firing again. I'm wearing meteor armor under my clothes. It's sufficient to stop a gun blast. You are a clever devil, the director snarled. A man who has to be clever to be Baker. You are not Baker, the director shrieked. I am. Are you? The tall man said superciliously. Think why you came here. You have been working too hard, Director. You received too many stories about Baker. You began to envy him his freedom of movement. Soon you began to think you were Baker. Your analyst sent you to me to make you see through this legend of Baker. It was to my advantage to do so. The director wavered. If I'm not Baker, who is? I told you, the tall man said, drawing a gun and shooting the director in the head. I am. He smiled down at the body. You weren't wearing armor, were you? Street reversed the dial on his gun and shot the director a second time. Quickly, he stirred from his paralysis. Sorry I had to do that, Director, Street said. But I could see you were about to strangle me with naked hands. The important thing is to fix the idea firmly in your mind that I was Baker. If you thought I was, then you would realize that you couldn't be. I do, the director said miserably as he climbed to his feet and dusted off his breeches. But if I'm not Baker, and you're not Baker, who is Baker? Director, just as telling your story and hearing my answers to them cured you of believing you were Baker, the events of this story are designed to make someone remember the true identity of Baker. That very person who now believes in a different personality of his own. Who is this person who is really Baker? The director asked. The person who is now reading this story, Street said. 13. I'm afraid it won't do, Mr. Street, the editor of Men's True Space said across his desk. It's fiction. There can be only one Baker, and tens of thousands would read the story in my magazine. You're missing the point, Mr. Trent, Street said. There is only one manuscript, and it is in your hands. You are Baker. No, Trent said. No. Yes, Street said relentlessly. Just as the director realized he was not Baker, you must realize you are. Trent lay back in his swivel, gasping. All right, I admit it. I am Baker. But you aren't really, Mr. Trent, Street said calmly. I know you thought at one time you were Baker, and then repressed the idea. But I knew that at some future time the delusion might return, and you might begin to claim to be Baker once more. As you said, there can only be one Baker. I am Baker. You lie, Trent snarled. I know the truth now. I am Baker. There can only be one. The editor jerked the gun up from his desk drawer. The shots crashed at the same instant. Trent ran the letter spindle through his chest as he fell across the desk. Street settled back into his chair comfortably, death in his lungs from the gas bullet that had exploded inside his armor. 14. The director of extraterrestrial investigations opened the closet door and stepped into the office. You fools, Baker said to himself. He had no doubt he was the true, the original Baker. He remembered clearly that he had stepped out of the left cabinet of Gentle's transmitter, the one which he had first entered. He did remember that, didn't he? Yes, doubting himself was the first stride down the road these two had taken. His act to shock Street into realizing they were both Baker had been elaborate. But Street had gone schizoid. He was no copy. But there were copies of Baker, dozens of them, all helping the downtrodden aliens from terrestrial exploitation and making fortunes for themselves. There were fat ones, thin ones, tall ones, short ones, all kinds of Bakers, thanks to refinements of Gentle's distortion factors in matter duplication to an exact science, a desired result, not an accident like the duplication itself. Unfortunately, in a few, physical distortion meant mental disorientation. These no longer had to merely pretend to be other people than Baker. It was too bad about them, and about all the other Bakers who had died. He really had died in all those ways, on all those worlds, in all those bodies, despite Street's clever excuses. Still, it wasn't a bad life, helping the helpless and himself to all they could get. Yes, Baker decided, dying was a good way to make a living. The End of Baker's Dozen, by Jim Harmon. We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. After all, they only borrowed it for a little while just to fix it. We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. I mean, it isn't like we swiped anything. We maybe borrowed a couple of things but gee, we put everything back like we found it pretty near. Even like the compressor we got from Stinky Brinker that his old man wasn't using and I traded my outboard motor for. My father made me trade back. But it was like Skinny said. You know, Skinny Thompson. He's the one you guys keep calling a boy genius. But shucks, no, he's no... Well, yeah, it's like Skinny said. We didn't need an outboard motor, and we did need a compressor. You've got to have a compressor on a spaceship, everybody knows that. And that old compression chamber that Mr. Fields, let us use didn't have a compressor. Sure, he said we could use it. Anyway, he said we could play with it, and Skinny said we were going to make a spaceship out of it, and he said, go ahead. Well, no, he didn't say it exactly like that. Like he didn't take it serious, sort of. Anyway, it made a swell spaceship. It had 4 portholes on it, and an airlock, and real bunks in it, and lots of room for all the stuff that Skinny put in there. But it didn't have a compressor, and that's why... What stuff? Oh, you know, the stuff that Skinny put in there, like the radar he made out of a TV set, and the anti-gravity, and the atomic power plant he invented to run it all with. He's awfully smart, Skinny is, but he's not like what you think of a genius. You know, he's not all the time using big words, and he doesn't look like a genius. We call him Skinny, 'cause he used to be skinny. But he isn't now. He's maybe small for his age. Anyway, he's smaller than me, and I'm the same age as he is. Of course, I'm big for my age, so that doesn't mean much, does it? Well, I guess Stinker Brinker started it. He's always writing Skinny about one thing or another, and Skinny never gets mad, and it's a good thing for Stinker, too. I saw Skinny clean up on a bunch of 9th graders. Well, a couple of them anyway. They were saying, well, I guess I won't tell you what they were saying. Anyway, Skinny used judo, I guess, because there wasn't much of a fight. Anyway, Stinker said something about how he was going to be a rocket pilot when he grew up, and I told him that Skinny had told me that there weren't going to be any rockets, and that anti-gravity would be the thing as soon as it was invented. So Stinker said it never would be invented, and I said it would so, and he said it would not, and I said, well, if you're gonna keep interrupting me, how can I... All right. Anyway, Skinny broke into the argument and said that he could prove mathematically that anti-gravity was possible. And Stinky said, sure he could. And Skinny said, sure he could. And Stinky said, sure he could, like that. Honestly, is that any way to argue? It sounds like 2 people agreeing, only Stinky keeps going, sure, like that, you know. And Stinky, what does he know about mathematics? He had to take remedial arithmetic ever since... No, I don't understand how the anti-gravity works. Skinny told me, but it was something about meson flow and stuff like that I didn't understand. The atomic power plant made more sense. Where did we get what uranium? Gee, no, we couldn't afford uranium, so Skinny invented a hydrogen fission plant. Anyone can make hydrogen. You just take zinc and sulfuric acid and... Deuterium? You mean like heavy hydrogen? No, Skinny said it would probably work better, but like I said, we couldn't afford anything fancy. As it was, Skinny had to pay $5 or $6 for the special square tubing in the anti-gravity, and the plastic space helmets we had cost us 98 cents each. And it cost $1.50 for the special tube that Skinny needed to make the TV set into a radar. You see, we didn't steal anything, really. It was mostly stuff that was just lying around, like the TV set was up in my attic, and the old refrigerator that Skinny used the parts to make the atomic power plant out of from. and then a lot of stuff we already had, like the skin diving suits we used to make space suits, and the vacuum pump that Skinny had already, and the generator. Sure, we did a lot of skin diving, but that was last summer. That's how we knew about Old Man Brinker's compressor that Stinky said was his, and I traded my outboard motor for, and had to trade back. That's how we knew about Mr. Field's old compression chamber, and all like that. The rocket? Well, it works on the same principle as the atomic power plant, only it doesn't work except in a vacuum, hardly. Of course, you don't need much of a rocket when you have anti-gravity. Everybody knows that. Well, anyway, that's how we built the spaceship, and believe me, it wasn't easy. I mean, with Stinky all the time bothering us and laughing at us. I had to do a lot of lawn mowing to get the money for the square tubing for the anti-gravity, and the special tube for the radar, and my space helmet. Stinky called the space helmets kid stuff. He was always saying things like, "Say hello to the folks on Mars for me," and "Bring back a bottle of Canal No. 5, and all like that, you know? Of course, they did look like kid stuff, I guess. We bought them at the 5 and dime, and they were meant for kids. Of course, when Skinny got through with them, they worked fine. We tested them in the airlock of the compression chamber when we got the compressor in. They tested out pretty good for half an hour. Then we tried them on in there. Well, it wasn't a complete vacuum, just 27 inches of mercury, but that was okay for a test. So anyway, we got ready to take off. Stinky was there to watch, of course. He was saying things like, "Farewell, oh brave pioneers," and stuff like that. I mean, it was enough to make you sick. He was standing there laughing and singing something like "Up in the Air, Junior Birdmen," but when we closed the airlock door, we couldn't hear him. Skinny started up the atomic power plant, and we could see Stinky laughing fit to kill. It takes a couple of minutes for it to warm up, you know. So Stinky started throwing rocks to attract our attention, and Skinny was scared he'd crack the porthole or something. So he threw the switch, and we took off. Boy, you should have seen Stinky's face. I mean, you really should have seen it. 1 minute he was laughing, you know, and the next minute he looks like a goldfish. I guess he always did look like a goldfish, but I mean even more like then. And he was getting smaller and smaller because we had taken off. We were gone pretty near 6 hours, and it's a good thing my mom made me take a lunch. Sure, I told her where we were going. Well, anyway, I told her we were maybe going to fly around the world in Skinny and my spaceship, or maybe go down to Carson's Pond. And she made me take a lunch and made me promise I wouldn't go swimming alone. And I sure didn't. But we did go around the world 3 or 4 times. I lost count. Anyway, that's when we saw the satellite on radar. So Skinny pulled the spaceship over to it, and we got out and looked at it. The spacesuits worked fine, too. Gosh, no, we didn't steal it or anything. Like Skinny said, it was just a menace to navigation, and the batteries were dead, and it wasn't working right anyway. So we tied it onto the spaceship and took it home. No, we had to tie it on top. It was too big to take inside with the antennas sticking out. Of course, we found out how to fold them later. Well, anyway, the next day the Russians start squawking about a capitalist plot, and someone had swiped their satellite. Gee, I mean, with all the satellites up there, who'd miss just one? So I got worried they'd find out that we took it. Of course, I didn't need to worry because Stinky told them all right, just like a tattletale. So anyway, after Skinny got the batteries recharged, we took it back. And then, when we landed, there were hundreds of people standing around, and Mr. Anderson from the State Department. I guess you know the rest. Except maybe Mr. Anderson started laughing when we told him, and he said it was the best joke on the Russians he'd ever heard. I guess it was that when you think about it. I mean, the Russians complaining about somebody swiping their satellite, and then the State Department answering a couple of kids borrowed it, but they put it back. One thing that bothers me, though, we didn't put it back exactly the way we found it. But I guess it doesn't matter. You see, when we put it back, we goofed a little. I mean, we put it back in the same orbit, more or less, but we got it going the wrong direction. The end of We Didn't Do Anything Wrong, Hardly, by Roger Kuykendall. It's a Small Solar System, by Alan Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. Soon, the three representatives of Earth were walking shoulder to shoulder, the captain first to touch the soil. It's a Small Solar System, by Alan Howard. Know him? Well, you might say I practically grew up with him. He was my hero in those days. I thought few wiser or greater men ever lived. In my eyes, he was greater than Babe Ruth, Lindy, or the President. Of course, time and my growing up caused me to bring him into a perspective that I felt to be more consonant with his true position in his field of endeavor. When he died, his friends mourned for fond remembrance of things past, but privately many of them felt that he had outlived his best days. Now, with this glorious vindication, I wonder how many of them are still alive to feel the twinge of conscience. Oh, we're delighted, of course, but it seems incredible even today to us elated oldsters. Although we were always his staunchest admirers, in retrospect we can see now that no one believed more than we that he did it strictly for the dollar. It was likely there was always a small crop of starry-eyed adolescents who found the whole impossible saga entirely believable, or at least half believed that it might be partly true. The attitude of the rest of us ranged from a patronizing disparagement that we thought was expected of us, through grudging admiration and out-and-out enthusiasm. Certainly, if anybody had taken the trouble to consider it, and why should they have, the landing of the first manned ship on our satellite seemed to render him as obsolete as a horde of other lesser and even greater lights. At any rate, it was inevitable that the conquest of the moon would be merely a stepping stone to more distant points. Oh, no, I had nothing to do with the selection of the red planet, coming in as the head of Project P4 in its latter stages, as I did when Dr. Fredericks died. The selection had already been made. Yes, it's quite likely I may have been plugging for Mars below the conscious level. A combination of chance, expediency, and popular demand made Mars the next target rather than Venus, which was, in some ways, the more logical goal. I would have given anything to have gone, but the metaphorical stout heart that one reporter once credited me with is not the same as an old man's actual fatty heart. And there were heartbreak years ahead before the Goddard was finally ready. During this time he slipped further into obscurity, while big, important things were happening all around us. You're right, that one big creation of his is bigger than ever. It has passed into the language, and meant employment for thousands of people. Too few of them have ever heard of him. Of course, he is still known and welcomed by a small circle of acquaintances, but to the world at large he is truly a forgotten man. It is worthy to note that one of the oldest of these acquaintances was present at blastoff time. He happened to be the grandfather of a certain competent young crewman. The old man was a proud figure during the brief ceremonies, and his eyes filled with tears as the mighty rocket climbed straight up on its fiery tail. He remained there gazing up in the sky long after it had vanished. He was heard to murmur, "I'm glad the kid could go, but it's just a lark to him. He never had a sense of wonder. How could he? Nobody reads any more." Afterwards, his senile emotions betrayed him, and he broke down completely and had to be led from the field. It is rumored he did not live long after that. The Goddard drove on until Mars filled the viz screen. It was planned to make at least a half-dozen braking passes around the planet for observational purposes before the actual business of bringing the ship in for landfall began. As expected, the atmosphere proved to be thin. The speculated Dead Sea areas, oddly enough, turned out to be just that. To the surprise of some, it was soon evident that Mars possessed, or had possessed, a high civilization. The canali of Schiaparelli were indeed broad waterways stretching from pole to pole, too regular to be anything but the work of intelligence. But most wonderful of all were the scattered, but fairly numerous large, walled cities which dotted the world. Everybody was excited, eager to land and start exercising their specialties. One of these large cities was selected more or less at random. It was decided to set down just outside, yet far enough from the walls to avoid any possibility of damage from the landing jets in the event the city was inhabited. Even if deserted, the entire scientific personnel would have raised a howl that would have been heard all the way back on Earth if just a section of the wall was scorched. When planetfall was completed and the observers had time to scan the surroundings, it was seen that the city was very much alive. "What keeps them up?" marveled Kochanski, the Aeronautics and Rocketry Authority. The sky swarmed with ships of strange design. The walls were crowded with inhabitants, too far away for detailed observation. Even as they looked, an enormous gate opened, and a procession of mounted figures emerged. In the event the place was deserted, the captain would have had the honor of being the first to touch Martian soil. While atmospheric and other checks were being run, he gave orders for the previously decided alternative. Captain, semanticist, and anthropologist would make the first contact. With all checks agreed that it was safe to open locks, soon the three representatives of Earth were walking shoulder to shoulder down the ramp. It was apparent that the two scientists purposely missed strides inches from the end, so that it was the captain's foot that actually touched the ground first. The cavalcade, though these beasties were certainly not horses, was now near enough to the ship for details to be seen. Surprise and wonderment filled the crew, for while the multi-legged steeds were as alien as anyone might expect to find on an alien world, the riders were very definitely humanoid, briefly, brightly, and barbarically trapped as they were by Earth standards. They seemed to be little distinguishable from the homegrown Homo saps. The approaching company appeared to be armed mainly with swords and lances, but also in evidence were some tubular affairs that could very well be some sort of projectile discharging device. The captain suddenly felt uncomfortably warm. It was a heavy responsibility. He hoped these Martians wouldn't be the type of madmen who believed in the shoot first, inquire later theory. Even as he stood there, outwardly calm but jittering internally, the Martian riders pulled up 10 feet from the Earthmen. Their leader, tall, dark-haired, and subtly lighter in hue than his companions, dismounted and approached the captain. With outstretched hand he took the captain's in a firm grip. Let it be recorded here, to the shame of an Earth where reading for pleasure is virtually a lost pastime, that not one man on the Goddard realized the significance of what followed. "How do you do?" he said in perfect English, with an unmistakable trace of a southern accent. "Welcome to Barsoom. My name is John Carter. It's a Small Solar System." By Alan Howard.
Captain Chaos by Nelson S. Bond. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Aaron Bennett. Captain Chaos by Nelson S. Bond. We picked up our new cook on Phobos. Not Phoebus or Phoebe. I mean Phobos, Mars's inner moon. Our regular victual mangler came down with acute indigestion. Tasted some of his own cooking, no doubt, when we were just one blast of a jet tube out of Sand City Spaceport. But since we were rocketing under sealed orders, we couldn't turn back. So we laid the Leo down on Phobos' tiny cradle field and bundled our ailing grub hurler off to a hospital, and the skipper said to me, "Mr. Duggan," he said, "go out and find us a cook." "Aye, sir," I said, and went. Only it wasn't that easy. In those days, Phobos had only a handful of settlers, and most of them had good-paying jobs. Besides, we were at war with the outer planets, and no man in his right senses wanted to sign for a single-trip jump on a rickety old patrol ship bound for nobody knew where. And, of course, cooks are a dime a dozen when you don't need one. But when you've got to locate one in a hurry, they're as difficult to find as petticoats in a nudist camp. I tried the restaurants and the employment agencies, but it was no dice. I tried the hotels and the tourist homes, and even one or two of the cleaner-looking joy joints. Again, I drew a blank. So, getting desperate, I audioed a plaintive appeal to the wealthy Phobosian colonists, asking that one of the more patriotic sons of riches donate a chef's services to the good old IPS. But my only response was a loud silence. So I went back to the ship. I said, "Sorry, sir. We're up against it. I can't seem to find a cook on the whole darn satellite." The skipper scowled at me from under a corduroy brow and fumed. "But we've got to have a cook, Duggan. We can't go on without one." In a pinch, I told him, I might be able to boil a few pies or scramble us a steak or something, skipper. "Thanks, Duggan, but that won't do. On this trip, the men must be fed regularly and well. Makeshift meals are OQ in an ordinary run. But when you're running the blockade..." He stopped abruptly, but too late. I had caught his slip of the tongue. I stared at him. I said, "The blockade, sir? Then you've read our orders." The old man nodded soberly. "Yes, you might as well know, Lieutenant. Everyone will be told as soon as the Leo lifts gravs again. My orders were to be open 4 hours after leaving Sand City. I read them a few minutes ago. We are to attempt to run the Outer Planets Alliance blockade at any spot which reconnaissance determines as favorable. Our objective is Jupiter's fourth satellite, Callisto. The Solar Federation Intelligence Department has learned of a loyalist uprising on that moon. It is reported that Callisto is wary of the war. With a little prompting, we'll secede from the Alliance and return to the Federation. If this is true, it means we have at last found the foothold we have been seeking. A salient within easy striking distance of Jupiter, capital of the Alliance government. Our task is to verify the rumor and, if it be true, make a treaty with the Callistans." I said, "Sweet howl stars, some assignment, sir. A chance to end this terrible war, form a permanent union of the entire solar family, bring about a new age of prosperity and happiness." "If," Captain O'Hara reminded me, "we succeed. But it's a tough job. We can't expect to win through the enemy cordon unless our men are in top physical condition, and that means a sound, regular diet, so we must find a cook or..." "The search," interrupted an oddly high-pitched but not unpleasant voice, "is over. Where's the galley?" I whirled, and so did the old man. Facing us was an outlandish little figure, a slim, trim, natty little earthman not more than 5'2" in height, a smooth-cheeked young fellow swaddled in a spaceman's uniform at least 3 sizes too large. Into the holster of his harness was thrust a Helmholtz ray pistol big enough to burn an army, and in his right hand he brandished a huge, gleaming carving knife. He frowned at us impatiently. "Well?" he repeated impatiently. "Where is it?" The old man stared. Who, he demanded dazedly, "might you be?" "I might be," retorted the little stranger. "Lots of people. But I came here to be your new cook." O'Hara said, "The new? What's your name, mister?" "Andy," replied the newcomer. "Andy Laney." The old man's lip curled speculatively. "Well, Andy Laney," he said, "you don't look like much of a cook to me." But the little mug just returned the old man's gaze coolly. "Which makes it even," he retorted. "You don't look like much of a skipper to me. Do I get the job or don't I?" The captain's grin faded, and his jowls turned pink. I stepped forward hastily. I said, "Excuse me, sir. Shall I handle this?" Then, because the skipper was still struggling for words, "You," I said to the little fellow, "are a cook?" "One of the best," he claimed complacently. "You're willing to sign for a blind journey?" "Would I be here," he countered, "if I weren't?" "And you have your space certificate?" "I," began the youngster. "Smart Aleck!" That was the old man exploding into coherence at last. "Rat-tailed, clever-cracking little smart Aleck. Don't look like much of a skipper, eh? Well, my fine young rooster," I said quickly, "if you don't mind, sir, this is no time to worry over trifles. Any port in a storm, you know, and if this young man can cook—" The skipper's color subsided. So did he, grumbling, "Well, perhaps you're right, Duggan. All right, Slops, you're hired. The galley's on the second level, port side. Mess in 3/4 of an hour. Get going. Duggan, call McMurtry and tell him we lift Gravs immediately. Slops, what are you doing at the table?" For the little fellow had sidled across the control room and now, eyes gleaming inquisitively, was peering at our trajectory charts. At the skipper's roar, he glanced up at us eagerly. "Vesta," he piped in that curiously high-pitched and mellow voice. "Loft trajectory for Vesta? Then we're trying to run the Alliance blockade, Captain?" "None of your business," bellowed O'Hara in tones of thunderous outrage. "Get below instantly, or by the lavender lakes of Luna I'll—" "If I were you," interrupted our diminutive new chef thoughtfully, "I'd try to broach the blockade off Iris rather than Vesta. For one thing, their patrol line will be thinner there. For another, you can come in through the meteor bog using it as a cover." "Mr. Duggan!" The old man's voice had an ominous ring to it, one I had seldom heard. I sprang to attention and saluted smartly. "Aye, sir." "Take this little culinary tactician out of my sight before I forget I'm an officer and a gentleman, and tell him that when I want advice, I'll come down to the galley for it." A hurt look crept into the youngster's eyes. Slowly he turned and followed me from the turret, down the ramp, and into the pan-lined cubicle which was his proper headquarters. When I was turning to leave, he said apologetically, "I didn't mean any harm, Mr. Duggan. I was just trying to help." "You must learn not to speak out of turn, youngster," I told him sternly. "The old man's one of the smartest space navigators who ever lifted Gravs. He doesn't need the advice or suggestions of a cook." "But I was raised in the belt," said the little chap plaintively. "I know the bog like a book, and I was right. Our safest course is by way of Iris." "Well, there you are. You try to be nice to someone, and what happens? He tees off on you. I got a little sore, I guess. Anyhow, I told the little squirt off, but definitely." "Now listen," I said bluntly. "You volunteered for the job. Now you've got to take what comes with it. Orders. From now on, suppose you take care of the cooking and let the rest of us worry about the ship, Captain Slops." And I left, banging the door behind me hard. So we hit the spaceways for Vesta, and after a while the old man called up the crew and told them our destination, and if you think they were scared or nervous or anything like that, why, you just don't know spacemen. From oil-soaked old Jock McMurtry, the chief engineer, all the way down the line to Willie, our cabin boy, the Leo's complement was as thrilled as a sub-deb at an academy hop. John Wainwright, our first officer, licked his chops like a fox in a henhouse and said, "The blockade? Oh boy, maybe we'll tangle with one of the Alliance ships, eh?" Blinky Todd, an ordinary with the highest rating, said with a sort of macabre satisfaction, "I hopes we do meet up with them. That's what I does, sir. Never did have no love for them dirty skulking outlanders. That's what I didn't." And one of the Black Gang blasters, a taciturn chap, said nothing, but the grim set of his jaw and the purposeful way he spat on his callous paws were mutely eloquent. Only one member of the crew was absent from the conclave, our new Slops. He was busy preparing midday mess, it seems, because scarcely had the skipper finished talking than the audio hummed and a cheerful call rose from the galley. "Soup's on! Come and get it!" Which we did. And whatever failings Captain Slops might have, he had not exaggerated when he called himself one of the best cooks in space. That meal, children, was a meal. When it comes to victuals, I can destroy better than describe, but there was stuff and things and such like, all smothered in gravy and so on, and huge quantities of this and that and the other thing, all of them unbelievably deluscious. Beyond a doubt, it was the finest feast we of the Leo had enjoyed in a coon's age. Even the old man admitted that as, leaning back from the table, he patted the pleasant bulge due south of his belt buckle. He rang the bell that summoned Slops from the galley, and the little fellow came hustling in apprehensively. "Was everything all right, sir?" he asked. "Not only all right, Slops," wheezed Captain O'Hara, "but perfect. Accept my congratulations on a superb meal, my boy. Did you find everything O.Q. in the galley?" Captain Slops blushed like a stereo-struck schoolgal and fidgeted from one foot to another. "Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Yes, the galley was in fine order. That is—" he hesitated. "There's one little thing, sir." "Well, speak up, son. What is it? I'll get it fixed for you right away." The old man smiled archly. "Must have everything shipshape for our tip-top chef, what?" The young hash-slinger still hesitated bashfully. "But it's such a little thing, sir. I almost hate to bother you with it." "No trouble at all. Just say the word." "Well, sir," confessed Slops reluctantly, "I need an incinerator in the galley. The garbage disposal system in there now is old-fashioned, inconvenient, and unsanitary. You see, I have to carry the waste down 2 levels to the rocket chamber in order to expel it." The skipper's brow creased. "I'm sorry, Slops," he said, "but I don't see how we can do anything about that. Not just now, at any rate. That job requires equipment we don't have aboard. After this jump is over, I'll see what I can do." "Oh, I realize we don't have the regular equipment," said Slops shyly, "but I've figured out a way to get the same effect with equipment we do have. There's an old Nolan heat cannon rusting in the storeroom. If that could be installed by the galley vent, I could use it as an incinerator." I said, "Hold everything, Slops. You can't do that. It's against regulations. Code 44, Section 16 says, fixed armament shall be placed only in gunnery embrasures insulated against the repercussions of firing charges, re-radiation, or other hazards accruent to heavy ordnance." Our little chef's face fell. "Now that's too bad," he said discouragedly. "I was planning a special banquet for tomorrow with roast marsh duck and all the fixins, pinberry pie, but oh well, if I have no incinerator—" The skipper's eyes bulged, and he drooled like a pup at a barbecue. He was a bit of a sybarite, was Captain David O'Hara. If there was anything he dearly loved to exercise his molars on, it was Venusian marsh duck topped with a dessert of Martian pinberry pie. He said, "Well, now, Mr. Duggan, let's not be too technical. After all, that rule was put in the book only to prevent persons which shouldn't ought to do so from having control of ordnance. But that isn't what Slops wants the cannon for, is it, son? So I don't see any harm in rigging up that old Nolan in the galley for incineration purposes. Did you say all the fixins, Slops?" Maybe I was mistaken, but for a moment I suspected I caught a queer glint in our little chef's eyes. It might have been gratitude, or, on the other hand, it might have been self-satisfaction. Whatever it was, it passed quickly, and Captain Slops' soft voice was smooth as silk when he said, "Yes, Captain, all the fixins. I'll start cooking the meal as soon as the new incinerator is installed." So that was that. During the night watch, 2 men of the crew lugged the ancient Nolan heat cannon from stores, and I went below to check. I found young Slops bent over the old cannon, giving it a strenuous and thorough cleaning. The way he was oiling and scrubbing at that antique reminded me of an apprentice gunner coddling his first charge. I must have startled him, entering unexpectedly as I did, for when I said, "Hi there," he jumped 2 feet and let loose a sissy little piping squeal. Then, crimson-faced with embarrassment, he said, "Oh, hello, Lieutenant. I was just getting my new incinerator shipshape. Looks O.Q., eh?" "If you ask me," I said, "it looks downright lethal. The old man must be off his grafts to let a young chucklehead like you handle that toy." "But I'm only going to use it," he said plaintively, "to dispose of garbage." "Well, don't dump your cans when there are any ships within range," I warned him glumly, "or there'll be a mess of human scraps littering the void. That gun may be a museum piece, but it still packs a wallop." "Yes, sir," said Slops meekly. "I'll be careful how I use it, sir." I had finished my inspection, and I sniggered as his words reminded me of a joke I'd heard at a spaceman's smoker. Speaking of being careful, did you hear the giggler about the old maid at the Martian baths? Well, it seems the perennial spinster wandered by accident into the men's shower room and met up with a brawny young prospector. Captain Slop said, "Excuse me, Lieutenant, but I have to get this marsh duck stuffed." "Plenty of time, Slops. Wait till you hear this. It will kill you." The old maid got flustered and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I must be in the wrong compartment." "If you don't mind, Mr. Duggan," interrupted the cook loudly, "I'm awfully busy. I don't have time for—" The prospector looked her over carefully for a couple of seconds, then answered, "That's O.Q. by me, sister. I won't—" I've got to go now, Lieutenant," shouted Slops. "Just remembered something I've got to get from stores." And without even waiting to hear the wallop at the end of my tale, he fled from the galley, very pink and flustered. So there was one for the logbook. Not only did our emergency chef lack a sense of humor, but the little punk was bashful as well. Still, it was no skin off my nose if Slops wanted to miss the funniest yarn of a decade. I shrugged and went back to the control turret. All that, to make an elongated story brief, happened on the first day out of Mars. As any school child knows, it's a full 100 million from the desert planet to the asteroid belt. In those days, there was no such device as a velocity intensifier unit, and the Leo, even though she was then considered a reasonably fast little patroller, muddled along at a mere 400,000 miles per hour, which meant it would take us at least 10 days, perhaps more, to reach that disputed region of space around Vesta, where the Federation outposts were sparse and the Alliance bloc began. That period of jetting was a mingled joy and pain in the britches. Captain Slops was responsible for both. For one thing, as I've hinted before, he was a bit of a panty waste. It wasn't so much the squeaky voice or the effeminate gestures he cut loose with from time to time. One of the roughest, toughest scoundrels who ever cut a throat on Venus was High G. Gordon, who talked like a boy soprano, and the meanest pirate who ever hijacked a freighter was Runt Hake, who wore diamond earrings and gold fingernail polish. But it was Slop's general attitude that isolated him from the command and crew. In addition to being a most awful prude, he was a killjoy. When just for a lark we begged him to boil us a pot of spaghetti so we could pour a cold worm's nest into Rick Bramble's bed, he shuddered and refused. "Certainly not," he piped indignantly. "You must be out of your minds. I never heard of such a disgusting trick. Of course, I won't be party to it. Worms, ugh." "Yeah," snorted Johnny Wainwright disdainfully. "And ugh to you, too. Come on, Joe. Let's get out of here before we give Slops bad dreams and goose flesh." Nor was hypersensitiveness Slops's worst failing. If he was squeamish about off-color jokes and such stuff, he had no compunctions whatsoever against sticking his nose in where it didn't belong. He was an inveterate prowler. He snooped everywhere and anywhere, from the ballast bins to bunk rooms. He quizzed the chief about engine room practices, the gunner's mate on problems of ballistics, even the cabin boy on matters of supplies and distribution of same. He was not only an asker, he was a teller as well. More than once during the next 9 days, he forced on the skipper the same gratuitous advice which before had enraged the old man. By sheer perseverance, he earned the title I had tagged him with, Captain Slops. I was willing to give him another title, too, Captain Chaos. God knows he created enough of it. "It's a mistake to broach the blockade at Vesta," he argued over and over again. "O.Q. Slops," the skipper would nod agreeably with his mouth full of some temper-softening tidbit. "You're right and I'm wrong, as you usually are, but I'm in command of the Leo and you ain't. Now run along like a good lad and bring me some more of this salad." So 10 days passed, and it was on the morning of the 11th day out of Sand City that we ran into trouble with a capital trub. I remember that morning well because I was in the mess hall having breakfast with Captain O'Hara, and Slops was playing another variation of the old familiar theme. "I glanced at the chart this morning, sir. he began as he minced in with a platter full of golden flapjacks and an ewer of Vermont maple syrup. "And I see we are but an hour or two off Vesta. I am very much afraid this is our last chance to change course."
"And for that," chuckled the old man, "hooray! Pass them pancakes, son. Maybe now you'll stop shooting off about how we ought to have gone by the way of Iris. Good."
"Thank you, sir," said Slops mechanically. "But you realize there is extreme danger of encountering enemy ships."
"Keep your pants on, Slops."
"Eh?" The chef looked startled. "Beg pardon, sir?"
"I said keep your pants on. Sure, I know, and I've took precautions. There's a double watch on duty and men at every gun. If we do meet up with an Alliance craft, it'll be just too bad for them." "Yes, sirree," the old man grinned comfortably. "I almost hope we do bump into one. After we burn it out of the void, we'll have clear sailing all the way to Callisto."
But if there should be more than one, sir?"
"Don't be ridiculous, my boy. Why should there be?"
"Well, for one thing," wrangled our pint-sized cook, "because rich Ecalstron deposits were recently discovered on Vesta. For another, because Vesta's orbit is now going into aphelion stage, which will favor a concentration of raiders." The skipper choked, spluttered, and disgorged a bite of half-masticated pancake.
"Eka! Great balls of fire! Are you sure?"
"Of course I'm sure. I told you days ago that I was born and raised in the Belt, Captain."
"I know, but why didn't you tell me about Vesta before? I mean about the Ecalstron deposits."
Why, because," said Slops. "Because—"
"Don't give me lady logic, you dope!"
roared the old man, an enraged lion now, his breakfast completely forgotten.
"Give me a sensible answer. If you told me that, instead of just yipping and yapping about how Via Iris was a nicer route, I'd have listened to you. As it is, we're blasting smack dab into the face of danger, and us on the most vital mission of the whole ding-busted war."
He was out of his seat, bustling to the audio, buzzing Lieutenant Wainwright on the bridge.
"Johnny, that you? Listen, change traj quick. Set a new course through the belt by way of Iris and the bog, and hurry up, because—"
What reason he planned to give I don't know, for he never finished that sentence. At that moment, the Leo rattled like a Model AA space sled in an ionic storm, rolled, quivered, and slewed like a drunk on a freshly waxed floor. The motion needed no explanation. It was unmistakable to any spacer who has ever hopped the blue. Our ship had been gripped and was now securely locked in the clutch of a tractor beam. What happened next was everything at once. Officers Wainwright and Bramble were in the turret, and they were both good sailors. They knew their duties and how to perform them. An instant after the Leo had been assaulted, the ship bucked and slithered again, this time with the repercussions of our own ordnance. Over the audio, which Sparks had hastily converted into an all-way inter-ship communicating unit, came a jumble of voices, a call for Captain O'Hara to "come to the bridge, sir," the harsh query of Chief McMurtry, "Tractor beams on stern and prow, sir. Shall I attempt to break them?" and a thunderous groom from the four-gunnery port as a crew went into action, a plaintive little shriek from somebody, maybe from Slops himself. Then on an ultra-wave carrier, drowning local noise beneath waves of sheer volume, came English words spoken with a foreign intonation, the voice of the Alliance commander. "Ahoy, the Leo! Calling the captain of the Leo." O'Hara, his great fist knotted at his sides, called back,
"O'Hara of the Leo answering. What do you want?"
"Stand by to admit a boarding party, Captain. It is futile to resist. You are surrounded by 6 armed craft, and your vessel is locked in our tensals. Any further effort to make combat will bring about your immediate destruction." From the bridge topside snarled Johnny Wainwright,
"The hell with them, skipper. Let's fight it out."
And elsewhere on the Leo, angry voices echoed the same defy. Never in my life had I felt such a heartwarming love for and pride in my companions as at that tense moment. But the old man shook his head, and his eyes were glistening.
"It's no use," he moaned strickingly, more to himself than to me. "I can't sacrifice brave men in a useless cause, Duggan. I've got to."
He faced the audio squarely. To the enemy commander he said,
"Very good, sir. In accordance with the rules of war, I surrender into your hands."
The firing ceased, and a stillness like that of death blanketed the Leo. It was then that Andy Laney, who had lingered in the galley doorway like a frozen figurine, broke into babbling, incredulous speech.
You're giving up like this?" he bleated. "Is this all you're going to do?"
The old man just looked at him, saying never a word, but that glance would have blistered the hide of a Mercurian steelback. I'm more impetuous. I turned on the little idiot vituperatively. "Shut up, you fool. Don't you realize there's not a thing we can do but surrender? Dead, we're of no earthly use to anyone. Alive, there's always a chance one of us may get away, bring help. We have a mission to fulfill, an important one. Corpses can't run errands."
But if they take us prisoners," he questioned fearfully, "what will they do with us?"
"A concentration camp somewhere, perhaps on Vesta."
"And the Leo?"
"Who knows? Maybe they'll send it to Jupiter with a prize crew in command."
"That's what I thought. But they mustn't be allowed to do that. We're marked with the Federation tricolor."
A sharp retort trembled on the tip of my tongue, but I never uttered it. Indeed, I swallowed it as comprehension dawned. There came to me the beginnings of respect for little Andy Laney's wisdom. He had been right about the danger of the Vesta route, as we had learned to our cost. Now he was right on this other score. The skipper got it, too. His jaw dropped. He said,
"Heaven help us, it's the truth. To reach Jupiter, you've got to pass Callisto. If the Callistans saw a Federation vessel, they'd send out an emissary to greet it. Our secret would be discovered, Callisto occupied by the enemy."
I think he would have turned, then, and given orders to continue the fight, even though it meant suicide for all of us. But it was too late. Already our lock had opened to the attackers. Down the metal ramp we now heard the crisp cadence of invading footsteps. The door swung open, and the Alliance Commandant stood smiling triumphantly before us. There are soldiers and soldiers. Fighting men, as a rule, are pretty decent guys at the core. Having experienced danger, violence, and the crawling horror of death themselves, they know the meaning of mercy. They respect their foes and extend a fine magnanimity in the moment of victory. Lieutenant Colonel Ross Toole, commander of the 3rd Outer Planets Alliance flotilla, was not this type of enemy. Half-breed spawn of a Jovian tribal priestess and a renegade Earthman, he retained the worst characteristics bequeathed by each of his parents. From his father he had inherited height. He towered a full head above the squat, gnarled Jovian runts he led, and a festering hatred of the planet Earth. From his priestess mother he had suckled the milk of sadistic savagery, which typified Jovian civilization before space-spanning Earthlings carried enlightenment to the far-flung sisterhood of the sun. His first words demonstrated clearly how slender was the mercy we might expect at his hands. To Captain O'Hara he said coldly, bluntly, rudely, "Your sidearms, Captain." Then, as the old man silently proffered his personal weapons, "You will walk before me, sir, on a tour of inspection. You might advise your men I hold you as hostage. One hostile move from any source means your death." The skipper's reply was richly disdainful.
"I have surrendered myself to you under the rules of war, Colonel. This play-acting is childish and altogether unnecessary."
Ross Toole's swarthy cheeks sallowed. He took a swift step forward, and before one could guess his intention, slapped the old man viciously across the mouth with his gauntlet. The heavy, asbestos-lined space glove cut and bruised. A thin trickle of blood split the skipper's lips. "One in your position," snarled the invader, "should learn not to insult his betters. Now lead the way, Captain. There is much to be done, and no time to waste." Thus began our painful journey through the conquered Leo. As Ross Toole had said, there was much to be done by his forces, nor had they delayed in getting about their task. A laboring crew was busily engaged in stripping the foodstuffs from our supply bins. Other workmen were dismantling all hypo and radio equipment, verifying our belief that the OPA was desperately in need of such material. Grim-faced Jovians had herded our marksmen from the gun embrasures and were quickly dismantling every piece of ordnance the Leo boasted. From room to room we went, from passage to sector to cabin. Nothing escaped the eagle eye of our foeman. By word and sign he designated to his henchmen those items which were to be removed, those which were to be destroyed. Only in the control room was everything left untouched. It was here that Ross Toole volunteered the explanation which proved the depths of his infamy. With a grin of sheer savagery, he explained, "I find it needless to waste energy in smashing this equipment, Captain. I am sure the rocky fragments of the bog will do that most efficiently." The old man stared at him uncomprehendingly. You mean you're going to wreck the Leo in the bog? Just turn it loose and let the grindstone smash it?" Ross Toole shrugged. "It's the easiest way." "But," puzzled the skipper confusedly, "how about us? I mean, are you going to take us aboard your ship, or do we get camped on one of the asteroids, or—" The half-breed shrugged negligently. "Why, Captain, you wouldn't want to desert your ship. I've always heard you Earthmen made it a point of honor to stand by your docks. Of course, I would not think of forbidding you this signal honor." The skipper's face turned white, but it was not fear that drained his cheeks of color. It was righteous rage. His words exploded like a fused hypotomic. "What? You dare do a thing like this, Colonel? You accepted my surrender under military covenant." "That will do, Captain," rapped Ross Toole. "It will do you no good to prate of technicalities. I acknowledge but one rule of war: destroy your enemy. When this vessel has been stripped of its fuel and supplies, I shall turn it loose in the bog. What happens then to it or you is none of my concern. Your pleas are vain, sir. And now, have we seen the entire ship?" It was his selection of the word please that ended the old man's protestations. O'Hara needed no microscope to read our adversary's character. He knew that Ross Toole would enjoy nothing more than listening to pleas for mercy. If we had to die, we could at least die like men. His jaw clamped forever on argument. "We have," he said. "We are now where we started." And so we were, back in the officers' mess. A half hour ago, our troubles had begun here. Now they threatened to end abruptly and, for us, horribly. But the half-breed's eyes had narrowed. A liar and dastard himself, he had a liar's distrust for everyone else. He nodded toward the closed door on the farther wall. "We haven't been in there. Where does that lead?" I said caustically, "No, and there's one mousetrap you haven't crawled into yet, too. What's the matter? Got a tapeworm? That's just the kitchen." It sounds right daring now that I see it in writing, but it was pure braggadocio. I figured my number was up, and a few healthy insults wouldn't make me die any deader, but our captor paid no attention. Prodding Captain O'Hara before him, he pushed into the galley. Of course, Captain Slops was on duty. The little guy was a study in technicolor, sort of pink around the eyebrows, white around the lips, and green around the gills. But I had to hand it to him. He was a game little fighting cock, never a cringe for the Jovian commander, who brushed by him to peer about the cookhouse, and though the runt warriors had taken his massive old Helmholtz when they stripped us all, I saw he had a very large and a very sharp cleaver hanging not too far from his grasp. Naturally, there wasn't anything for our foe to find in the galley, but he went through all the motions just the same, squinted in the stove, the refrigerator, the vegetable bins, and finally, "Aha!" he rasped. "What have we here? A cannon! So, Captain O'Hara, a concealed weapon, eh? Sergeant?" He wheeled to one of the subalterns, but Andy Laney stepped forward awkwardly.
It's not really a cannon, sir," he piped. "If you'll just open the breech, sir, you'll see—" "Oh, do be careful, sir. Oh, my goodness!" Because Lieutenant Colonel Ross Toole had hurled open the breech, and the incinerator cannon was full, or had been a moment before. Now it was half empty, and the accumulation of slops and refuse, as yet unincinerated, had dumped backwards all over him. It was the one bright spot in an otherwise dull day. Toole howled and bellowed, and that was a mistake because his mouth opened. Then he spluttered and gagged and coughed and backed, slipping and sliding on cold gravy away from the incinerator. He wasn't the impressive figure he had been 10 minutes ago. Coffee grounds mottled his gold tunic, and lima beans tangled coyly with his once gleaming epaulets. Potato peelings draped gracefully from his ears, and the exotic odor of a slightly antique egg exuded from his shirt front. Well, what would you do? Even if you knew your life was in danger, what would you do at such a moment? The same as we did, of course. We laughed. The old man and I, we burst out in a guffaw and rocked till we almost split our surcingles.
And Slops laughed too, in that piping little squeal of his, though even through his laughter he was gasping spasmodically. I tried to warn you, sir. I'm so sorry. But you see, it's only a garbage incinerator. But he who laughs last, laughs last. And if our foe had been despicable before, he was a raging fury now. He did not even stop to scrape the last clinging turnip top from his jacket. He spun to his subordinates and screamed, "Come! We are finished here. Back to our ship. I'll show these Earthmen one does not insult a Jovian commander with impunity." And his face a thundercloud of wrath, he dashed from the galley. We heard him calling his men, heard them exiting through the airlock, and then silence again. It was then, his paroxysms of mirth stifled by sober recollection, that the old man turned and said, "Well, it was fun while it lasted, but it's all over now, Duggan. Call the men together. This is the last act, and we might as well face it together." But before I could leave the room, Slops clutched my arm with fingers tense and hot as live wires. "No, Joey, don't go. I need your help, and yours, Skipper. Hurry, we haven't a minute to lose." I stared at the old man, and he at me. Huh? Said the two of us. "Help? Help for what?" "Oh, don't talk so much," bleated Andy. "Work! Get this garbage out of here like this!" And recklessly, he plunged both arms into the channel of the incinerator, recklessly hurled it about the previously immaculate floor of the galley. As he worked, he panted, "An incinerator, yes, but it was a good cannon in its day. It will still work. I cleaned and oiled it and connected it to the charger. It still shoots." Shoots! That was all we had to hear. We fell all over ourselves trying to get an armload of that goo. I never thought I'd live to see the day that I'd go fond and blissful over a gallon of boiled noodles, but that's just what happened. I dug in, and so did the skipper. In less time than I've taken to tell it, we had that incinerator cannon empty, swabbed out, and ready for use as a cannon incinerator. Then the captain clapped a hand to his forehead. "Oh my God, I clean forgot. The firing plate. There ain't no vision field for this gun." "Oh yes there is," cried Captain Slops. "Over your head there, the galley vent. I removed the atmospheric duct and installed a vision field. Use the crossed wires for a target centering device." I flung open the vent. As he had said, the vent had been converted into a perfect firing plate. There before me, a fat and gladsome target, was the largest of the enemy ships which had captured us, the flagship of Ross Toole's fleet. As I watched, I saw the commander and his boarding party re-enter their own craft. I said grimly, "Well, it's 6 against 1. They'll blast us out of space, but by the purple gods of Pluto, we'll at least take one of them with us. This thing is connected?" And I reached for the trigger, but once again Slops held my hand. "No, Joey. There's a fighting chance we can get all of them. Wait till they cut the tractor beams and we're free of them. Then turn the cannon upward toward the belt." "Upward," I repeated dazedly. It didn't make sense. I glanced outside to make sure. Here was the situation. The planetoid Vesta lay about a mile or so below us. Larger than most of the meteoric and planetesimal fragments that comprised the belt, its orbit was irregular. The smaller hunks of rock, and of course when you talk about smaller asteroids, that means shards ranging anywhere from a yard to several miles in diameter, with weights ranging from 100 pounds to twice that many thousands of tons, were whirling and swirling above our ships in a tight, lethal little huddle. That, of course, was the melee into which Ross Toole planned to plunge us after he cut his tractor beams. Surprisingly, it was O'Hara who seconded Andy Laney. "Do what he says, Joe. I don't know exactly what he has in mind, but it's his pigeon. He steered us right this far. We might as well go whole hog." "Thank you, Captain," said Slops gratefully, and as he spoke the words, the Leo rocked violently. With gathering speed, we began to move away from our erstwhile captors, their tractor beams now released. Upward we surged toward the webwork of flailing missiles that spelled pure destruction. "Now, Joey!" almost screamed Slops. "Aim the cannon at the rubble, hold it firm, full strength." And I did. I yanked the controls over to full power and aimed the heat gun straight into the heart of the rubble. The radiation was invisible, of course. Our enemies couldn't know we had an operative weapon. I held it for seconds, which dragged like centuries. Nearer we were hurtling toward doom, nearer and nearer. I cried, "Nothing's happening, Skipper.
We're going to crash in a minute. I might as well turn the gun on one of their ships." "Hold it!" shrieked Captain Slops. "It's working as I hoped. Hold it steady, Joey." And now, returning my gaze to the target, I saw what he meant. Something strange and weird was happening. Not to us or to the enemy spacecraft, but to the bog itself. Like a huge churning kettle, it was seething, roiling, boiling. And even as I cried aloud my astonishment, one of the tinier bits of matter plummeted down from the overhanging canopy of death to rattle against the hull of Ross Toole's flagship. Then another, and then a large piece, a hunk of rock which must have weighed half a ton. It struck one of the Jovian vessels like a sledgehammer, and a huge gap split the spaceship's seams. There came signs of frenzied activity from aboard the enemy boat. Fire spurted from stern jets as engineers hurriedly warmed their rockets. We saw 2 warships desperately trying to get under way, ram each other head-on. 3 more were crushed, beaten shapeless, by the tons of stony metal that smashed their very girders. The last, Ross Toole's flagship, met its doom most horribly. It was caught as in a vice between 2 mountainous boulders which rolled tangentially over it. When they separated, all that remained of a once proud ship was a flattened, lacerated shred of tortured steel. It was then and then only that Slop said to me, "That's all, Joey. You can turn it off now." There was something akin to sadness in his voice. I understood. I didn't feel any too good myself watching those Jovians, foes though they were, die so frightfully. "Captain O'Hara, if we can repair the damage done by the Marauders, we can now go on to Callisto and complete our mission. What's the matter, Captain?" Captain O'Hara was glaring at his little finger irately. "Matter? Why, confound it, I cut myself on that tin can. Look at this."
He thrust before our noses a pudgy paw, the pinky of which was leaking very feebly. I chuckled. Not so Slops. He loosed one horrified gasp and...
"Blood!" he screamed. "Oh, gracious, I simply can't stand the sight of blood. Oh!"
His face suddenly went white, and just like that, Captain Slops fainted dead away. The skipper said,
"Well, I'll be damned."
Dazed, he knelt beside the little fellow, fumbled at his jacket collar.
"Ain't that the funniest you ever saw, Duggan? Sees 6 ships scuttled without batting an eyelash, and passes out at seeing a pinprick. Oh, well, it's probably shock more than anything else. I'll unloose his shirt, give him a little air."
I said, "He's the queerest guy I ever met, but he's a man, skipper." Then a funny thing happened. The skipper, strangely scarlet of face, rose suddenly from Andy's side. He croaked,
You wouldn't like to lay a bet on that, Duggan?"
"Huh?" I said. "On what? I don't understand." The old man moaned softly.
"Neither do I, Duggan. But you were wrong. Slops here ain't no man at all, and never was. He's a girl."
Well, looking back on it now, I can see how we should have realized it from the beginning. Sure, Captain Slops was a girl. That high, mellow voice, the oversized uniform coat, that prudishness which was not prudishness at all, but understandable modesty. Later, as we were streaking the spaceways toward our Callisto rendezvous, the Leo completely repaired, we demanded and received an explanation. I might add that in female togs, the pint-sized chef looked just the right size and 100% OQ. "I didn't exactly lie about my name," she explained. "It is Andy Laney, only you spell it a bit differently. I am really Anne Delaney. My father was a spaceman, so was my grandfather and my great-grandfather. Daddy was always sorry he had a daughter instead of a son. He wanted to see the old tradition of a Delaney in space go on. But you thick-headed males have rules against allowing women to take the spaceways except as passengers, so there was nothing I could do. You," I told her admiringly, "did all right."
"More than all right," acknowledged the skipper. "If it hadn't been for you, don't worry, Miss Delaney. I'll see that the proper authorities hear all about this. Only," a crease puckered his forehead, "there's something I ain't yet puzzled out. How come you ordered Mr. Duggan to shoot not at, but above the ships, at the bog? And how come the rocks came tumbling down that-a-way?"
"Why," smiled Anne Delaney shyly, "it was really very simple. Heat, Captain."
"Heat?"
"Of course, as any student of thermodynamics knows, heat has a definite attractive force varying directly as the difference in temperature. Space, being a vacuum, lacks heat entirely. Its temperature is that of absolute zero.
Our gun emitted a heat force equivalent to that of 10 solar degrees. Thus, the radiation we discharged at the bitter cold fragments of rock and ore comprising the bog created a sort of passageway, an attractive channel down which the detritus was drawn. To state that problem more simply, have you ever watched a pot of beans boil? A seething whirlpool is created, the beans seek the heat.
By golly, said O'Hara, I think you got something there, Miss Delaney. Why, that's terrific. That gives us a brand new combat technique for locations where there are small cosmic bodies. Wait till the War Department hears this.
But Anne Delaney just sniffed. New, she repeated disdainfully. New? Why, every woman cook knows that, Captain. You'll find the rest in the history books. Callisto did sign a pact with us. The Federation did open a new front almost within spitting distance of Jupiter. We've got a better universe to live in now. For one thing, there's peace throughout the solar system. Because of Anne Delaney, the government changed its ruling about women in space. You'll find them everywhere nowadays, doing everything and anything men do. But I'm glad to say Anne isn't one of those void vampires anymore. She and I, oh sure, we're married now. I couldn't let a swell cook like her get away, could I?
End of Captain Chaos by Nelson S. Bond. Recording by Aaron Bennett.
And All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. There's nothing wrong with dying. It just hasn't ever had the proper sales pitch. And All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp. It all began when the new bookkeeping machine of a large Midwestern coffin manufacturer slipped a cog, or blew a transistor, or something. It was fantastic that the error, 1 or 2 decimal places, should enjoy a straight run of OKs, human and mechanical, clear down the line. But when the figures clacked out at the last clack-out station, there it was. The figures were now sacred, immutable, and it was doubtful whether the president of the concern or the chairman of the board would have dared question them, even if either of these 2 gentlemen had been in town. As for the advertising manager, the last thing he wanted to do was question them. He carried them, they were the budget for the coming fiscal year, into his office, staggering a little on the way, and dropped dazedly into his chair. They showed the budget for his own department as exactly 100 times what he'd been expecting. That is to say, 50 times what he put in for. When the initial shock began to wear off, his face assumed an expression of intense thought. In about 5 minutes he leapt from his chair, dashed out of the office with a shouted syllable or 2 to his secretary, and got his car out of the parking lot. At home, he tossed clothes into a traveling bag and barged toward the door, giving his wife a quick kiss and an equally quick explanation. He didn't bother to call the airport. He meant to be on the next plane east, and no nonsense about it. With one thing and another, the economy hadn't been exactly in overdrive that year, and predictions for the Christmas season were gloomy. Early retail figures bore them out. Gift buying dribbled along feebly until Thanksgiving, despite brave speeches by the administration. The holiday passed more in self-pity than in thankfulness among owners of gift-oriented businesses. Then, on Friday following Thanksgiving, the coffin ads struck. Struck may be too mild a word. People on the streets saw feverishly working crews, at holiday rates, slapping up posters on billboards. The first poster was a dilly, a toothy and toothsome young woman leaning over a coffin she'd been unwrapping. She smiled as if she'd received overtures of matrimony from an 80-year-old billionaire. There was a Christmas tree in the background, and the coffin was appropriately wrapped. So was she. She looked as if she had just gotten out of bed, or were ready to get into it. For amorous young men, and not so young, The message was plain. The motto, "The gift that will last more than a lifetime," seemed hardly to the point. Those at home were assailed on TV with a variety of bright and clever skits of the same import. Some of them hinted that, if the young lady's gratitude were really precipitous, and the bedroom too far away, the coffin might be comfy. Of course, the more settled elements of the population were not neglected. For the older married man, there was a blow directly between the eyes. "Do you want your widow to be half safe?" And for the splinter without immediate hopes, "I dreamt I was caught dead without my virgin form casket." Newspapers, magazines, and other medium added to the assault, never letting it cool. It was the most horrendous campaign for sheer concentration that had ever battered at the public mind. The public reeled, blinked, shook its head to clear it, gawked, and rushed out to buy. Christmas was not going to be a failure after all. Department store managers who had grudgingly and under strong sales pressure made space for a single coffin somewhere in the rear of the store now rushed to the telephones like touts with a direct pronouncement from a horse. Everyone who possibly could got into the act. Grocery supermarkets put in casket departments. The Association of Pharmaceutical Retailers, who felt they had some claim to priority, tried to get court injunctions to keep caskets out of service stations, but were unsuccessful because the judges were all out buying caskets. Beauty parlors showed real ingenuity in merchandising. Roads and streets clogged with delivery trucks, rented trucks, and whatever else could haul a coffin. The stock market went completely mad. Strikes were declared and settled within hours. Congress was called into session early. The president got authority to ration lumber and other materials suddenly in starvation short supply. State laws were passed against cremation under heavy lobbying pressure. A new racket called box jacking blossomed overnight. The advertising manager who had put the thing over had been fighting with all the formidable weapons of his breed to make his plant managers build up a stockpile. They had, but it went like a toupee in a wind tunnel. Competitive coffin manufacturers were caught napping. But by Wednesday after Thanksgiving, they, along with the original one, were on a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week basis. Still, only a fraction of the demand could be met. Jet passenger planes were stripped of their seats, supplied with Yankee gold, and sent to plunder the world of its coffins. It might be supposed that Christmas goods, other than caskets, would take a bad dumping. That was not so. Such was the upsurge of prosperity, and such was the shortage of coffins, that nearly everything, with a few exceptions, enjoyed the biggest season on record. On Christmas Eve, the frenzy slumped to a crawl, though on Christmas morning there were still optimists out prowling the empty stores. The nation sat down to breathe. Mostly, it sat on coffins, because there wasn't space in living rooms for any other furniture. There was hardly an individual in the United States who didn't have, in case of sudden sharp pains in the chest, several boxes to choose from. As for the rest of the world, it had better not die just now, or it would be literally a case of dust to dust. Of course, everybody expected a doozy of a slump after Christmas. But our advertising manager, who by now was of course sales manager and first vice president also, wasn't settling for any boom and bust. He'd been the frustrated victim of his choice of industries for so many years that now, with his teeth in something, he was going to give it the old bite. He gave people a short breathing spell to arrange their coffin payments and move the presents out of the front rooms. Then, late in January, his new campaign came down like 100 megatonner. Within a week, everybody saw quite clearly that his Christmas model was now obsolete. The coffin became the new status symbol. The auto industry was, of course, demolished. Even people who had enough money to buy a new car weren't going to trade in the old one and let the new one stand out in the rain. The garages were full of coffins. Petroleum went along with autos, though there are those who whispered knowingly that the same people merely moved over into the new industry. It was noticeable that the center of it became Detroit. A few trucks and buses were still being built, but that was all. Some of the new caskets were truly works of art. Others, well, there was variety. Compact models appeared in which the occupant's feet were to be doubled up alongside his ears. One manufacturer pushed a circular model, claiming that by all the laws of nature, the fetal position was the only right one. At the other extreme were virtual houses, ornate and lavishly equipped. Possibly the largest of all was the togetherness model, triangular, with graduated recesses for father, mother, 8 children, plus 2 playmates, and, in the far corner beyond the baby, the cat. The slump was over. Still, economists swore that the new boom couldn't last either. They reckoned without the advertising manager, whose eyes gleamed brighter all the time. People already had coffins, which they polished and kept on display, sometimes in the new coffin ports being added to houses. The advertising manager's reasoning was direct and to the point. He must get people to use the coffins, and now he had all the money to work with that he could use. The new note was woven in so gradually that it was not easy to put a finger on any one ad and say, "It began here." One of the first was surely the wide-printed one showing a tattooed, smiling young man with his chin thrust out manfully, lying in a coffin. He was rugged-looking and likable, not too rugged for the spindly limb to identify with, and he oozed, even though obviously dead, a vitality at every pore. He was probably the finest-looking corpse since Richard the Lionhearted. Neither must one overlook the singing commercials. Possibly the catchiest of these, a really cute little thing, was achieved by jazzing up the funeral march. It started gradually, and it was all so unviolent that few saw it as suicide. Teenagers began to have popping-off parties. Some of their elders protested a little, but adults were taking it up too. The tired, the unappreciated, the ill, and the heavy-laden laid down in growing numbers and expired. A black market in poisons operated for a little while, but soon pinched out. Such was the pressure of persuasion that few needed artificial aids. The boxes were very comfortable. People just closed their eyes and exited smiling. The beatniks who had their own models of coffin, moldy, scroungy, and without lids, since the beatniks insisted on being seen, placed their boxes on Grant Avenue in San Francisco. They died with highly intellectual expressions, and eventually were washed by the gentle rain. Of course, there were voices shouting calamity. When aren't there? But in the long run, and not a very long one at that, they availed not. It isn't hard to imagine the reactions of the rest of the world. So let us imagine a few. The communist bloc immediately gave its stamp of disapproval, denouncing the movement as a filthy capitalist, industrialist pig plot. Red China, which had been squabbling with Russia for some time about a matter of method, screamed for immediate war. Russia exposed this as patent stupidity, saying that if the capitalists wanted to die, warring upon them would only help them. China surreptitiously tried out the thing as the answer to excess population, and found it good. It also appealed to the well-known melancholy facet of the Russian nature. Besides, after pondering for several days, the Red Bloc decided it could not afford to fall behind in anything, so it started its own program, explaining with much logic how it differed. An elderly British philosopher endorsed the movement on the grounds that a temporary setback in evolution was preferable to facing up to anything. The free block, the red block, the neutral block, and such scraps as had been too obtuse to find themselves a block, were drawn into a whirlpool in an amazingly short time, if in a variety of ways. In less than 2 years, the world was rid of most of what had been bedeviling it. Oddly enough, the country where the movement began was the last to succumb completely. Or perhaps it was not so odd. Coffin maker to the world, the American casket industry had by now almost completely automated box making and grave digging, with some interesting assembly lines and packaging arrangements. There still remained jobs of management and distribution. The president of General Mortuary, an ebullient fellow affectionately called Sarcophagus Sam, put it well. As long as I have a single prospective customer and a single stockholder, he said, mangling a stogie and beetling his brow at the one reporter who'd showed up at the press conference, I'll try to put him in a coffin so I can pay him a dividend. Finally, though, a man who thought he must be the last living human wandered contentedly about the city of Denver, looking for the coffin he liked best. He settled at last upon a rich mahogany number with platinum trimmings, an automatic self-adjusting cadaver contour inner spring wherever plastic-covered mattress with a built-in bar. He climbed in, drew himself a generous slug of fine scotch, giggled as the mattress prodded him exploringly, closed his eyes, and sighed in solid comfort. Soft music played as the lid closed itself. From a building nearby, a turkey buzzard swooped down, cawing in raucous anger because it had let its attention wander for a moment. It was too late. It clawed, screaming at the solid cover, hissed in frustration, and finally gave up. It flapped into the air again, still grumbling. It was tired of living on dead small rodents and coyotes. It thought it would take a swing over Los Angeles, where the pickings were pretty good. As it moved westward over parched hills, it espied 2 black dots a few miles to its left. It circled over for a closer look, then grunted and went on its way. It had seen them before. The old prospector and his burro had been in the mountains for so long, the buzzard had concluded they didn't know how to die. The prospector, whose name was Adams, trudged behind his burro toward the buildings that shimmered in the heat, humming to himself now and then, or addressing some remark to the beast. When he reached the outskirts of Denver, he realized something was amiss. He stood and gazed at the quiet scene. Nothing moved except some skinny pack rats and a few sparrows foraging for grain among the unburied coffins. "Tarnation," he said to the burro. "Martians?" A half-buried piece of newspaper fluttered in the breeze. He walked forward slowly and picked it up. It told him enough so that he understood. "They've gone, Evie," he said to the burro. "All gone." He put his arm affectionately around her neck. "I reckon it's up to me and you again. We got to start all over." He stood back and gazed at her with mild reproach. "I sure hope they don't favor your side of the house so much this time." The end of All the Earth a Grave by C.C. McCapp.
Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cat Attic. That night at the dinner table, he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. My God, what is it? She looked up at him, bright-eyed. Well, open it. Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. A cuckoo clock, Doris cried. A real old cuckoo clock like my mother had. She turned the clock over and over. Just like my mother had. when Pete was still alive. Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment he added, "Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise I wouldn't have—" He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it," he scowled. "What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat holding onto the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leapt up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored in the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisted together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said. And what she had said, too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that, about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it at all? If he had felt that way, he needn't have gotten it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean, so damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo, waiting to come out. Was he listening? His head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him. And she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward. But Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming towards him shyly. "Go on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped, quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous, perfect! And the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up, he liked her. She was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock never really got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out when you're standing so close." "Why not?" "Maybe you're afraid of him." Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who, or what, had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right. Larry's at the office." "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently, Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake," she caught a hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique, or what?" She took his arm, leading him towards the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." "What does Larry think of him?" "They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time, he says." "Says what?" Doris looked down. "He always says he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale." She brightened. "But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour." She gazed up at the clock. "He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things. Of course, I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right." There was a sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. "Chambers! I'll be damned." His eyes narrowed. "What are you doing here?" He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her helplessly, backing away. Bob began. "That is, we—" He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly, the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved towards him. "Shut that din off," he said. He raised his fist towards the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. "That's better." Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. "I came over to look at the clock," Bob said. "Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that—" "Nuts! I bought it myself!" Larry walked up to him. "Get out of here!" He turned to Doris. "You too, and take that damn clock with you!" He paused, rubbing his chin. "No. Leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it." In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time, sometimes even at 12 o'clock when he should have been his busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times. And there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. Even the whirring of the clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. "Listen," he said late one night to the closed little door. "I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest." He paced back and forth. "I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women." He set his jaw. "Isn't that right?" The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. "Isn't that right?" he demanded. "Don't you have anything to say?" He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. "All right, I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet the last few weeks since she left." He grinned wryly. "Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone," he scowled. "Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me?" 11 o'clock came. Far off, at the end of town, the great clock tower boomed sleepily to itself, but the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. "All right, if that's the way you feel," Larry murmured, his lips twisting. "But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like." He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out, Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her, from the very start. They had gotten along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. "Look," he said, waving the hammer. "You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first," he smiled. "Birds of a feather. That's what you are, the three of you." The room was silent. "Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you?" The clock whirred a little. "I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks. As I figure it, you owe me." The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up, and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything, hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment, the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside its house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except, of course, for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I've never heard of anyone committing suicide that way." "It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him. End of Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Cat Attic.
No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Caveat. No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. I can't tell anyone about it. In the first place, they'd never believe me. And, if they did, I'd probably be punished for having her, because we aren't allowed to have pets of any kind. It wouldn't have happened if they hadn't sent me way out there to work. But, you see, there are many things I can't do. I remember the day the Chief of Vocation took me before the council. "I've tried him on a dozen things," he reported. "People always talk about me as if I can't understand what they mean, but I'm not really that dumb." "There doesn't seem to be a thing he can do," the chief went on. "Actually, his intelligence seems to be no greater than that which we believe our ancestors had, back in the 20th century. "As bad as that," observed one of the council members. "You do have a problem." "But we must find something for him to do," said another. "We can't have an idle person in the state. It's unthinkable." "But what?" asked the chief. "He's utterly incapable of running any of the machines. I've tried to teach him. The only things he can do are already being done much better by robots." There was a long silence, broken at last by one little old council member. "I have it," he cried. "The very thing. We'll make him guard of the treasure." "But there's no need of a guard. No one will touch the treasure without permission. We haven't had a dishonest person in the state for more than 3,000 years. "That's it exactly. There aren't any dishonest people, so there won't be anything for him to do, but we will have solved the problem of his idleness." "It might be a solution," said the chief, "at least a temporary one. I suppose we will have to find something else later on, but this will give us time to look for something." So I became guard of the treasure, with a badge, and nothing to do, unless you count watching the key. The gates were kept locked, just as they were in the old days, but the large key hung beside them. Of course, no one wanted to bother carrying it around. It was too heavy. The only ones who ever used it anyway were members of the council. As the man said, we haven't had a dishonest person in the state for thousands of years. Even I know that much. Of course, this left me with lots of time on my hands. That's how I happened to get her in the first place. I'd always wanted one, but pets were forbidden. Busy people didn't have time for them, so I knew I was breaking the law. But I figured that no one would ever find out. First I fixed a place for her, made a brush screen, so she couldn't be seen by anyone coming to the gates. Then, one night, I sneaked into the forest and got her. It wasn't so lonely after that. Now I had something to talk to. She was small when I got her. It would be too dangerous to go near a full-grown one, but she grew rapidly. That was because I caught small animals and brought them to her. Not having to depend on what she could catch, she grew almost twice as fast as usual, and she was so sleek and pretty. Really, she was a pet to be proud of. I don't know how I could have stood the 4 months there alone if I hadn't had her to talk to. I don't think she really understood me, but I pretended she did, and that helped. Every 3 or 4 weeks, 3 of the council members came to take a part of the treasure, or to add to it, always 3 of them. That was why I was so surprised one day to see one man coming by himself. It was Grem, the little old member who had recommended that I be given this job. I was happy to see him, and we talked for a while, mostly about my work and how I liked it. I almost told him about my pet, but I didn't, because he might be angry at me for breaking the law. Finally, he asked me to give him the key. "I've been sent to get something from the treasure," he explained. I was unhappy to displease him, but I said, "I can't let you have it. There must be 3 members. You know that." "Of course I know it. But something came up suddenly, so they sent me alone. Now, let me have it." I shook my head. That was the one order they had given me, never to give the key to any one person who came alone. Grem became quite angry. "You idiot," he shouted. "Why do you think I had you put out here? It was so I could get in there and help myself to the treasure. But that would be dishonest. And there are no dishonest people in the state. For 3,000 years, I know." His usually kind face had an ugly look I'd never seen before. "But I'm going to get part of that treasure, and it won't do you any good to report it, because no one is going to take the word of a fool like you against a respected council member. They'll think you are the dishonest one. Now, give me that key." It was a terrible thing to disobey a council member, but if I obeyed him, I would be disobeying all the others, and that would be worse. "No!" I shouted. He threw himself upon me. For his size and age, he was very strong, stronger even than I. I fought as hard as I could, but I knew I wouldn't be able to keep him away from the key for very long. And if he took the treasure, I would be blamed. The council would have to think of a new punishment for dishonesty. Whatever it would be terrible indeed. He drew back, rushed at me. Just as he hit me, my foot caught upon a root and I fell. His rush carried him past me, and he crashed through the brush screen beside the path. I heard him scream twice. Then there was silence. I was bruised all over, but I managed to pull myself up and take away what was left of the screen. There was no sign of Grem, but my beautiful pet was waving her pearl green feelers, as she always did in thanks for a good meal. That's why I can't tell anyone what happened. No one would believe that Grem would be dishonest, and I can't prove it because she ate the proof. Even if I did tell them, no one's going to believe that a flycatcher plant, even a big one like mine, would actually be able to eat a man. So they think that Grem disappeared, and I'm still out here with her. She's grown so much larger now, and more beautiful than ever, but I hope she hasn't developed a taste for human flesh. Lately, when she stretches out her feelers, it seems that she's trying to reach me. End of No Pets Allowed by M.A. Cummings. Recording by Caveat.
Century by Frederick Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and he was 50,000 light years from home. A strange blue sun gave light, and the gravity, twice what he was used to, made every movement difficult. But in tens of thousands of years, this part of the war hadn't changed. The flyboys were fine with their sleek spaceships and their fancy weapons. When the chips are down, though, it was still the foot soldier, the infantry, that had to take the ground and hold it, foot by bloody foot, like this damn planet of a star he'd never heard of until they'd landed him there. And now it was sacred ground, because the aliens were there too. The aliens, the only other intelligent race in the galaxy. Cruel, hideous, and repulsive monsters. Contact had been made with them near the center of the galaxy. After the slow, difficult colonization of 12,000 planets, and it had been war at sight, they'd shot without even trying to negotiate or to make peace. Now, planet by bitter planet, it was being fought out. He was wet and muddy and hungry and cold, and the day was raw with a high wind that hurt his eyes. But the aliens were trying to infiltrate, and every sentry post was vital. He stayed alert, gun ready, 50,000 light years from home, fighting on a strange world and wondering if he'd ever live to see home again. And then he saw one of them crawling toward him. He drew a bead and fired. The alien made that strange, horrible sound they all make, then lay still. He shuddered at the sound and sight of the alien lying there. One ought to be able to get used to them after a while, but he'd never been able to. Such repulsive creatures they were, with only 2 arms and 2 legs, ghastly white skins, and no scales. End of Century by Frederick Brown. Recording by Curtis Richardson.